The Monster Mile has struck fear in its competitors for decades.
Turn your back, you're a broken man.
And today, we can expect nothing less.
Let's get after it today.
This beast of a track is ready to wreak havoc on its challengers.
This track will gobble you up, reach out and bite you.
Some have seemed to have found their groove.
Holy cow!
While familiar faces are still in search of that illustrious first win.
Go, trouble, turn one.
Oh, that one hurt.
Will it be the hometown favorite or a seasoned vet this time around?
Get up and get up.
Or will the young guns continue their run? It's race day at Dover.
Yeah, so if you thought the last 2 weeks at Bristol and Talladega were tough, well, just go ahead and take a deep breath because Dover is anything but easy. A concrete mile where drivers go round and round and up and down. It's a monster, and it's waited a full year to show you why it is so scary. Of course, nothing scary about where we are today, safe and sound in our Race Day studios. As we say, happy Sunday, everyone. Welcome to Race Day on FS1, presented by Coca-Cola. I'm Shannon Spake, and here with me today inside the studio, of course, Daytona 500 winner Jamie McMurray and the Hall of Famer and Cup champion driver Bobby Labonte. Of course, Larry McReynolds up in the booth with Clint and Mike Joy today, so we can't wait to hear him on the call. 42 Cup starts at Dover. Did it ever get easier for you?
Well, I thought it was easy to start with till I hit the wall the first time. Kind of got that over with. But no, it really didn't get any easier as I went. And it's just such a tough racetrack. And we saw in practice yesterday, it ate up some race cars, Jamie. I mean, it's like, oh, my gosh. So I think it's really going to be tough on the drivers, tough on the crews today. It'll be a challenge. Nothing easy about Dover that ever has been.
I feel like every radio that we hear today is going to be the crew chief of the driver saying track position, track position, track position. Because it is so important at this track. And if you go back to last year, pit stops are so critical. Kyle Larson led the first half of this race, lost the lead to Alex Bowman on a pit stop, and was never able to get it back. So that's going to be the word of the day, is getting that track position and maintaining it.
That would be the main headline, right, is to maintain that track position. But we do have some headlines for this race as well. Bobby, since you're kind of hanging out with us today, go first. You're up first.
It's like a Larry Mack thing. But he does like cigars, and I think for me it's close, but no cigar for RCR. You know, RCR has had 3 top 3 finishes with both drivers in the past 3 races. So can Tyler and Austin find victory lane? They haven't done this since 2010. They haven't had this type of consecutive race. So obviously it's starting deep in the field. Can they get another top 3? We don't know. It's going to be a little tough for them.
All right, what's your headline there, Jamie Mack?
Well, I'm not going with Larry Mack. I'm going to do watermelon crawl to Phoenix based on what we saw last weekend. And I think if you'd went back to the start of the season and asked me if Ross Chastain was on my list to make it to Phoenix, I would have said no way. But when you look at what Ross and Trackhouse Racing has done so well, they run well in every type of track. They wanted a road course. They wanted a super speedway last weekend at Talladega. They've run well on every type of track. Even going back to Phoenix earlier this year, he ran second. So he can be a contender. Do I think he's a championship favorite? Most likely not. But what I know is that he's getting really good at smashing watermelons from the top of his car.
He is. Every time he gets up there, I get real nervous he's going to fall.
I like the crowd last week. They went crazy when he got up and held that watermelon up on top.
Yeah, he brought some fans some of the watermelon as well. All right, so I know that this is shocking, but I'm going Hendrick Motorsports. Be afraid of the 4-headed monster of Hendrick Motorsports. 21 wins at this racetrack, more than any other organization. Yes, Jamie, I know that Jimmy Johnson had 11 of them, but they're still victories. Of course, they finished 1, 2, 3, 4 in this race last season, the 48 getting it done again. I think that if you're going to have success out there at Dover, you are always going to have to go through Hendrick Motorsports. Okay, those are our headlines, and we do have some more headlines, and that will be courtesy of our friend Bob Pockris, who we are very happy to say made it home safely from the Boulevard in Talladega. He's in Dover with all the news.
NASCAR is ordaining Hamlin to undergo sensitivity training after he posted a meme that could be considered offensive to Asians and women. Hamlin apologized and deleted the tweet, which he intended to be a joke about his good friend Kyle Larson and how Larson drove the last lap at Talladega. Hamlin has already started the sensitivity training process, and he said Saturday that he respected NASCAR's decision.
Yeah, someone gave it to me, and I thought it was hilarious, but also is insensitive. I understand. I definitely understand how, some people could find it offensive. And if it's one, then it's one too many.
Joe Gibbs Racing was in the news last week over contract talks with Kyle Busch. But what about Martin Truex Jr.? The former champion and veteran still needs to decide whether he wants to be a full-time Cup driver in 2023. He has several weeks to determine his future, and he said Saturday that he is enjoying the challenge of working with his team and trying to find speed in the next-gen car.
Thank you, Bobby P. And how about this? Chris Buescher is on the pole today, his first career pole in 233 starts. Denny Hamlin alongside of him. Here's what's coming up around the turn.
Buckle in for what's ahead. Up next, the 2022 draft isn't just in Las Vegas. Our team picks their favorite drivers to make moves today at Dover Motor Speedway. Trackhouse racing has been on fire with wins from Chastain and top 5 finishes from Suarez. We'll find out the recipe for success with owner Justin Marks. Then Martin Truex Jr. joins us. He catches up with our crew about the highs and lows of his year so far. Race day getting underway here on FS1.
There goes everybody. Half the field. Whoa, whoa, whoa. They just keep wrecking over here. Trouble back straight away. Over and over.
Some huge wrecks out at Dover, and maybe just blame this guy right here, Miles a Monster. He's 46 feet high, 20-ton, got red glaring eyes, that full-size race car in his hand. Of course, Miles a Monster greets everyone as they enter the track, but for drivers, that's not where their time with Miles ends. Our friends at iRacing have hooked us up with a track map. Jamie, Bobby, hook us up with some of the troubling spots on this track.
Well, yeah, Shannon, let's take a look. The one thing that when I think about Dover, I think about banking. And the front stretch has banking, the corners have banking. But let's focus on the front stretch right here. You see 9 degrees of banking, quite a bit. We also know the track gets narrow on the front stretch. We see wrecks, cars, it self-cleans. You hear that a lot. Then as you transition down into turn 1, you're going to see 24 degrees of banking. And I say down into turn 1, Bobby, because it's a pretty big drop-off from the straightaways into the corner.
Yeah, you're right, Jamie. This is one place we go to that's like this. In fact, there's no other place like it. You know, Dover's got its own uniqueness, and this is part of it. Where you drop off into turn 1, it's like 2 stories you fall down in the corner. Not only is it 2 stories down, but it's 2 stories back up, and you do that after about 400 laps. You can see Justin Haley here. You can actually see his body just lift up going in the corner, and then it compresses. A lot of drivers complain about it hurting their back a little bit after the race is over. It's kind of like a roller coaster I hear him talk about. So it's up and down, and you can tell from what Justin's doing that you can see the pressure it puts on a body when you make that transition off in the corners.
Yeah, you'll hear drivers and teams talk all day about the compression of the landing of the car and the handling that they have. Let's also look at the surface at Dover. It's quite a bit different than we have at the traditional tracks. It's concrete today, and with concrete you see expansion joints. If you've ever driven down a poorly paved concrete highway, you have felt those expansion joints. And those throw the drivers and crew chiefs for a fit because it really affects the handling of the car. As the air pressure builds up in the tires, the ride becomes rough. The other issue with expansion joints is if the concrete comes up. This is actually me. You see, one of those expansion joints, the concrete started to lift. I ran over that, tore up our car quite a bit, was still able to finish the race that day. But this track has all kinds of difficulties, and those expansion joints are just one of them.
Yeah, and another challenge I look at is pit road. It's always been a challenge every time you go there. You find a reference point going into turn 3. You're going so fast for lap after lap after lap. Crew chief says pit. He's like, all right, so you're going to slow down. You find your reference point. You try to slow down. Get as much speed as you can to get on pit road. It's going to be a little different today. These cars got a lot different brake package on it. Nobody really practiced that. A lot of pressure. As you can see, Matt Kenseth in 2004 had a little trouble getting on pit road. Gets on there too fast, gets a little bit slippery between the concrete to the asphalt, ends up hitting the tire barrier, ends his day. So another really tricky part of this racetrack.
Yeah, I mean, whether it's getting on pit road, the amount of banking, the surface, everything about this track can reach up and bite you, but it's a really fun track to drive on.
Scary, but fun. All right, sounds a little bit like the guys that are out at the racetrack for us today. Adam Alexander, Glenn Boyer. Larry, we miss you. Keep those guys in line out there.
There's a 0% chance that Larry is keeping us in line, right?
Not a chance, not a chance.
And we've already lost Clint because the atmosphere is incredible. The fans are filing in. You can feel the energy, Clint.
Dover is where it's at. If you're in this Dover area, I'm telling you, folks, this is the place to be. Festival-like atmosphere out front. Man, I saw anything from a carnival, horse riding, the monster truck. I saw Bigfoot out there. All the manufacturers are on display. People are having a good time here at Dover, and I think they're ready for this race.
You haven't been back out there wrestling in barbecue sauce, have you?
Not this week. But there was wrestling even. If you're into wrestling, I'm telling you, they have something for everybody.
Did you report to the local authorities that you saw Bigfoot? You probably should do that, you know? Hey, let's talk about this track. They call it the Monster Mile, and we know it will chew you up, spit you out, punch you right in the nose. But Larry, 8 active champions racing today. 7 have won at this concrete mile. A couple of them need a win here today.
Well, they do, but going back to what Jamie and Bobby shared about the racetrack and the track description, they gave you everything except the words tough and challenging. This is the toughest and most challenging track we've been to so far in 2022. But you are absolutely right, Adam. I think about Kevin Harvick. I think about Martin Truex Jr., Chase Elliott. They look good in practice. Maybe this is where today they can end that winless streak.
Well, if I'm thinking about yesterday's practice, which I guarantee you is on every one of these drivers' minds. We saw time and time again everybody getting into turn 3, bottoming that car out, spinning out, and getting into that wall. I'm talking demanding racetrack. You're right, Larry, one of the hardest racetracks that we go to on the circuit.
Yeah, we're on pit road. I spent most of my career as a crew chief on this pit road trying to figure out how we're going to get this torn-up race car back in that hauler.
Race day feels like a party. It's a party-like atmosphere here in Dover, and in the middle of it all, Michael Waltrip.
Yo, NASCAR fans, what's up? This is awesome. Are you ready for the good times to roll? Make some noise. Give it up for Milton, Delaware's own Grammy-nominated recording artist, Mr. Jimmy Allen. Yeah.
Brand new laces, fresh pair of J's, pocket full of blue faces. And I ain't rockin' nothing basic. Vanilla rollie on my wrist, talking ice, ice, baby. Good times, good vibes, somewhere where I can go crazy. I need a good ride with some good ties, yeah. And I ain't talking Mercedes, yeah. Crank that truck up, load it up, a few folks in my 4x4. See the laid back, cold 6-pack, window crack, I got that good vibe road. Tennessee to Atlanta, across the street to Alabama, yelling out the window, roll tide road. Cut through the Mississippi, got a lot of people with me through the swamps of the 504. Ooh, ooh.
Fox NASCAR live in Dover, Delaware. It's race day on FS1 presented by Coca-Cola. We're getting you set for racing at the Monster Mile, the green flag. Now just under an hour away. You know, one of the best aspects of a race weekend here is every year, the Thursday of race weekend, we go to Wilmington, Delaware, the DuPont Country Club. We all get together for the Drive for Autism golf tournament. Our director, Artie Kempner, does an amazing job putting this together. And this year, there were plenty of highlights and lowlights. Here's a look back.
Good morning. I'm Ethan Kempner, and welcome to the 21st Annual Drive for Autism. The Drive for Autism is the foundation for the programs that serve me and more than 200 others. You are all difference makers.
Thank you so much to Artie Kempner for doing what he does for autism, putting this tournament on. It's a great time. It's a bad golf, not only out of me, but my team as well.
Man, it's crazy to think we've been doing this for 21 years. It's so awesome coming to Delaware. Lots of smiles, lots of happiness. I just made a birdie. It makes me happy, but also we're raising money and awareness.
You know why they call this golf? All the other 4-letter words are taken.
The worst part about this event every year is I don't get to play with Mike Joy and hear all of his humor throughout the round of golf. Year 21, we raised $200,000, $7 million overall in the last 21 years. That's awesome. Artie does a great job.
Yeah, what Artie and that entire group, what they do is amazing, and they are already working on the 22nd annual. You can trust me on that.
Well, anytime you can go to an event like that and have as much fun as he had with Artie and all of his friends and family at that event is one thing, but I'm telling you, the cause, the difference it makes in so many families' lives is just amazing. So thank you, Artie, and appreciate you having us all there to be a part of it.
Of course, we're all huge sports fans, and we all know this weekend the NFL draft taking place. So we thought, hey, let's stick with the theme. Let's do a little Dover draft. And we're doing it for today's race. Everybody gets 2 drivers. We're going to include our friends in Charlotte. So with the first selection in the 2022 Dover draft, here's the Hall of Famer, Bobby Labonte. Bobby, you're on the clock.
Man, thank you. Okay, so I'm going to pick Chase Elliott. He is my guy. It's been 26 races since he won. It was on a road course. He might be turning right a lot today, so that might help him out.
All right, Jamie, you're up next.
Yeah, I love the way Adam sold the Dover draft.
I want to draft Adam's boutonniere.
Yeah,
that's
a
what I'm
good
drafting.
look. Well, I can't believe my good friend Bobby left me this guy, but I am going to take Kyle Larson. I would take him at any track that we go to. He does have a win at this track. He's been in the top 3 his last 3 starts here. He wins in just about everything he gets in, so Kyle Larson's my guy.
Now on the clock, Kansas City Chiefs. Just kidding. Clint Boyer on the clock. Go ahead, Clint. Who you drafting?
The only thing we don't have in this is that chime, right? The sound that came
the
on.
booze. The booze.
You know, well, that too. But I'm telling you, so much fun watching the NFL draft. My pick for this year in this race this weekend is Ryan Blaney. I'm telling you, this cat's been there and done that all year long, been knocking on that door. I think it's finally time to blow through.
It's 2 rounds. It's a snake draft. That means, Larry, you go back-to-back, ending round 1, beginning round 2. What 2 drivers do you like?
Well, first, I'm in total shock that Jamie McMurray picked Kyle Larson. I think he's picked him every race all year long for the last 2 years. But I'm going to go with a man sitting on the outside of the front row, Denny Hamlin. I know outside of the win from Richmond, it's been dismal for Denny, but this is a good track. A win back in August of 2020. He's led laps in 3 of the last 4 races. Total of 611 laps. Denny could be the man today. And my next pick, how do you not pick a Hendrick driver? Hendrick Motorsports, 21 wins at this place. That's more than double any other organization. Alex Bowman in at 48, won this race a year ago, top 5s in 4 of his last 5 races at Dover. He could be the man too.
For the record, the NFL draft is 7 rounds, 32 teams. No team had that much passion over their selection.
Exactly. Or has 2 picks back to back. How about that?
You're up, Clint.
I'm a guest. Trading in the offseason, I guess. Hey, listen to this one. You left the best for last. You said the outside front row of Denny Hamlin. Come on. His first pole happened this weekend. Chris Buescher in that 17 RFK Ford. I'm telling you, he's fast. He's going to keep these guys behind him. Chris Buescher all the way.
3rd selection, round 2, Jamie McMurray, and you can't take Larson again. Okay,
well, let me tell you something. I'm laughing watching Clint because he looks dumbfounded as Larry reads all those stats off of all of his drivers that he's picking.
687 laps in that quarter. I know. Crazy.
I'm going to go with Martin Truex Jr. He's got 3 wins at this track. He's actually been in the top 2, 4 of his last 5 starts at Dover. I think he's somebody to start 18th, but it's one of his 27 home trial tracks that he has on the schedule. So I think he could get it done today as well.
All right, Bobby, who you got final pick?
Yeah, I mean, I thank you for letting me pick again. I hate this final one, but let me tell you this. I'm going to say Daniel Suarez. He starts 8th today, and this is one of his better tracks, and I feel like obviously with Ross Chastain Trackhouse winning, I'm going to go with Daniel, and I feel pretty sure that he can pull this off, and it will not be a surprise because we're all going to party.
We all win. Yeah, big draft party, post-draft party. And speaking of the Trackhouse racing, if a watermelon and a pit bull walked into a bar, I don't know how that story ends. But in NASCAR, the combination of those two have been pretty successful. We're going to check in at Trackhouse Racing after their 2nd win on the season. And, of course, that guy right there has a new song. We're going to Pitbull Dale. It's all next on Race Day.
NASCAR Race Day rolling in Dover, Delaware. We're live on FS1, getting you set for 400 miles later today. It marks the 104th Cup race at the Monster Mile. Drivers heading to the intro stage. Let's hear from some of them now and say good afternoon to Jamie Little.
Good afternoon, Adam. Yes, Eric Jones came so close to winning the race a week ago at Talladega, but a new challenge today. How do you feel like you guys are here at Dover?
I feel good about it. We qualified a little farther back than we wanted, just getting free there in qualifying. But I think the focus factor Chevy is good. You know, as long as we can get the track widened out and move around and make some passes, I feel good about it. So great crowd, though. A lot of people here getting ready to go race, so I'm excited.
Thanks, Eric. Regan.
Jamie, Kevin Harvick already has 3 miles the Monsters at the house. What's the chances of a number 4 today?
Yeah, I've been really happy with our Hunt Brothers Pizza Ford Mustang. It was very comfortable to drive, which I think is going to be half the battle today, just being able to get in there and grind away. You know that's the deal here.
Looks like might be a happy Harvick today. We like that. Jamie?
Well, William Byron had a big wreck yesterday, backup car, but you're still smiling. What do you think your chances are starting in the back?
Well, I think they're good. You know, our guys do a great job preparing backup cars, and I was there with them in the garage yesterday. I wasn't doing much, but I was watching them work, and they do a great job, and I think our car will be just as fast, if not faster. We kind of leaned on our teammates. Looked like Kyle was really fast, so hopefully we can get this Raptor Chevy up there, and it'd be a heck of a win for sure if we do that.
Make it exciting for sure. Now let's check in with last week's winner, Ross Chastain, and his famous boss, Pitbull.
The biggest risk you take is not taking one.
Chastain, will he answer?
Move. Trackhouse is all about taking risk.
One coming to you, middle.
And Ross Chastain beats and bangs.
He's a fighter, he's a scrapper.
We did it! Middle, keep going middle.
How about you? Ross Chastain.
Number one, it's proving a lot of people wrong. That's what underdogs do. Trackhouse, we keep it 100. Watch out.
When it comes to owners at Trackhouse there, too, you've got Pitbull, and then there's Justin Marks. He was good as a driver in NASCAR. He's a great businessman. Tremendous leader, no doubt about it, when you talk about Justin Marks, and he's got Trackhouse on the rise right now at NASCAR's top level.
You know, this sport is ready for challengers. It's ready for disruptors. It's ready for people to come in and challenge the status quo and how we do things, have some fun, look good, try to be fast. And I've always been authentic about my mission.
I just am a big believer that success on the racetrack, speed on the racetrack is going to come from workforce culture, motivation, cohesion, the people. That's what I bet on personally, was being able to disrupt the landscape in the sport, to just blow it up.
Trackhouse Racing in victory lane again this season.
As far back as 5 or 6 years ago, I would start typing ideas in my computer as to sort of how we could change this model of the sport. And I built this whole presentation about how the logistics of that would work. And it was more thought stream and just creativity. And then I heard about this new car, and immediately my antenna went up.
I never would have thought that they would have came into the sport and had this type of success.
People don't know how good this group is. I can't believe Justin Marks hired me to drive this car.
Don't mess around with any old rambling man.
What we're doing on the racetrack right now is a byproduct of fundamentally what we're doing in the shop and with each other, building an organization that's aimed and geared at winning.
Oh, there's no way that I'm going to even claim any percentage to understand how Justin Marks' brain thinks. It's insane.
I went from trying to just find a charter to acquiring Chip Ganassi Racing. Instead of building a team kind of organically, piece by piece, all of a sudden I had 150 people looking at me going like, what's next? What does this mean? Those are the moments where you're having to react. And it's in that environment that's truly rooted in teamwork that the team, and I don't mean team by car, I mean team like organization, is the most important thing. I want everybody to be right here. Just like 99 on one side, 1 on the other, just however it's going to work out.
Justin Marks said something to us in the beginning of the season in Daytona. He said, hey, I want to approach this team as having 1 gun and 2 bullets.
I've been doing this for 18 years, and this is the closest that 2 teams have ever worked together inside the same building that I've been a part of.
Everyone talks about sharing information, everyone talks about pushing in the same direction, but not a lot of people do it. And I feel that Justin and Trackhouse as a whole, we've been very, very vocal about this and putting into these words into action.
Every single article of clothing has both numbers in it. There is not 99 apparel and 1 apparel. Everything is Trackhouse apparel. The engineers and the crew chiefs all sit in the same room. Ross and Daniel all sit together and have meetings together, work out together. We're all working for and dedicated to doing something that's never been done before, and that's to create a real brand in this sport that resonates with fans, that's exciting and valuable for partners. And at the end of the day, we're storytellers. We're telling a story that anything is possible if you're motivated by and empowered by the right things and in the right way.
When it comes to Trackhouse, I would say 2s are wild. Year 2, 2 cars, 2 victories. Is there a comparison to what they're doing right now, Larry?
Adam, all I can say, I worked for multi-car teams for a big chunk of my career, and they are doing it better than any team I ever worked for. There's a lot of multi-car teams in that garage area. They talk the talk about one team fielding 2 cars. They are walking the walk. Even the 2 haulers, they're parked beside each other. They only need 1 hauler in that garage area because the crew chiefs, the drivers, the engineers for both teams, they are in the same hauler working together. The O analogy, there's no one smarter or better than all of us working together.
Well, I think that, you see it every day on the racetrack, and I think the timing aspect of this sport is such a crucial, important thing, and that's exactly what you see with Trackhouse. You heard him say the car, right? The next-gen car fit right in their wheelhouse. The opportunity was there. They were there for the taking. The Ganassi merger, moving into all those good people, engineers, that's where the ingredients are. I don't care, boys. As a race car driver back in the day, you can tell me you appreciate me all you want. All you got to do for me is give me a fast hot ride, and then I'm happy.
Well, you mentioned that they purchased the assets of Chip Ganassi Racing. They have that building, and of course Jamie drove for Chip for many years. Let's bring Jamie in now from our Charlotte studio. Jamie, you've been over there. You've seen the changes that have been made. What are your observations with what's going on at Trackhouse?
Yeah, Adam, I was over there a few months ago, and the one thing that everyone talked about to me is that Justin Marks has changed the culture over there. And the one example that they gave is that after Daniel Suarez finished 4th at Fontana earlier this year, Justin Marks met every employee at 6 a.m. and shook their hand and thanked them as they walked into work the Monday morning after that. And I just think that he's set a great example, like all great leaders do, and has set a good culture for all those guys, and the success is shown on the racetrack.
I know that they are all about winning, right? One team wins, they both win. But Daniel Suarez does want to get to victory lane. I mean, you want to win for Justin Marks and this team, right? So when does or I guess I should say, what's greater, the external pressure or the internal pressure of getting that done?
Yeah, Shannon, I would say internal pressure. I've lived this. I've been there and done that. Tony Stewart and I were teammates, and he starts running a little bit better. He's winning more races. Next thing you know, I'm sitting there going, okay, I got everything they have. I'm struggling. What's the deal? One thing about Daniel is he's running good enough. He looks like he has chances to win these races, but when one slips by, you know that it's anxiety inside of him to try to get that win because Ross is doing it.
You want to race for Justin Marks.
Yeah.
After listening to what he just said, put me in, Coach. We're going to head back out to the track when we come back from the commercial break. The guys, Adam and the guys, are going to catch up with him right there, Mr. Martin Truex Jr., one of his home tracks out there at Dover. He's also a 3-time winner, and he has 4 top 2 finishes in the last 5 Dover races. He's pretty good on that racetrack, and we'll chat with him coming up on race day.
You're a monster. I can swallow up, bottle up, wall it up, feel like Godzilla. Better hit the deck like a cartilla. My whole squad's in here walking around the party, a cross between a zombie apocalypse and Bavida. I'm just a lot, it's the mythological creature till I can walk like a fit of rope. But when you twist the top of the bottle, I'm a monster. You get in my way, I'ma feed you to the monster. I'm normal during the day, but at night turn to a monster. When the moon shines like ice road trucker, I look like a villain out of those blockbusters. So I'm fast with a monster. Blood on the dance floor, Louis V carpets. So I'm
You saw Martin Truex Jr. there in that piece, the 3-time Dover winner. Going to join us in a moment live on the grid as we get set to go green at the Monster Mile. But while we await the arrival of Martin Truex Jr., let's go ahead and do it, Clint.
Let's do it.
Time.
Do it, boys.
Waiting on this.
Put it out, baby. Here it comes at you. This is a wild one. Scott Bogucki here, wild ride in the All-Star Circuit of Champions race the other night. Sprint car gets into the wall. Man tumbles down the front straightaway. End over end, coming to its side. Big time Rex.
Give it.
Put it out.
Are you ready for Put It Out, Larry, huh?
Always ready for Put It Out.
You get warmed up, and I'm going to give you mine. Here it goes, and you got to love this. It's from Silver Dollar Speedway. How about a little Shane Golobic flipping out? And as he flips out, I say to you and for you, Clint, put it out.
Yes,
there you go.
Well, you did good. I'm going to put it out on you butchering that man's last name right there.
I haven't read it.
We're going to go back 11 years ago, 2011, right here at Dover Motor Speedway. Clint, this is not Talladega.
It didn't work out very good.
This is a one-mile track. Driving for Kevin Harvick, you flip, parts and pieces go into the pits. You actually hit one of your crew members. I've been waiting all year to say this. Put it out.
That was Carl Edwards' fault, too, by the way. It wasn't my fault. Look, guy's in my lap. Joey Logano wrecked into the wall, put it in right of me. That was a put-it-out moment.
Destroyed that man's
Hey, it actually, a spring came out of the right front of that car and hit my own guy on pit road. That happened.
That's like where Put It Out was born all those years ago. Larry, now it's time for Protecting the Lead, presented by Armor All. What do you have for us?
Well, it's about executing on pit road, and I'm not necessarily talking about being mistake-free. Yeah, that's a big part of it. But go back to last year. Alex Bowman pit crew, with 100 laps to go, won the battle off pit road, got Alex that track position. He went on to win the race. But don't get busted for speeding on pit road. We had 9 last year at 35 miles per hour. In one of the toughest pit roads to get on under green, you have to start coming down in the middle of 3 and 4. It is tough on the racetrack and on pit road.
Larry's dropping all this knowledge. Martin has joined us, and Martin, you weren't listening to a word Larry was saying there.
I didn't hear anything.
That's okay.
I've never had a driver listen to me.
Hey, man, thanks for being with us on race day at one of your 1,000 home racetracks, right?
Glad to be here.
Yeah, but one thing about it, this seems to be a go-to racetrack. Not only do you have the 3 wins, Martin, but the last 5 races, 4 top 2 finishes. It almost doesn't matter what generation of car. What is it about this 1-mile racetrack?
You know, I came here earlier in my career. It was like back in the Busch North Series, and I just fell in love with the track. And I feel like early on in my career in the Busch Series, I had good enough cars that I could figure out the details of this place, just the little things that matter. And Clint knows from being behind the wheel that what you have in practice, what you have in qualifying, it doesn't matter. It's what you have on Sunday after about 100 laps. So the big question mark today is the new car. You know, we didn't get a lot of practice. I don't really know what I have. Normally I know what I have, and I'm like, we're going to be good or we're not going to be good. I have no idea right now.
Wait a minute. I know you're starting 18th, and I know you got some cars to pass. How are you going to get up through there? You think this track will widen out? How is Martin Truex going to get this 19 car to the front?
We're going to have to just pick them off one at a time. It's going to be very difficult. These things are so fast right now. It was so fast around the bottom yesterday, using a lot of throttle, that we're going to need the track to widen out and slow down. If it rubbers in really, really hard where it gets slick, that's when we'll be able to move around and make some moves.
We've just come to expect you being really good here. We hope that's the case for you today. Thanks for being with us. Good luck starting 18th.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
Hey, you better get up there. You're going to be even further back.
Martin's going to go get in the race car. Larry and Clint going to go to the booth and join. That's right. Hang with me for a second.
Get him going, man. I am ready.
He's our stage manager.
Go time, baby.
The drivers are lit up and ready to go. Clint and Larry headed to the booth. Race day continues next. The grid walk on the way. We're less than 30 minutes away from NASCAR's best, taking on Miles the Monster. The grid is full. It's just about time for drivers to climb into their race cars. And now we look at where the Coca-Cola Racing family drivers are starting this afternoon here at Dover. Denny Hamlin front row. Suarez in the top 10. He was great yesterday in qualifying. Logano matching his car number 22nd. Austin Dillon rolls 24th. And now let's hear from some drivers. It's time for the grid walk. Where's Michael?
Hey, on pit road, Adam. Here's Alex Bowman. Alex won the last time we were here. Hey, buddy. How's everything?
Well, my allergies are killing me today, but other than that, everything's good. It's race day at Dover. It's never a bad day. Pretty fast Ally Chevy. Should be pretty decent.
I try to explain to everyone all the time, you guys are so cool standing here. It's crazy at Dover. The most intense ride in NASCAR, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you know as good as anybody, this place is super intense, probably the most physically demanding place we come to, so I'm excited for it. I used to dread this place, but I think it's a neat racetrack. It's probably the biggest place from a split from like a good car to a bad car. If you have a bad race car, it's a long day here, but if you have a great car, it's a really fun place.
You know what I learned? As a young racer, I loved Dover. When I got old, it's the last place I wanted to be on earth because it's so tough. Ryan Blaney, how you doing? Welcome to the grid walk.
I'm happy you came around.
Yeah, it's good to see you. Your smiles now. How's your car? How do you feel about today?
I feel pretty decent about today. You know, I thought we were pretty good yesterday and had a decent shot at the pole and just kind of missed it. So overcast. I wish it was sunny. It'd lay a lot more rubber down, but you know, we'll just see what this track does after 40 cars are on it, laying rubber, and hopefully moves around. But see, it'd be nice to get Jack Link's Menards Victory Lane.
Jack Links. I like that. There's Denny Hamlin, driver of the FedEx car. Hey, buddy. How you doing? I try to explain to everybody you guys are pretty normal until you get behind the wheel. You seem normal right now, but what's next?
What happens when I get behind the wheel then?
You go nuts. I mean, this is a tough racetrack. It's intense. Are you shaking yet?
No, I'm pretty good. Hey, there's a surprise for you.
Oh, wow. That is... Oh, shoot. Did it get on your car again?
No, you're lucky that wasn't in your face, though. I really wanted to plant it right in your face.
Well, let's see here. Maybe I got an idea for you. No. We'll see who else we can find. Maybe somebody else. Thank you for the happy birthdays. Good to see you. Let's find Busher. Hey, Chris. How you feeling, man? Nobody knows how hard what you did yesterday was. Are you ready to do it again today? You want some cake?
This isn't one of the pie in the face things, right?
Luckily, I fumbled it on Denny's car again. Well, remember when I got the hot dog on his car, taco on his car? It almost happened again.
Okay, well, I'm glad it didn't. We'll keep it away from our race car, but...
I was driving down the street the other day, and you were making photos at Fifth Third.
I knew that was you. Yep.
I wished you a happy, a great Dover, and it looks like I did a good job.
I think you said I was your favorite driver. Wasn't that it? Yeah.
That's right.
It worked.
Go get them today. Have fun. We're going to be back to Dover here at the Monster Mile for NASCAR Cup Racing.
Today marks the 11th race of the season for NASCAR's Cup Series. First 10 races of the campaign, 8 different winners. Who gets it done today? We'll find out soon. Right now, we're going trackside for pre-race ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you please rise as you are able and remove your hats as the 436th Airlift Wing Honor Guard from Dover Air Force Base presents our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome the pastor of Calvary Assembly of God in Hightstown, New Jersey, Dan Schaefer.
Shall we pray? Almighty God, we pause to thank you for the greatest country in the world, the United States of America. We thank you for this country. We thank you for Dover Speedway. We thank you for NASCAR. And we bring to you our military, that you would watch over our military, our first responders, our firefighters, and those that make this country the great country that it is. We pray in your most holy name, in the Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Shalom.
Here to perform our national anthem, please welcome the USO Show Troupe.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the
Let's hear it for the USO Show Troupe performance of our national anthem, along with the band of 19 for today's flyover.
There's a reputation on the track, being built this very minute.
He's made his own history.
One that embraces the crazy,
Oh, my goodness.
the fast, and the unpredictable. That looks into the eye of the competition and screams, bring it. Loud enough so the whole world will see it coming. I am the NASCAR Xfinity Series. I am NASCAR. They say that a journey of 1,000 miles begins with one single step. But maybe it begins with one single start. Turn, bump, grind, pit, pass, win,
That's crazy what happens on the last lap here.
and celebration. In NASCAR, that journey starts here. I am the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series. I am NASCAR.
The lady in black doesn't age. She just gets tougher. And Throwback Weekend is when she likes to remind all the friends, families, drivers, and dreamers just how they got here. Loud cars and louder colors. Business up front and parties in the back. Over 70 years of history held together with one famous black stripe. Too tough to tame? I guess you'll have to find out.
I am tradition, passed down from the families that race to the ones that watch us every weekend. I am NASCAR.
NASCAR Race Up, weeknights at 6 Eastern on FS1.
Well, Hendrick boys are looking good.
Johnson wins his 11th at Dover.
So 1, 2, 3, 4 for HMS.
Glad to get Hendrick Motorsports another win.
It's all about Hendrick Motorsports. Hendrick Motorsports, so good at Dover, 21 wins all time, probably at the top of the betting board today. And if you want a chance to win Clint Boyer's money, you can do it for free. Just scan the QR code and download the Fox Bet Super 6 app. Then answer 6 questions about today's race for your shot to win $5,000 from Clint Boyer. I'm joined on the grid now by Michael Waltrip, and since this segment has a little bit of a Hendrick theme, who do you take today? Do you take one of those 4 Hendrick drivers, or do you take the field if I'm giving you that option, Michael?
I'd definitely take one of the 4 Hendrick drivers, Adam, and I'm tempted just to take Alex Bowman and give you the whole field.
Really?
We know he won here a year ago, but more than that, I was talking to his crew earlier today, and they're talking about how intense and how technical he is at this racetrack and how his feedback just makes them better, makes the whole organization better. Alex Bowman is my guy today.
He won this race a year ago. In fact, the top 4 positions belong to Hendrick Motorsports Chevrolets. Yesterday, happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
I love numbers. I won't throw out a stat on your timeline here, but you had a little birthday cake on the grid today, and it didn't go so well.
Well, Ryan Philippe was going to give me my birthday cake, but I was in such a hurry I didn't recognize it was him. I mean, he's a great actor. He's starring in American Murderer right now, and he's so much fun on the grid. That's Ryan giving me my cake, but it fell, and I forgot to thank him, and there was darn icing on Denny's car.
The crowd here, they deserve a cake because it is awesome. Let's get the command of fire engines.
And now, race fans here to say the most famous words in motorsports. Please welcome the President and Chief Executive Officer of Drydene, Larry Stoddard.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
The lamp is lit. It's time to go racing in Dover. After the break, Mike Joy, Clint Boyer, Larry McReynolds have the call on FS1.
Let's go get Miles the Monster. We love this place. It's a driver's racetrack. Let's go have some fun. Keep some butt today.
Here we go. Hey, green flag.
Go fast.
Oh, no.
Oh, that would hurt. Hard, all the way, all the way. How about that, baby?
Since 1969, the home of great racing and the largest sporting event in the nation's first state. Welcome to NASCAR Cup Racing from Dover, presented by Brez Tree. This season has just been full of exciting finishes, one after the other. From Austin Cindric's breakthrough win in Daytona, to Ross Chastain's and Circuit of the America, to Kyle Busch backing into one on the dirt at Bristol. and then, of course, Talladega. And now we come to a whole new test for NASCAR's brand new car, the Concrete Canyons of Dover. Hi, everybody. Mike Joy with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds, and Clint Boyer to take you through the 400 miles of today's race at what is NASCAR's most demanding track, first of drivers. Why, Clint?
Oh, absolutely. I'm talking just about the time you think in this sport we got things settled down. These teams got this car figured out. You head to the old Monster Mile. Look at yesterday's practice session. One after another. Spinning out, backing into the wall. Harrison Burton, William Byron right here into the wall. A lot of carnage right off the bat here at the Monster Mile in Dover. I'm looking forward to today, folks.
Yeah, 2 of those had to go to backup cars for today's race. And Larry, Miles the Monster has always been a car eater. Blown shocks, broken shock mounts, broken brackets for sway bars and track bars, and oh my.
Yeah, I mean, Mike, we've been to 10 tracks, but this track here will test every element of the driver, but of that race car as well. And even though we have all the unknowns of this new car, it's still the same old mean 1 mile racetrack. I still know what this track is going to do. I've got a game plan, but based on all races in 2022, late race caution, I have to be open-minded enough to call the audible and make adjustments as needed.
Well, great job at Talladega last week in the Xfinity Series with that second place finish with you on the box. If there has been a breakout star this season, it is Ross the Boss Chastain.
Style up old Ross Chastain. Hey, Ross Chastain, it's Boyer, Larry Mack. Mike Joy up in the booth. You got us?
Hey, I got you.
How about you, buddy? Good week, huh? Coming off a big win, and then obviously coming to an awesome racetrack here at Dover. Starting in the top 10 again. What do you got?
Yeah, a wild week for sure. Sprinkled in some road course training and a lot of prep for Dover. So this is a place I've came to for a long time. Spent a lot of weeks up here doing a lot of promoting. And it's awesome to come here with a hot rod like this. Can't stop us now.
Man, you're on a roll. Keep up the good work. Have fun out there today.
Thanks.
All right, let's have a look at the Tree starting grid for today's 400-miler. Chris Buescher has his first ever career pole and the first for RFK Racing. Denny Hamlin won here in August 2020. Row 2, a couple of fall Dover winners, Kyle Larson 2019, Chase Elliott 2018. Ryan Blaney has his best ever Dover start, and Alex Bowman last year's winner. Ross Chastain coming off his second victory of the season. Daniel Suarez, more top 10s at Dover than any other track in his career. Bubba Wallace has his best Dover start, and Kyle Busch, a 3-time Dover winner, rounds out the drivers who transferred to the final round of qualifying yesterday. Let's get late-breaking stories from pit road, beginning with Jamie Little.
Well, Chase Elliott leads the points right now. He's been the most consistent with 7 top 10 finishes this season. The one thing he doesn't have, though, is a win. So it's a good thing he's coming to Dover today. This is his best track. He has more top 5s here than any other place. I talked to his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, and he said, hey, if we could give Chase that comfort that he needs in the car by the midpoint of this race, this could be the day he ends that drought. Regan Smith.
Jamie, it's been a challenging start to Brad Keselowski's tenure at Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing, but bring on Dover. Friday they unloaded with a very fast race car. In fact, Brad told me the best car he's had thus far this year, had a lot of confidence in it. Maybe not quite the adjustments that they needed for qualifying. He only qualified 20th, but this race team feels like this could be a breakout race for them. He feels very good about what's going to happen today at the Monster Mile.
Thanks, Regan. Next time by, they will check pit road speeds on a very narrow and tricky pit road. You're going to ride along today with the Tree in-car camera with Austin Dillon rolling off 24th. The number 45 Monster Energy camera with Kurt Busch, who has to start in the rear because of steering issues discovered this morning. The number 31 Drive for Autism camera, that's Justin Haley for Colleague Racing. Our Hunt Brothers Pizza Cam rides with Kevin Harvick from 11th on the grid. The Kid Rocks Honky Tonk Cam riding, of course, with Daniel Suarez.
Better be ready to rock on that one.
Starting 8th. And right alongside the Tootsie's Orchid Lounge in-car camera for Ross Chastain. starting 7th. And finally, the Ford Performance in-car camera rides in Ryan Blaney's Penske number 12, starting 5th.
Like my draft there, Larry. That was my draft pick.
I saw that.
Huh? Looks good in there. Looks poised for a good run.
Today, 400 laps, stage lengths 120, 130, and 150. Just 35 down pit road. Fuel window 85 to 90 laps. And because of issues during practice, NASCAR and the teams agreed on a competition caution at lap 40. Now you see how gray the concrete is here at Dover that makes up the racing surface. The same shade is the sky. It is very overcast, and those skies darken as you look off to the west.
Yeah, cloudy right now, but we know Dover. He can always come in and make some rain. Hey, might be an audible on your behalf, Larry.
Yeah, and we debated this morning. Looks like our pole sitter, Chris Buescher, he will take the inside on this initial start of the race.
We saw it work a couple times yesterday in that Xfinity race. I think he's going to do the old swap-a-rooski here. 1 to go.
So he did move to the outside.
Yeah, I was going to say, I saw it work yesterday in an Xfinity race maybe once or twice, but usually that outside line is the preferred line. If you can get a jump, that's one thing, but getting down into 1 and 2, if you can hold him down, come off a 2 in the lead, drive off in the sunset.
How difficult is it going to be to pass here today?
Yes. Yes, very difficult. Always is here. Very fast racetrack, but you have a lot of banking. Needs to get this thing moved up. We talked to Martin Truex Jr. in the pre-race show. That's what he's going to be looking to do. These cars have that very definitive, defined line of airflow underneath of it. Because of that diffuser, you got to get out from behind that wake.
So, Larry, you're going to have to make decisions based on track position versus tires.
Track position, and I want to see how this concrete surface takes the rubber. That is a big question in the garage area this morning. You know, we're kind of in the 60s. We're right there on the threshold. If it'll start taking rubber, that'll give these drivers some options of places to move around.
How about this crowd, boys? I'm telling you, I've been here a long time coming to this racetrack. This is the best crowd I've seen in probably a decade. Awesome crowd today.
And awesome prep by this track's new owner, Speedway Motorsports. They had bouncy houses outside turn 4. They had a classic car show outside turn 3.
Pony riding.
Had a lot going on for
Carnival.
the fans today. And a big race.
It's a big race, but they've turned it into a big event here at Dover.
Right. Man, boys, this is one of my favorite racetracks. I wish I was in one of them hot rods. Maybe one of them on the front row, Larry.
400 laps, 400 miles. Chris Buescher, Denny Hamlin on the front row, and here we go.
See Denny spinning the tires on the inside. Talked about that preferred line. There it is. The outside, Chris Buescher.
Buescher hooks the bottom just like he did on his time trial laps, and he scoots away from Chase Elliott. Larson, Hamlin fighting for third.
Well, the good thing I see right there with Kyle Larson in the 5 car is that second groove he's able to maintain. Now, Hamlin's going to take the position away on the backstretch, but he stayed door to door for about a lap and a half.
And that's what I wanted to see with this car. It doesn't have the side force that we had with the old car. On this speed, high bank corner like this, I wanted to see if these guys could run tight door to door, and you can. That 11 and the 5 was definitely door to door, very tight. Here in throttling. So you got to start out these runs with a free race car. You need to be free early so that thing doesn't build tight on the long run.
First side-by-side battle is for 12th place.
We talked about Kevin Harvick in that 4 car in the pre-race. Maybe this is a track he can stop some of the bleeding and end this long winless streak that's 53 races.
It's a great point, and you heard me talk about how you widen this racetrack out. He was my teammate, and every time he ran well and won those races, it was an outside line. Nobody can get that car rotated and back to the throttle, making these straightaways as long as possible better than the 4 car of Kevin Harvick.
Now you saw Denny Hamlin have difficulty at the green flag. Here's some audio from the 11 team.
I mean, did he jump? It was close, yeah, for sure.
Let's take another look at it.
Well, I can tell you didn't go. Whether he jumped or not, everybody else around did. But that's a disadvantage. I'm telling you right now, second place on the bottom here, always harder. You're reacting to that leader. You can't go until you hear or see some sort of movement out of that leader. And trying to react, trying to time that right is so hard and tricky to do.
Kurt Busch had to start in the back. Something discovered this morning, Larry, that caused him to forfeit his spot.
Yeah, it was something in the steering, and of course this is an impound race, so that's considered an unapproved adjustment, which sent Kurt to the back of the field.
He's already up 7 spots from the back.
And William Byron, who went to a backup car, is up 4 spots from the tail end of the field. He got virtually no practice and no qualifying.
And that backup car was a parts car they've been hauling in the hauler since Fontana, California. They unload it every week and just do the updates to it.
Well, it worked.
What updates?
Whatever NASCAR hands them.
Austin Dillon backing up a bit. He is down 4 spots from where he started. Chris Buescher has the fastest lap of the race here in the early going after scoring his first career pole.
I knew, man, with the speed that he had, the momentum that he could carry through the middle of the corner, more importantly, just an awesome job for RFK and Chris Buescher. Always, in my opinion, you know, underrated driver and always over-delivering in whatever car he's been in his whole career.
Jamie?
Chris told me what a big momentum boost it was getting that pole yesterday. A bunch of the crew guys were texting him. He said it was just so good for this organization. He also told me he went to work and did some research on the start of this race, and that 90% of the time, if you take the outside, you lead that first lap. Well, his research paid off.
Well studied, yes.
It worked by about 3 car lengths.
Lapping is going to begin shortly here. There's Martin Truex pulling up on Ryan Preece, who had a great qualifying effort, starting 13th for Rick Ware Racing, but Truex on the move.
And Mike, we talked to him in the pre-race, and he said he normally knows what his race car has in it at the start of the green flag, but what little bit of practice they got, he said, I really do not know where I stack up right now.
Does anyone? There was so little practice, and then, of course, two-lap qualifying sessions for the top 10, and that was it.
We're racers. We're race car drivers, man. We're a year removed from no practice. Nothing on Saturday. Right. Now we're complaining about practice. It's just practice, man.
So Josh Bilicki has gone a lap down. Remember, he had to go to a backup car after a practice crash. So in that untried backup.
See some debris on the front of the 9 car. Chase Elliott might be backing up and maybe let the 11 car pass him to see if he can suck that off in his wake.
Now we know that's not tape on the grill because that's no longer allowed. So crew chief, that was one of your primary tuning tools for downforce. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, we don't have any more tape on the nose, so that's gone away the way this cooling system is. And these cars no longer have the rear track bar, the rear panhard bar as far as adjustments. So a lot of the tools are gone out of adjustments we can make on a pit stop. Looks like Chase Elliott, he got the debris off that nose. So.
Starting to already see that rubber building up on this racetrack. That's what's going to start separating these cars, right? Your handling starts coming into a play. If you're tight, you're going to get tighter in that. That rubber on the racetrack is slick, and whatever problem you're fighting in that race car, it's just going to be amplified.
Ricky Stenhouse, they're leading Justin Haley.
Place is so big.
That's it for.
What he was talking about is what his car is driving like behind that other car. He said the wake is so big, it seems like.
Chris Buescher has led all 17 laps, the first he's ever led at Dover, and his first laps led of the season. He won an Xfinity race here in 2015. "22 laps complete in Dover, and we have a new leader. Chris Buescher led the first 18 laps. Let's show you what happened for Denny Hamlin to take over the lead.
Well, right before the break, you heard Justin Haley talk about that, how concentrated Wake is behind him. Look at this. The 17 of Chris Buescher gets in the wake of Gilliland right in front of him. Woo! That took all the downforce off his car, got loose, had to bail out of the gas, and away goes Denny Hamlin. That fast, folks.
Kyle Larson has moved past Buescher into second. About 7/10 behind the leader, who now pulls up on Cody Ware.
When we talk about that wake, how concentrated it is behind these cars, that's where you see Denny being able to move around, maneuver his car. Yesterday's Xfinity race, you saw pretty much every pass run right up to the rear of the cars close enough. You didn't hit them per se, but you would take the air off of them and get loose, move them, if you will. Today, I think you're going to have to, because of that wake behind these cars, force yourself to get up high, get that car rotated, change your lineup.
Kevin Harvick in 12th against Austin Cindric, both running right about where they started. Joey Logano back in 24th. He has dropped 4 spots since the start of this race. We listened in.
Very tight to take off, though. I think it's starting to go to me. Bouncing into 3 pretty bad. And also 3 into 1/3. Getting loose into 1/3 now.
Clint, we've heard to complain about those bumps getting to turn 3 since the first lap turn yesterday. But a classic case, if you started off tight, the car wasn't turning. As that rubber goes down you spoke about, it's just going to get tighter and tighter. You almost have to start the run a little bit free. Not loose, but just a little bit free.
But go back to your first comment. Just like we talked about yesterday, some of these cars in practice, as the air pressure come up, actually got away from the bottoming out. That bottoming out is the shock actually bottoming out on there. Some teams had it down pat, some teams didn't, but other teams, as that air pressure come up, that problem went away.
So a group of drivers 4th through 7th are running right in the positions they started, including Ryan Blaney in 5th. Let's take a ride with him.
First things first, you hear him lifting way early in the corner, picking the throttle up even before the apex, back to it, and then back out of it, then back to it. That's something that's pretty drastically different about getting around Dover on the bottom of the racetrack versus any other racetrack we go to. Being able to squirt that throttle a little bit, see, wait, back to it wide open.
Well, that second group you asked for, second groove you asked for, is forming up, and it's the lapped cars primarily that are doing it. They are staying high, allowing the lead lap cars to the bottom. And here Ricky Stenhouse and Kevin Harvick continue their battle for 12th.
Well, you see the rubber. We talked about the rubber building up on the racetrack. Where it builds up the most is that 5/8 to 3/4 mark. And when I was focusing on my balance of the race car and what I wanted to tell Larry Mack down on that box for an adjustment, it was all about that part of the racetrack. That's where these cars take that final load, really load the corner up because of the fact that you pick that throttle up early. Takes a big load on that exit of the corner, that 3/4 mark right in there. Navigating around that and having a free car with a turn on the throttle is where it's all at.
And when we're on a driver shot, you'll see that driver sink in the seat about 1 inch to 2 inches as he enters that banking. Teammates Martin Truex, Christopher Bell started 16th and 17th. They're each running 1 spot higher right here. Now Kyle Busch started 10th, and he has improved 2 spots since the start of this race.
Every time I punch one of the grinds in 3 and 4, right here, slides the nose, here. 43 down here, 6 shot.
Literally exactly what I was just telling you. That 5/8 to 3/4 mark. If it slides the nose there, buddy, I need some adjustments, Larry.
And how about our leader, Denny Hamlin? Jamie?
And the 11 group came to play this weekend, unloaded in the ballpark, and then during the quick practice session, Denny really moved around trying to find the best line on the track. I was told this is the happiest he's been with a race car since Vegas as the 5, his buddy, goes to the inside, tries to take the lead from him.
Yeah, I would say, Jamie, company is coming, but Kyle Larson, he led over 260 laps in this race a year ago, running exactly where he's running. He is running right at the bottom of the racetrack.
It's an art. It really is. If you run on that bottom of the racetrack, back to corner up, discipline, big time. It's hard to not overdrive the corner running to the bottom, because if you overdrive it, you're going to land harder. It's going to get loose. The car will be out from underneath of you, and then squirting the throttle through the middle of that corner, that's just something that's drastically different. And you can afford, whoa, look at this. Very tight underneath Ty Dillon for the lead. That's going to give Larson a chance, but I think he's going to take the outside. Traffic is the name of the game of this place. Look at that.
Well, these drivers, they're lapping right now. They know within about 5 laps we've got that competition caution, so they are fighting trying to stay on the lead lap right now.
Yeah, you know the crew chief is on the box telling that spotter everything you can do, man. That leader's in your mirror. Make this car wide.
11th place now. Harvick is caught back up to Austin Cindric and makes the move to the outside.
Got in position. Great pass right there. Textbook.
There's your pole sitter, Chris Buescher. He is 3rd ahead of Chase Elliott. BJ McLeod to the bottom of the racetrack.
But you see Chase Elliott, he did not drive in the wake of Chris Buescher in front of him. Moved on even further on the outside. See all these guys, see that? Does not want to be in the wake. Need to get up there, try to get a run up high.
Kyle Busch has done something really interesting these last 2 laps as we approach the competition caution. He's gone way high on the racetrack at both ends, diamonding the track, searching for that high groove to see if it comes in. Now he's back to the bottom, but I think he found out what he was searching for.
Well, and you look where he's running right now. They're in the 9th position. Nobody really right in front of him, behind him, knowing the competition caution's coming. Search around. Try to find something now.
Daniel Suarez started 8th and slips to 11th as Harvick gets by.
You know, Larry, you told me before the race, be careful with these tires. That's why we have a competition caution. We want to make sure that our tires are good on a 40-lap run. Moving up high like that is a green racetrack in that gray. That'll wear them tires out really hard.
And we know a fuel run is twice the distance of this, essentially.
Exactly.
Denny Hamlin's putting some good cars a lap down. Here's Austin Dillon, and just ahead, Joey Logano. The caution flew right then.
Nice job, man. Great job.
And I believe Dillon may have been ahead of Hamlin and stayed on the lead lap, which means the free pass would either be Austin Dillon or Chase Briscoe.
Well, you said it, Mike. So many good names, big name drivers, fast race cars have been fast all year. Missed it. Looking for some big adjustments on this stop.
So this is the competition caution at lap 40 after several incidents in practice yesterday. NASCAR called for this, and Chase Briscoe is the free pass car. Austin Dillon by a foot stayed on the lead lap.
And Clint, we've seen that so many times here. As fast as they're running around this 1-mile racetrack, if you're off a little bit, they will lap you before you can blink an eye.
And there ain't nothing you can do about it. You're trying, you got to be patient, just stay disciplined in there, get everything you can out of traffic. That's where you got to optimize your time.
9 speeding penalties here last year.
Pit road will and can be a difference maker in a good way and in a bad way. And the problem is, Mike, we're going to have about 27 drivers on pit road for 4 tires and fuel on this stop.
Also making a lot of adjustments. That's going to shake things up a lot.
Regan Smith.
Mike, it's been a good start to the race for Kyle Larson. Crew Chief Cliff Daniels asked him how the car was. He said just a little bit too tight. Said, I don't want much of an adjustment because I don't think I need it right now. Jamie?
Chase Elliott pretty good. He said he has good maneuverability as he brings it into his pit box. The crew has been really good the last few weeks. They're going to do 4 tires here. The 11 and Denny Hamlin said just a little bit tight. He was trying to put as many cars a lap down there as he could. Pretty happy with his car. Just 4 tires there. And the 17 of Chris Buescher in the number 1 pit box. Little bit tight as you saw him fall back. Air pressure adjustment and 4 tires here for Chris Buescher.
Looks like most everyone took 4 tires. Ross Chastain picks up a couple of spots on pit road. Denny Hamlin, your leader in Dover. $5 grand up for grabs of Clint's cash playing Fox Bet Super 6. Scan the QR code, download the Super 6 app, enter your picks about today's race for your free chance at the jackpot. We're going to go green with A.J. Allmendinger in the back, speeding, exiting pit road, and for issues on Ryan Blaney's tire, I believe. One of the Penske cars had a tire that was pretty well corded. Regan?
Mike, that's exactly correct. The 12 car, as the caution was coming out, came on the radio, said, I think I have a flat tire. That tire was corded on the inside edge of the tire. A good break, that caution came out.
In the nick of time, Larry.
Yep. Well timed for Blaney, who will restart 6th. Denny Hamlin leads them back to green. Kyle Larson to the inside.
Denny carried him pretty deep into the Geico restart box, but Kyle Larson in that 5, he was ready for it.
Hamlin prevails. 3 wide in the back. Allmendinger trying to make up a lot of time after that speeding penalty. He's on the inside.
They got it sorted out, but that's tight racing quarters right there.
And here's 7th place. Suarez outside Kyle Busch.
These boys got an adjustment. They know what to expect on these restarts. Getting a little bit racier this time around, Larry.
Yeah, and it's amazing. We see this every time we come here. We saw how black the corners were turning with the rubber going down. Then when the caution comes out, those hot tires, they pick the rubber right back up. It takes it a few laps to get the rubber laid back down.
Watch this as he gets off into the corner. You can see the compression. Watch his head to the seat. Get in there, and that thing will literally force you back down in the seat. You get up out of the corner and raises you back up. A lot of G-force load here. Bouncy too, very rough getting into 3. You'll see that thing bouncing. Look at the 18 in front of him swirling around in those the bumps that everybody had trouble with yesterday in practice.
And Clint, we did a little research from right here, turning off the wall on the straightaway down to where the car loads. It's about 15 feet elevation change, equivalent to 2 stories from the top of the straightaway down to the bottom of the corner.
Well, I can tell you about 160, 70 mile an hour, however fast you go off in the corner, you feel it, and it gets your attention. There's no feeling like getting around this place.
So, Larry, I've always wondered, when something happens like the corded tire on Ryan Blaney's car, how does that information filter up and down pit road to the other crew chiefs, and what do you do with it?
Oh, I can promise you, it spread faster than if we were sitting in a beauty parlor. I can promise you, everybody knows exactly what went on right there. And there, you know, the problem is, Mike, they couldn't make an adjustment really based on that. Now they know we got to be prepared to make an adjustment.
That's a great point, and that's how you get behind. You know, he radioed in, maybe have a flat tire or something. So as a crew chief, do I double down and go more on an adjustment, or do I have to wait and see what I have in store? And as soon as he saw that tire, he was like, uh-oh, I wish I'd went more.
All right, Bubba Wallace was top 10 right up till the pit stop. Now he's 12th.
Get a deep breath, get back in rhythm. Gotta go on restart. You can't wait on. You're fine, you're fine. 75 laps. Pressure's gonna come to you. Just wait.
I'd say he's loose, hanging on that restart. It's a valid point. You have to be able to be free. We saw it. Look at Chris Buescher. Started too tight, fell off a little bit. Boy, I didn't like that right there. Did you hear that, Larry?
Yeah, and it's like walking a tightrope here. Short run speed versus long run speed. But I promise you, whoever wins this race, they will have both.
Eric Almirola up 5 spots since the restart. And now, Larry, the info you talked about is beginning to be communicated to the drivers. Kyle Larson was just told on the radio, your right sides that we took off, we're fine. No worries.
But that was 40 laps, Mike. We've got to go about 75 laps to the end of this stage right here. What I'm also telling my driver, if you feel something, you let me know.
Immediately. But look at this rubber. You don't have to look any further than the rubber getting put down on that racetrack. With every lap down, that'll help those tires as well.
The top 6 running right where they restarted, including Chase Elliott in 5th.
Yeah, I think I could use this off to get a run on the guy in the right traffic scenario. 2, I just can't quite get to striking distance because of that second compression just a little further out than what I feel like I need to be to strike.
That's the second compression. He called it. It's that 3/4, 5/8 mark somewhere over there. Because of this track and the banking in it and the ability to pick up the throttle that much earlier, it really loads that car for a second time. And if that thing doesn't turn, you're in big trouble. That's a hard thing to adjust.
Even the straightaways are banked 9 degrees here.
It doesn't look like 24 degrees, but I guarantee you, Clint, it probably feels like it, doesn't it?
This is a track where you balance your car a lot with the throttle. I want you to listen to his throttle going through the corner. Watch the Buescher getting into 3.
Let me tell you why those cars have been fast all year. Did you see how smooth that was compared to some of the other guys you saw getting off in a 3? Pretty good handling hot rod for Ross Chastain.
59 laps complete. Chris Buescher led the first 18. Denny Hamlin took the lead and has led the most recent 40 laps. "65 laps complete in Dover. Denny Hamlin is your leader by 2.5 seconds over Kyle Larson. There's a look at it. Now, when we were here last year, Hendrick Motorsports scored a 1-4 sweep of the top finishing positions in all of NASCAR history. That had only happened 3 times prior. Roush Fenway Racing and Pete DiPaolo, which was then the Ford factory team, did it twice in 56 and 57. So Hendrick right now with Larson second, Elliott fifth, Bowman eighth, and William Byron in a backup car up to 21st.
And Mike, those 4 drivers led all but 18 of 400 laps in that race a year ago.
Caution. Uh-oh.
Mother Nature's made her appearance. Let's check with Jamie Little on our leader.
Yeah, there's just a few raindrops out here, nothing major at all as we bring out the caution here for the second time today. But Denny Hamlin pretty happy with his car now, and he's led 50 laps today. That is more laps led than the rest of the season combined. So a good day for Denny Hamlin, but I wanted to update the tire situation. His tires look good in that competition caution, but Chris Gabehart, his crew chief, told me he is concerned about this 80-lap run here, but he was hoping they get more rubber in, and that would help the tire wear.
So we're under caution for a light sprinkle here in Dover, Delaware. Denny Hamlin leading Kyle Larson and Ross Chastain after 68 laps.
What's up, Jones?
Jones. To be loved by anyone.
Jones. Woo! Jonas?
It's keeping up with the Jonases now.
Try to keep up, whoever you are.
Stay ahead in the all-new Tundra.
Yeah, no, it's kind of good. Yeah, I think I like it. Yeah. Ooh. That was good.
Good job.
That was good, I have to say.
Get any size soft drink for just $1 right now at McDonald's.
We lost part of our forest to fire several years ago. We decided to stay and help it recover. People who have heavy machinery have the opportunity to reach out and help their neighbors for the common good.
The Panthers battle the Stars. The Stallions take on the Bandits. Wow! The USFL Friday and Saturday on FS1 and Fox.
From the time you're born, a gland in your brain produces youth hormone. It's what makes you stay lean, build strong muscles, and feel energetic. Unfortunately, around the age of 20, your body starts producing less youth hormone. And by the time you're in your 40s and 50s, it's much harder to stay energetic, lean, and build muscle. But what if there was a way to tell your body to get back to work and boost your youth hormone levels again? Nugenix GH Boost uses an amino acid and botanical blend clinically demonstrated to help your body boost its own youth hormone levels more than 100%. Text JOLT to 42424 to get your complimentary sample of Nugenix GH Boost. You'll get the boost you need to sculpt a stronger, leaner body that is sure to turn heads. Get back to work with Nugenix GH Boost. Text JOLT to 42424 to get a complimentary sample of Nugenix GH Boost. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Text JOLT to 42424.
Welcome back to NASCAR Cup Racing from Dover on FS1, presented by Brestree. Caution for rain. Michael McDowell will get the free pass. Boy, McDowell had an interesting finish to Talladega, right in the middle of the triangle, swept down below the yellow line, came back up on the track, took out Corey LaJoie right at the finish. And haven't talked to McDowell, but I spoke to LaJoie last night about that, and he said, yeah, he and McDowell had talked, and it's a long season ahead.
Old text message thread there. Little bit of argument. It never fixes it. We'll get you back on the racetrack. Larry, all right, a little bit of rain, a little bit of caution area here. Is it time? We're gonna roll the dice. We're gonna gamble a little bit. I need some track position, buddy.
Well,
having trouble passing on
we're
the
up near the
racetrack.
front. I'm going to give you track position because we only have 7 sets of tires left, and we got a lot of racing to go. I think a lot of the leaders, I think they're going to stay out right here. You just can't start using up tires left and right. Now, if you're back in 15th or worse, yeah, more tires, more adjustments. But this is a cooling down period for these tires, and I just don't know that I would be willing to give up track position as well as using up another set of tires.
We're at Dover. There's a casino on the backstretch. We got to get the dice.
Well, then go over there and buy some more tires is all I can tell you.
I think that 11, you saw the 11 camp had their tires on pit wall. They might be ready to gamble.
Now, NASCAR has not yet opened pit road. They want to keep the cars out on the track and keep the heat in the racetrack for a couple of more laps. Let's go back a week to a much bigger track, Talladega Superspeedway. And Ross Chastain seeing Kyle Larson move off to the side. And clear track in front of him. Hugged the yellow line and drifted up right to the checkered flag.
It's like a good old-fashioned Talladega finish. Great move by him. Quick move by the 5 of Kyle Larson. Went to the outside, zigged instead of zagged, he said after the race.
Big season for Trackhouse Racing. Here are their stats compared to all of last year. 8 times the top 5s, 2 wins to none, and double the top 10s already. So let's look at the origins of Trackhouse Racing. In 2016, the core pieces of Trackhouse were in the Xfinity Series. Ross Chastain was in his 2nd full-time season there, driving for JD Motorsports. And Justin Marks scored the only Xfinity win of his career, driving for Chip Ganassi. Remember that name. Daniel Suarez won the Xfinity Championship for them in 2016. And then off that championship, Daniel Suarez makes many stops. Elevated the Cup Series at Joe Gibbs Racing. Loses his ride, moves to Stewart Haas. Loses that ride, moves to Gaunt Brothers Racing, making occasional starts. Justin Marks goes mountain climbing, climbs the world's tallest peaks after an IMSA win at Watkins Glen, and then creates Trackhouse Racing, hires Daniel Suarez. Pitbull joins as a co-owner, and then Marks goes to his old car owner Chip Ganassi and buys Chip Ganassi Racing's NASCAR operation. They needed a second driver for that second car, and here comes Ross Chastain, who had spent the last 4 years competing across all 3 of NASCAR's National Series. And here they are.
What a story. What did the mountains tell that man? Found something up there with that conversation with himself, built the Trackhouse team, built the brand as he calls it, and man, off to the races they go. 2 wins already for Ross Chastain. Daniel Suarez, he's done a whale of a job. Just, you can't say enough about the job that they've done with this team.
All right, Larry, pit road's open this time.
Pit road is open. I think we're going to see some split decision here. I really, really believe it. And Denny Hamlin, he's going to come in. We see a lot of them stay out, though.
Gave up that lead.
Regan?
Well, Mike, a lot of late last-second decisions, as you saw right there. One of the cars that decided they were definitely going to pit, though, Ross Chastain. That race car started the race a little bit tight, remained a little bit tight after the first pit stop, meaning he can't get the front tires to work like he wants. Jamie?
Denny Hamlin, the leader, when he dropped down onto pit road. It'll be 4 tires here and a tear off for clear vision. Car is good, no complaints there. Chris Buescher in the 17th car, though, he said he needs to turn better. He's tracking a little bit loose, but he gets tight in traffic, so trying to fix the balance there a little bit better.
So a lot of takers on pit road, and yet quite a few of the leaders stayed out. 28 cars on the lead lap after 74 laps in Dover. How about that? Green flag racing at Darlington.
At a Darlington throwback race, Memory Lane has no speed limit. Over the years, this track's given plenty of cars a custom paint job, courtesy of the Darlington Stripe.
Whoa, it's gonna get dicey. Oh, wow.
Hey, they don't call it the track too tough to tame for nothing.
Oh, it's on from here.
They only do that for something. The Goodyear 400 at Darlington, next Sunday at 3:30 on FS1.
A day in the grandstand with kettle corn. Having some good fun here at Dover. Great family racetrack. Just still a few sprinkles on the racetrack. They had given one to go and then waved it off. Now, if you missed our pre-race, and how could you, we want to take you back. I know next week is throwback weekend, but we're throwing it back to 2015 when Michael Waltrip tries to hand Denny Hamlin a taco and pretty much makes a mess of Denny's car. So Ryan Phillippe tries to give Michael a birthday cake and almost makes another mess of Denny Hamlin in today's pre-race. Michael and food just not having good luck together here.
Guys, I think it has something to do with those pants that he chose for today with the bad luck.
Yeah, the cake kind of complimented him.
I asked him where he got those salmon-colored pants. He said they were on sale. I said, you don't say. Look at them things.
Do not adjust your set. Yep. And Ryan Phillippe's rocking one of the track T-shirts honoring racing here since 1969. So the top 7 drivers stayed out, while Alex Bowman and Justin Haley both took 2 tires to improve their track position.
And the more cautions we run, the closer we get to the end of stage 1. And I just felt like staying out right there was the way to go for a couple of reasons: track position and to save one of those precious sets of tires with as much racing as we've got to go.
And especially for William Byron, who had to start in the back in a backup car. He gained a ton of positions right there and will restart right there, right in, he's showing 5th on scoring right there. Yeah, right.
Style up old Martin Truex Jr. We talked to him in the pre-race show, Larry. Made his track position right. We asked him how he was going to get up. Let's see if he'll answer us. Hey, Martin Truex, it's Boyer up in the booth. You got me?
Yeah, I got you, Boyer.
Man, we talked to you pre-race. Asked you how you was going to get up through him. Finally, got some track position here, huh? How you looking?
Yeah, it seemed like our best pro Camry's pretty decent. Just, hard to traffic, tight traffic, hard to pass. So we got a few spots the first run, lost them on pit road, got a few spots again there, and then a little bit of strategy here. So we'll see when this rain goes away how it works out for us.
And we haven't lost the track whatsoever. I mean, it's just barely sprinkling out there, right? How's the old windshield dyno? I can't tell in this booth.
Yeah, it's been just steady sprinkling here, so I don't know. They said there's some hard stuff coming. We'll see.
I need optimism. You're doing good. We'll get going here. Looking good, buddy. Good luck.
Yeah, we can race in the rain. Thanks, for
Well, he's a native of the area. Okay, almost. We joke that this is one of Martin's home tracks. Driving, it's 130 miles from Mayetta, New Jersey. Shorter with the Cape May
If he
Ferry.
gets on one of his boats, he can get over here quicker.
3 career wins here. And finished top 2 in 4 of the last 5 Dover races.
Not too bad. Pretty stout.
Mike, we were covering that race that day 15 years ago when he got that very first win, Cup win, 1 of 31, driving that one car for Dale Earnhardt Incorporated.
A pretty special day. He is certainly the local hero here. 78 laps complete. We're under caution. Well, they stopped the cars on pit road, and the rain picked up just a little bit, but that allowed our pit reporters the opportunity to go talk to some drivers. Jamie.
That's the fun part. Right now we could talk to Joey himself and see what was the issue. I know you were loose, then you tightened it up, then you guys just made a big swing at it. What were you dealing with?
Yeah, we're everything all at the same time. Nose is bouncing really hard, so we're trying to fix that first, because that's just aggravating all the issues. And was out of control, loose to start the race, and it seems like we got to the other side of it, but still not real fast. So got to fix the bouncing and keep swinging at this thing. It's going to be a long race, so we got an opportunity to talk about it right now and dissect the Shell Pennzoil Mustang and try to come up with some kind of fix to get us through this thing. And we're still in it. We're still on a lead lap. We got our work cut out, but there's a chance we can turn this thing around.
Thanks, Joey. Regan.
Well, Jamie, another one of the Penske cars, Ryan Blaney, having a solid run so far. Ryan, 3rd place right now, opted to stay out right there when that caution came for the rain. Having a little trouble with the umbrella. We'll get it there. Nicely job. Nicely done with the umbrella. How do you evaluate your car right now?
Yeah, I think we're okay. I had a right front come apart the lap of the comp caution, so we were lucky we that happened then. But I've just been tight center exit, trying to wrap the bottom and just kind of get tight in the rubbers. So we got a chance to work on it. I didn't know if I was much better that second run, but we stayed out just trying to get track position, see how it is in a little bit cleaner air. But so far, Menards, Jack Links, Ford Mustangs, okay. Just got plenty of room to work. Hopefully this rain clears out soon.
Nice job with that umbrella and that tire. I happened to take a look at it. It was looking a little rough.
Keeping your antenna dry, you know, I'm helping the cause out. Anything for you. That's what we do over here.
Ryan Blaney, he's a good man, guys.
Absolutely. Well done. So while we have a brief rain delay here, I'm saying brief because that's what I'm counting on, okay? But next week, we're going to turn back the clock at Darlington next weekend, and it'll be Hall of Famer weekend up in the broadcast booth. There they are. We have a 3-stage race. Richard Petty will visit with us after being the honorary starter in stage 1. Bobby Labonte, who's in studio in Charlotte today, will be with us for stage 2, and Bill Elliott will join us for stage 3. Hall of Famers all at Darlington for Throwback Weekend.
Man, even his hero shot looks awesome. Look at the king in that hero shot. Does not look like us, Larry. Looks way cooler. Cannot wait for that weekend. I'm telling you, having Bobby, I think Bobby's in the studio, isn't he? What do you think, Bobby?
Hey, that picture of me, I don't know. That looked a little rough there. I didn't look happy.
Well, it's not your fault. I mean, you're standing next to the king. I tell you what,
Yeah.
It's cool to see you in a fire suit, though. Huh? Still running the modifies? You run this weekend? What do you got?
No, I didn't run this weekend. Ran last weekend in Stafford, Connecticut at the Spring Sizzler. 40-some-odd cars showed up. We ran okay. Just didn't quite finish like we want to, but it was still fun. We had a good time.
Well, thanks, Bobby. Glad you had fun up there, and we'll look forward to next week and having you join us.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, thank you. And I know you for Stafford, you know all about that. And looking forward to next weekend. It's going to be a blast, and getting ready to go. And somebody asked me, said, "How are you going to prepare?" I said, "I guess I'll just follow Clint."
Oh, don't do that.
I'll call you Monday.
You don't want to do that.
All right. Let's get back trackside with Jamie.
Kyle Larson, Alex Bowman here, the umbrella holder, so thank you very much. I have to ask you, though, Kyle, you're the leader right now. You have been all over the place racing all kinds of cars, sprint cars, super late, right? Last night, the night before. How do you jump in this car? Do you need time to adjust real quick to what you're in, or do you just go in and go?
I mean, I've been jumping in different cars every day of the week, it seems like, since 2011. So I think you kind of get used to it after a while, and you don't really have to think about it too much. But and it helps, too, when your car is driving good. And thankfully, I'm in good equipment, everything I run. So it helps you get up to speed quickly and not have to think too hard and try too hard.
How is it today so far?
It's good. My HinderCars.com Chevy feels balanced. It's a little on the tight side, but I think you're just a couple adjustments away from being really good.
All right, as the rain continues to pick up here, how about for you? You're the defending race winner here. How does this car so far compare to last year?
I think we're okay. Pretty glad to be here holding the umbrella for my more talented teammate over here, but he didn't want to hold it because he's too short to hold it high enough for us. But no, I think we're okay. Track position's key, and we're a little buried right now, but I think if we get up front, we have a good race car. Obviously the 5 and the 11 both look stout, but I like this place. It's a lot of fun, and similar to Kyle, I'm a little tight, but I think we have a decent Ally Chevy.
All right, well, thanks for keeping us dry, and we'll catch up with you later. Let's go over to Regan.
Jamie, another one of those drivers that likes the dirt track and slip and slide in all kinds of different conditions. Tyler Reddick, I'm going to go out on a limb, though, and say this is probably a little bit too extreme slipping and sliding conditions right now.
Yeah, I know. Man, I kind of wish we had windshield wipers and taillights and all the cars we do on the road courses. And we just had some rain tires. The rumor is that there's some laying around. They're wanting to do it, and I wish we had them right now. I think it'd be pretty fun.
You might be one of the only guys. Tell me about your race so far. Right now, 23rd position. You've been so strong all season long, slowly working your way forward right now.
Yeah, we're working on it right now, Regan. Our car is still not exactly where we want it to be, but it's miles better from where it was yesterday. Just hats off to everybody on our guarantee rate Chevrolet. I was pretty much crashing about 50% of the time I went through turn 3 yesterday, and I'm really glad that we got that a little bit better. Obviously, when you're that far off, it's easy to over-adjust, and I think we got a little bit too on the tight side with our race car, but we've been making adjustments on it. Made another one on that last pit stop, and from here, we're just really going to have to fight and claw our way back to the front, but I got the right group of people to do it.
Got to take a look at Tyler's shoes real quick down here. Might be the smartest man on pit road. He's already got his rubber boots on. I might need a pair of those.
How about that? Galoshes. for NASCAR drivers. All right, where's Waldo? Looking in that sea of black car covers. There is Joey Logano.
The only car cover that's not black. But I want to go back to Jamie's conversation with Joey Logano. These cars have what we call coilover shocks on all four corners. Now, you have options with the actual spring, but the shock is the same on all four corners. But there's about 150 to 175 adjustments on compression, which makes the shock go in, and the extension, which is the rebound, makes the shock go out. What Paul Wolfe did right there on that pit stop, they made an adjustment on one of those front shocks. Takes a little bit of time, but that was the perfect time to do it right there.
So Logano will restart at the tail end of the lead lap in 27th position. But as Larry says, it's probably a very worthwhile give up of track position to get a car that drives better.
Well, let's show you with our Ford Performance Cutaway car exactly what a coilover shock looks like. On last year's car, the spring and the shock, they were totally separate. And again, you have one on all four corners, and you can see right there, the spring goes over the shock itself. Again, you have options with the actual spring, but all four shocks are the same. But again, you have all those adjustments on rebound and compression. It's actually probably close to 400 adjustments, but realistically about 150 to 175.
It's certainly made a shock guy, right? You used to have a shock guy that managed all those shocks, built all those different builds, like you're saying, those 400 different builds within those shocks. Those guys, you go in a holler, man, you're like, buddy, there is 30 sets of shocks over there. What is all this stuff? These new shocks in these cars, they handle all of that with just that one shock.
Yeah, you had a shock dyno and you had hundreds of shocks. Jamie.
Well, I've got Eric Almirola under here somewhere. There it is. We've got umbrellas going everywhere. You've got problems right here. But it seems like problems on the track, not so much. You started mid-pack, I think 27th. Now you're up in the top 10. How'd it feel?
That's further down than mid-pack, Jamie. Yeah, we struggled yesterday. Yeah, we missed it. But thankfully we have teammates that were good yesterday, and we went back to look at their stuff and made some changes before the race today, and our car is taking off really good. A little bit of a struggle in traffic, but that's why we stayed out right there. We want to see how the car works in clean air. So so far so good for the Smithfield Weiss Ford Mustang. I think we're going to be fine if we can get up front.
It was interesting in qualifying yesterday, so many comments about, I can't believe how fast we are in this new car. Do you get that sensation still in the race with 36 other cars out there?
Absolutely. There's a lot of throttle time, way more than we typically would have. But to do it with this much throttle time, pulling this many G-forces through the corner, it's fun. It makes it so fast across the middle of the corner. But nonetheless, it's still an awesome place to race at here at Dover.
Going here, right?
That's right.
Regan?
Well, Jamie, in the pre-race, we saw that Ross chatting together. I climbed up on the pit box here, and you guys are sitting here. You're having a regular old team meeting right now.
Well, we're trying to figure out the weather, how we can fix that, but unfortunately we can't continue. It's been good. Hopefully the weather cooperates here a little bit, and we can go back in action.
A while ago, he said, car's a little bit tight, but the tires look perfect. I know that was some concern earlier today. How have
feel perfect tire-wise. I thought I had wore out my rear tires really bad coming to the con. And just tried to get it to the end. I did not. I thought
the tires look perfect. I know that was some concern earlier today. How has the car been for you?
Doesn't feel perfect tire-wise. I thought I had wore out my rear tires really bad coming to the comp caution, so I just took it easy and rode around and just tried to get it to the end. I did not. I thought I actually asked, I was like, how bad are they? And he's like, no, it's fine. I was like, I want to go find them now because I don't know if I believe him.
Got to ask you guys, I don't think there's any team having more fun right now in the sport than Trackhouse Racing, and you guys both. What's it been like every week coming to the racetrack, just the excitement and energy around this team?
I mean, it's great. I feel like Justin Marks, Ty Norris, everyone in Trackhouse Racing, they have built a very good foundation for us to come to a racetrack and not just have fun, but also be competitive. You know, every time that you are competitive, it's almost like it's automatic that you're already having fun. And, you know, the one, they have done a hell of a job lately, you know, winning races, being up front. We've been very fast, and hopefully we can win one of these races very soon.
Ross, you always have your watermelon force celebrations. When your amigo gets his first win, what are we going to do? We're going to have watermelon? What are we going to do here?
Well, he won't even bring me an extra Coke up here during the rain delay, let alone, like, I think it's going to have to, you got to smash something, man. Like,
yeah.
It has to. It has to be something different.
Yeah, well, what can I smash?
I want
to think about it.
Piñata.
Una piñata. I want to smash a piñata or some tacos or something. I'm going to smash something.
We'll look forward to seeing that. Have a good rest of the day, guys.
Smash a pinata, right? That's
why not?
Smash. I think I just gave him his victory lane celebration. That's what I'd have if I was him.
A glass of tequila? I might have lied a little bit.
You heard Eric Almirola talk about the throttle time, how that changes throughout the course of a run, how it differs from other racetracks. Let's go back and look at this, how from lap 3 to lap 33 in a run with Denny Hamlin riding along. Pay attention to the throttle. Obviously, you see the speed difference between the two, but you can see the brake and the throttle action. The other thing about this and the difference in the lines is how you roll out of the gas, go back to the throttle in the middle, and then go back to it. That's what you see right in there of him getting to the gas across here and then bailing out and then back to it. Big time differences as you go.
And again, Clint, that's 30 laps. And these drivers, the 7 drivers that stayed out, they've got 22 laps, 22 green flag laps on their tires.
And to the end of this stage, we still have 42 laps to the end of stage 1.
The other thing I liked about, you know, that graph right there and what you see is you notice in 3 and 4, he moved to the outside, ran the outside in 3 and 4. When you change your lineup at this racetrack because of that banking and you say you're trying to pass a guy in front of you, completely changes how you drive. Then you roll in, you want to get in a little bit harder, float out of that thing and use virtually no brake at all running the outside. Let that thing go up, drift, get it rotated, and back to the gas as hard as you can, making that straightaway long. That's how you make the outside work. On the bottom, completely different. Charge the corner, arc it in, getting in, use brake, back to the gas, squirt the middle, up out of the gas, roll back to it. Drastically different how you run those two different lines.
Now we're looking at the back straightaway. You see the transition from the 24-degree banking of turn 2 to the 9-degree banking back in the straightaway. And you see this track is pretty well self-cleaning as far as rain going down there to the track apron. So the NASCAR track drying team out there with the Air Titans trying to make quick work of this. Now, what I'm seeing off in the distance, there's a couple of radio and TV transmission towers that are probably 4 or 5 miles away from the racetrack. And 5-10 minutes ago, you couldn't see them at all. Now they're very plain. Not the one right next to the track.
Yeah, these back here you couldn't see very long ago. I like it.
Yep. Those from our view here in the booth are pretty clear, which shows that this weather system is moving on. Other than that, Larry, where's the weather rock?
Yeah, I'm not going to tell you that the radar is green. I'll just wait on that one.
Yeah, let's hold that one. Regan?
Mike, a car I was very excited about on the pre-race. Watched in practice yesterday, a very fast number 6 race car for you, Brad. How's it been at the start of the race? Is it as fast as you thought it'd be?
Yeah, it's been decent, Regan. Not quite as fast as we were in practice until we get clean air. That seems to be the battle here at Dover. We really feel like we've got something if we can get one of those long Dover runs where everybody kind of has equal air. So just kind of working through it with our Kohler Ford Mustang here. Looks like there's a little gap in the radar. Hopefully we can get the track dry and get back going. But got a great car for those super long runs.
Your crew chief, Matt McCall, back on the box. He came back last week after a 4-week suspension. See you up there talking to him right now. What are you guys talking about? You got 4 weeks worth of stuff to catch up on.
Yeah, we really do. But no, just trying to find the little tweaks and changes we can to make to our car to get that tiny bit more speed. 11 car, 5 car looks really good. And my teammate Chris Buescher, his car is driving almost opposite of mine. So we're trying to figure out why his is driving that way and mine's driving the way it is and learn from each other.
Good luck, Brad. Thanks.
Thanks, Regan. We're under the red flag at Dover. 78 laps complete. 42 to go to the end of stage 1. And 122 to go to halfway, which would be a complete race if we have further rain in the day. But rain, go away. We're going to go to Charlotte. Shannon Spake, Bobby Labonte, Jamie McMurray.
Thank you so much, Mike. You guys enjoy that rain delay right now. And we've been just sitting here watching the drivers get interviewed out there. It's funny, I was asking Jamie how much work they're doing up on top of the pit box, if they're talking to their crew chiefs about what they could do to those race cars when they get back in. And Jamie's like, that's not a good question because I was just hanging out.
They're all up there goofing off right now. They're waiting to see if it's going to rain. But I liked what Brad said right there. They're trying to work on small details that they can do to make their car better. As we've watched this rain delay, you see the Air Titans are on the track. That's cleaning all the rubber off. I know we had that competition caution early on as we see the rubber get laid down, but the Air Titans will definitely clean that off. That's going to change the balance of the car, and so they're probably just trying to get prepared for what they're going to have. And some of these guys have stayed out or on a little bit older tires, so that's going to be a different balance yet again.
What is that like to climb back in the race car when what you've kind of adapted to over these the first 78 laps of the race is now different?
Yeah, well, I mean, like Jamie said, the track is going to change a lot, but as far as a driver goes, I mean, sometimes for me, if your car's not handling good, we heard a lot of guys talk about, you know, the car is just all over the place. Joey Logano, that gives him not just 12 seconds to talk to his crew chief and make a change, but now it gives him 30, 45 minutes that he can talk to somebody else and go, hey, man, what do you think? And maybe have a little different mindset going into it, try some different things. So kind of a little bit of a reset, get you ready to go. But the big thing is, like Jamie said, the track is going to change. It will come back after several laps, but it will come back like it was, but it's definitely going to be clean.
Change how? Like, explain to me, what does it feel differently? Like, obviously, I know where you are on the racetrack depends on how it's going to feel different, but say you're up front, one of those guys up front, how's it going to feel different?
Yeah, well, I mean, the balance, it will be different for each. It's not guaranteed that it's going to be less front grip or less rear grip, but typically, whatever your issue is, you have pretty good grip when the track is clean like it is, and as the rubber lays down, you start to lose more and more grip from whatever end is struggling a little bit. The other thing that would concern me is if I were crew chief, I wouldn't be letting my driver see Ryan Blaney's right front tire that came off as it was starting to unwind. Yeah. Because that has always been an issue at Dover, especially when the track is green or clean like it's going to be right now. So guys are going to have to be a little bit more careful with, you know, how hard they push the car. That is one thing that you can do inside of the car is not drive 100% when the track is green, trying to just conserve maybe just a little bit until the track rubbers up and you know that the tire wear is down a little bit.
All right, so it really started early in this race. We talked about this being a scary track with the Monster. We saw it from the very first when they dropped the green flag with Denny Hamlin. Getting a little squirrely on that start. Jamie Little is with Denny Hamlin right now.
Well, coming into the race, your crew chief told me this is the happiest you've been with your race car since Las Vegas. Do you still feel happy about it, or you still need a little more?
I'm pretty happy about it. I mean, if I'm being honest, you know, we can make it better, certainly, but overall, just from when we unloaded, I was very happy with the balance of the car and how close they got it in simulation.
I know you guys have done the new next-gen stops twice already today. The boys are getting it done. What do you have to say about your team? They're #1 right now, and I know it's a game call decision.
Well, we were actually talking about it up there that, you know, and we've talked about it this week, that we ran short on fuel because these guys were too fast. And that's something you never say is the pit crew was so fast, but, you know, to have the fastest two-tire stop in NASCAR history last week certainly didn't allow us to get the fuel in it that we needed to finish Talladega. But then, you know, looking at our pit stop, the previous stop was like a 9.4 or something. They're on it. You know, this team's, you know, super good. It's a shame that, you know, probably the driver and crew chief has let them down so many times this year. But we've also, you know, done some really good stuff by winning Richmond. So, you know, we're just, yeah, I love what my crew chief said this morning. He's like, you know, we're the snake in the grass that's got the most venom, and you know, I really do believe that you know, like I said, we could win the next 3 in a row, and it wouldn't surprise us. But it's just been one of those tough years where, you know, anything that could happen has happened, and you know, 10 races in, never thought we'd be where we are, but certainly it's good that we got the win. But this is really what this team's about, and that's running up front.
Denny Hamlin's already led 55 laps today.
Well, A.J. Allmendinger fresh off of a Xfinity race yesterday. A.J. doing a little moonlighting in the Cup Series, one of your many starts this year. I know that the car's been decent today, but really fast on pit road so far, huh?
So, pit road's been a bit of an issue. We first stop, my guys did a fantastic job, gave me a couple of spots. I was so excited, I decided to speed down pit road. So the second stop, I think they were paying me back for that, and as we came down pit road, not all the pit crew was there. Nature was calling on a couple. So we've had a bit of a struggle on pit road so far, but the Action Industry Chevy's been actually really quick. I'm sure like a lot of guys fighting dirty air and traffic, but I really feel good if we get somewhat near the front. We have a lot of speed in the car, but hey, it's Dover. I think the first time I've been here and it's rained. And so far so good, but we'll get back, whenever we get back to green, I think when we get up front, we have some speed in this race car.
Shannon, I walked over here to compliment AJ on his hair. It hadn't moved at all day long. About that exact same time, all the rain on top of the tent came down and doused AJ. He might need a dry suit here in a minute.
That's good luck. It's stupendous, right, Regan Smith? It's stupendous. Yeah.
Stupendous. You've got that, Shannon.
There you go. $20 heading your way, my friend.
I don't think I'd be the right guy to make a hair joke.
No. Have you ever had, like, that happened to me one time, the whole tent just fell on top of me? No?
All the water.
All right, let's talk about Denny Hamlin, right? This season, we like to say that there's been ups and downs for some people, but for Denny, really has been all downs, just one up, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's been unbelievable thinking about kind of the way his year ended last year and how it started this year. Only led 5 laps at Richmond, and I know that he got the win there, but their season overall, they just have not performed. 13th at Phoenix is his best finish other than that win, but good car today. By far the best car they have had all year long. And I thought it was funny. I heard him telling the story about running out of gas because I was with him the other night, and I'm like, man, I hate to be that guy, but I was like, I just got to ask, how do you run out of gas? And he's like, well, you want the good news or you want the bad news? And then he told the story. He's like, we just had such a fast pit stop. They weren't able to get enough fuel in the car. And then today, their first pit stop, 10.4 seconds, fastest pit stop on pit road for that first stop. So that team has got that part down. Obviously, their car is running really well today, so maybe they're able to get another win today.
Yeah, you never hear a lack of confidence in Denny Hamlin's voice. Even last year when he wasn't winning, like obviously he was running really, really well, but it just doesn't faze him.
It really doesn't. I don't think it does anyway. And I'm sure you like you said, you talked to him, but I mean, obviously, listen to him, knowing that this year has been really rough in places. And I was at Martinsville watching the race, and I'm thinking, Denny Hamlin's getting lapped 3 times. I mean, I'd be a little upset about that. But when you do listen to him, and you do hear, and you do see that they do have some speed, and he talks about they've had some tough luck, even though good luck. Pit stops was bad luck, you know. So I know that he has that confidence because there's no doubt that he knows how to win. He'll get there. It's just been a little bit tough year for him, but he definitely running good today. That's great.
Yeah, someone that ran really well last week was Austin Dillon, finished second in that race. He is with Regan Smith.
Shannon, you are correct. It was an awesome run for Austin Dillon in that 3-car last week. Looked like maybe you were going to have a shot at getting there at the end. Today, a little bit of a bummer here with the rain, but an opportunity to sit back, debrief with your team, and then maybe talk about the race car.
I'm not going to lie, I was praying for that rain. We've been struggling since we got here. Practice, our Brez Series Chevy's just been tough. I mean, it's not under me right now, but we're working hard. We made some big adjustments right there, that caution. So hopefully new track, green track. I don't know. We need something to go right here. But we've worked hard. Like I said, it was a great run last week, and we'll keep digging and see what it brings us.
I know not necessarily what you want right now today, but this race team, something I've noticed all year long, is by the end of the race, no matter how it starts, it seems like it finishes good. You guys find your way forward. What do you attribute that to?
Well, I definitely feel like we can lean on that. We've done a really good job of developing our car throughout the race, making it better and better. So, just hard work in the simulator and my crew chief engineer, our whole team never give up attitude. So we'll go at it when we go back green and see what we can do and just progress throughout the race.
Jamie, I love it. Austin, no matter what, always a smile on his face and always a Coke in his hand.
Yes, he does it well. That little sip, he got those Coke points. But Eric Jones, last week we talked a lot about you. Led a lot of laps at Talladega. You ended up finishing 6th. But how long does it take a driver to kind of overcome and get past that finish?
Yeah, I mean, it's, I don't know. I don't let myself try to dwell on it too long. You think about it, you watch it back, try to learn from it and figure out early on, what you can do different. But by Tuesday, Wednesday, I'm trying to move to next week. Think about Dover and move forward. But it's good to be that close. It's frustrating to be that close. I've been close there so many times. I feel like I've been in that position a couple, 3-4 times now and just haven't quite got the win there. So hopefully the 5th time's the charm, maybe when we go back in the fall. But yeah, it was a good run for us. I was happy to be up front at that place and hopefully get up front here again today.
And how were you guys so far? I know we didn't even make it to the end of stage 1, but did you have a good idea of what you have today?
I think so. It's just tough. I mean, we're tight, which I think everybody kind of is, and the Focus Factor Chevy though was making ground. We were up to 15th there. I think we shuffled back a little bit with the pit cycle. Some guys stayed out, so I don't know. We'll see. I think we're good. I think we just got to get up there. I was listening to Martin talk, and he said he felt like if he got up front, he'd be fine, and felt like we were as good as him there running with him. So. I don't know. We'll see. Hopefully we can just find that track position at some point. I'd love to go back to see how these tires play out and kind of know what tires are worth here, but it's just definitely tough. Track position's been pretty big so far. So.
All right, well, good to talk to you. 3 top 10s for this guy this year. Shannon.
Thank you so much, James. I'm looking forward to seeing his boss in the booth.
So you call her James and she calls you Shan?
I do, and I call you James, too.
You don't say the whole name?
You don't ever hear me say that to you. I always call you James because I call her James. Yes, those are our little nicknames. So cute, isn't it? Looking forward to seeing his boss in the booth next week at Darlington, as they just announced that Richard Petty will be up there with the guys for a stage next week. But when you look at
his glasses on,
he's definitely. I had to do an interview with Richard Petty one time, and they asked me to ask him to take his glasses off, and I was like, no, I'm not doing it. He obviously, Eric Jones, coming off that great run last week at Talladega. Now, I mean, Dover is this one place, but he does have a win at Darlington. How can he sort of bridge the momentum this week at Dover?
Well, I felt for Eric Jones after Talladega because I've been in that position where you're leading coming off turn 4 and you don't get the win, and you relive for days like what you could have done different. And I thought he downplayed that maybe just a little bit because he's wanting to move on, and that's the easiest way to move on is to have people stop asking you about it. Right. He did a great job, though, and as you look at his whole year with this team, where we don't expect a lot from them, and when I go back to Fontana, where they finished 3rd, he led 6 different times in the race for 18 laps, had a car that could win, and that was unexpected, and I think it really helped show that this new car has kind of brought in some other players. We see Trackhouse Racing having tremendous success this year. Obviously, GMS Petty is also having that success, but he's done an exceptional job this year, and I don't think you can say enough about his performance.
No, there's no doubt about it. And you think about, we just talked about Denny Hamlin and, you know, what he's been up and down this year. Obviously, minus his win, Eric Jones, their team's probably just as good. I mean, there's a solid in different races. So, you know, I do think it's the team came together late, you know, and when you went to the Coliseum, they're really fast. So they've had speed for the most part all year long. So if Talladega, the start-finish line would have been that darn triumph, he would have won that race. But yeah, I'm like with you, Jamie. I know after a hard loss after that race, I mean, it's just all you can do to kind of bite your lip. Go into some good tracks in front of him, though, so that's good. And that team will definitely, you know, get better and continue to improve all year long.
Got to have a little confidence going back to a place that you've won, especially when it's such a big one like he won the Southern 500.
Well, and I think, I mean, the confidence doesn't just come from being at a track that you like. It comes on how they have performed this year. They've been good at Fontana. He ran 9th at Coda on a road course, and then to be leading at a super speedway, that's really good to be good at all those different type of racetracks. And then obviously going to Darlington where he's won before, I mean, you got to have pretty good confidence.
Let's go back out to the track. Regan is with Bubba Wallace.
Well, Shannon, somebody who's always good at Dover. I know I've followed you around this place a number of times in the Xfinity Series, Bubba Wallace. Having a good day today, running top 10 the majority of the race. You guys just pitted there, so back a little bit in the pack, but how's the day been going otherwise?
We've been tight. That second run caught us off guard. We were tight the first run. We adjusted for that, and we fired off tighter. So missed the boat a little bit, I guess pun intended since it's raining. But just got to get a little bit better handling on our Leidos Toyota Camry. But all in all, our speed is okay. I felt like we were a little bit better than some of the cars that are in front of us. We just got to get that track position back and then maintain it. We'll end up with a really good finish that this team desperately needs.
Last week, a big impact at the end of that race. I know I saw you as you were getting out of the car down there towards turn 1. Looked a little bit ginger, a little bit sore perhaps. How's everything feeling this week?
Yeah, no, I slid in the seat a little bit, so that wasn't fun. But no, all good. You know, neck was a little bit sore. Felt like one of those metal course shows that I go to throughout the year. My neck was about the same soreness as that, so just no good music involved, obviously. But no, all good. They build safe race cars. Just, you know, those hits are a lot. They take a lot out of you. So back for another week of redemption. You know, we've been running with a ton of speed these last handful of races and good results at the end of the race, but just the finishing result hasn't been there. So not for lack of effort. We just have to keep after it, stay persistent, and stay hungry.
Jamie, the speed's there for Bubba. They just got to get things to go the right way for him.
And the same could be said for his teammate, Kurt Busch. He was involved in that wreck at the very end of that race at Talladega as well. And today didn't start off so well. You were battling something with steering yesterday. What was it?
Yeah, the car had a weird, load vibration and then lost power assist. And I just thought it was because the pace we were running. And then with the high banks here, it was like the thing was just under assisted. And it would vibrate, and I'm like, man, that's going to be a long 400 miles. And once we got through all the numbers that TRD had with Toyota, JGR, 2311, we were on the softest side. And so it was like, hey, let's try to learn something here, make a change, and work our way back up. And the car's been awesome. So we did fix our problem, and we charged up from 40th to 20th. And now it's like, all right, these are the who's who, and everybody gets smarter. Not that those other guys back there aren't smart. It's just you get into that dirty air, and you have to find a rhythm. and we just need longer runs for that rhythm to unfold. But Monster Energy, Toyota, and everybody here is like, we just need a little bit of luck. We were that close to winning last week, got in a wreck. Week before was in a wreck of a parked car on the front straightaway. I hate bringing back home wrecked cars.
Well, Kurt Busch just mentioned he started this race in the back of the field for that adjustment, but everything's looking good for the 45. Keep your eye on him when we go green again, Shannon.
Yeah, so she said Shannon. She said Shannon. Yeah, that was tough to get out. Yeah, thanks, James. You wanted to talk about Kurt Busch. That was one of the guys that you mentioned when we first sat down here earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, Kurt's one of those guys that we expected to go over there and he's going to run well. And he had a stretch where they were performing every single week. They were never getting stage points, but I feel like Kurt's experience and being able to put himself in the right position at the end, they were getting decent finishes, but not getting the stage points. But they went to Richmond, had the fuel pump issue, did not run well at COTA. The Bristol dirt race did not work out well for him. So it's put them down in points. He's 19th now in points, has a little bit of work to do. But he's just one of those guys that every year somehow seems to find his way to victory lane. I think he will find his way to victory lane this year too. I don't know where, because he can run well at every type track. But clearly he's performing. You can see he's down a little bit there just because of the way they performed the last 4 or 5 weeks. But he will get that deal figured out. But
he is one of the guys that we've talked to so far during this rain delay that seems to be pretty happy with his car. I mean, even Ryan Blaney, who's running in the top 5, he didn't sound 100% confident in this race car, and we heard confidence from Kurt.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. And I mean, I think, you know, what we've seen was obviously with Kurt having to start the back, and we were talking about a minute ago where a lot of these guys are, you know, fighting a little bit of a tight condition, you know, but I think, well, yesterday they had to readjust because they started off really loose. So everybody fighting that. This new car is a lot different. I don't know that, you know, what they found everything they need to have to go really, really fast yet, but everybody seems to be a little bit tight, and the ones that aren't tight are just out of control. So they probably need to be a little bit more secure than normal.
Yeah, and the one thing that we've learned with this new car is that a little bit tight is way better than just a little bit loose. It seems like the cars just lose on speed. You can't be as aggressive as you can when the car's a little bit tight. So, but Kurt has been one of the few cars in this race that we've seen pass a lot of cars. He started the back up to 20th, and has just steadily made progress. So I think if he can get a little bit more track position, he might have a car. Look, Denny Hamlin's been the best car in the race so far, and we know that comes from the same organization, 2311 and Joe Gibbs Racing, getting the same cars. So Kurt could have a car that's capable of winning.
When you don't have a car like these guys that we're hearing that they're struggling, that they need to work on it, things go by very fast here at Dover, right? I mean, do you have a lot of time to work on it?
You can just go a lap down so fast here. Look, it takes 22 seconds to go around a 1-mile racetrack. Track position's important. You're a second a lap slower when you're in the back versus when you're in the front. You can get a lap down here really, really quick. The thing about the new car, though, that I've heard a lot of guys say, and Daniel Suarez is part of Race Hub every week with us, and he's told me, he's like, look, Jamie, he's like, with the old car, he's like, if you were off, you could make a bunch of changes and you couldn't get it better. He's like, this car, you can be off and you can change the ride heights a little bit. You can make some adjustments. And he's like, you can go from bad to pretty good, or you can go from pretty good to really bad.
Real quick.
And you think about Joey Logano, he was about to get lapped in the same organization with Ryan Blaney, one of the fastest cars on a racetrack. So one little bit of change might make a big difference in them.
All right, we are going to continue to get you through this rain delay out there at Dover as they work on trying to get that track dry, hopefully. Oh, well, maybe not. There's some rain coming down right now. But we will be here, so come on back after the commercial. Jamie, you want to dance? It's like dancing music right there.
Or sing.
You don't dance or sing? Well, we're singing in the rain right now is what we're doing, because that's what it's doing out there at the Dover racetrack. But that's giving us an opportunity to kind of dissect and digest things that have happened this season so far. And one thing that's really happened is Trackhouse Racing has come on strong in its second season. Ross Chastain, Daniel Suarez, last weekend, huge for the organization as Ross Chastain got his second win on the year. Here's Winners Weekend from Talladega.
Big shove now from Ross Chastain. Here they come, racing to the tri-oval. They're crashing behind him.
Ross is the boss of Talladega.
Trackhouse Racing in victory lane again this season.
That's wild. I don't know. I mean, I watch it and I don't understand how it happened. You know, we're building a new team, and
We've got 2 drivers that haven't worked together before coming together, and the string of top 5s we put together early with 2 wins now, it's just confidence building.
On the way down here, on the flight down, I was telling Philip, like, I'm so excited to get to Dover, Kansas, Darlington, Charlotte, Texas. Those are where I felt like the one car in Trackhouse and Chevrolet could really thrive. To win at a road course and win at a super speedway, driving for a team in the Cup Series, that's an incredible feeling.
Every track has its own uniqueness, and obviously super speedways are a completely different animal.
You think pitting under green is easy? Not so much. Speeding penalty for Ross Chastain.
I left the pit box. The 47 was launching out of his, and I thought he was going to hit me, and I just squirted throttle out of panic. And I was staring right at my dash, and I'm supposed to be 1 red light, and I was 5. He wasn't going to hit me. I should have trusted him, but I just reacted, and my foot squirted the gas. These motors are peppy, and it just jumped forward that little bit.
Section 12, that you would have been at your lights after our pit box. Yeah, that's what I thought.
They were calm. I mean, they just drive through. We ran as many laps as we could to stay with the pack, and then, you know, they don't get down on me. They don't yell at me. I was right back to work at the beginning of stage 2, back on the lead lap, and tried to figure out how to get to the front, because we actually hadn't been there all day.
It really comes down to the opportunity that exists late in the race. It's all about the spotter in that moment, just giving him all the information he needs to make the best decision.
Top starting to lose momentum. 31's pushing.
31 was doing a great job of pushing me up to the 5.
Chastain and Haley were teammates in the Xfinity Series. They're no longer teammates, but they know each other's playbook.
I know Justin. I know he's going to stay on the bottom. He's beaten me doing it several times. I know he'll stay committed, and I was committed to Kyle in the 5. Like, I'm good.
One element that's in play is the double yellow line. If they can't get underneath us, they can't pass us. He just recognized the situation that was around him and executed appropriately.
My best chance to finish as good as possible is going to be commit to the bottom. I've always been the one to make the moves and be the aggressive one. And I was like, you know what? If I just stay the course here, this is going to be my safest spot.
Coming off 4 with the lead is one thing, but winning at Talladega is a separate thing. The start-finish line's still 3/4 of a mile away, and a lot generally happens in that 3/4 of a mile.
Here comes a run with the 5.
The 5 made a right, and the 43 made a right, and I just drove straight.
And he's in the wall.
Opens the door up for the 1 of Ross Chastain.
I knew I didn't need to block the 3. I had the momentum to get to the line, and
Oh my gosh! How about you,
Ross Chastain?
We won! Yes! Yes, yes, yes!
my voice is sore right now from yelling and screaming, but the thought I keep coming back to is just that, like, how thankful I am. There's been hundreds, if not thousands, of people that have helped me get here. Trying to physically and in person thank those people is almost impossible, but it's just that it's gratitude. I mean, I'm excited. I want to go compete at Dover, and then the next one, and then the next one. And that's what's so cool about this sport, that is in 7 days, we're going to do it again.
He is a perfect example of motivation, of momentum, of confidence. All of that is just really culminating this season with Trackhouse Racing and Ross Chastain. I think, go ahead, you want to say something?
He's the story that every go-kart kid, late model, whatever you race, that you don't come from a wealthy family. He's the guy that gives you hope, because he didn't come from a wealthy family. We know that he's a watermelon farmer from Florida. But his hard work, persistence, not always being I mean, he drove some sub-average equipment for many years, and you wonder, like, what are you doing? Like, where do you think you're going with this? To then turn it into what he's turned it into this year. I mean, I interviewed him after he won at COTA, and he's like, look, he's like, I didn't expect to win this year. I went 0 for 120, had never won a race, and now he's won 2 of the last 5 races. And he's in such a good position over there. And really the transition from Chip Ganassi Racing to Trackhouse was minimal for him, because he kept Phil Surgeon, his entire team, all those guys stayed together that were the 42 team. So the transition's been, I think, the easiest on him, but he has been able to capitalize on it. And it's amazing, Bobby, because they can win at a road course, they can win at a super speedway, he runs well at a 1.5 miles, he runs well at every type track.
Yeah, there's no doubt that this team and himself, they've put himself in a good position. I heard him talk in the media center earlier this week about Talladega, in particular, and years ago, or a couple years ago, he would have made a mistake if he was in that position. And he's learned a lot, and he has a lot of good people around him to now get to that victory lane. So he is surrounded by great people that are there, and you know, it's paying off. But to your point, Jamie, is that he did race a lot of those races. And I remember going to Martinsville and talking to him one time in the trailer, and it was just like, yeah, you're driving a subpar car, but you know, he obviously takes this and learns everything from it. And not everybody gets that beautiful ride to start with, and he has definitely taken it to the extreme to get really good now.
At a place like Talladega, you guys are not wired to be patient, right? So how much, like, just having been seasoned and been veteran, how much does that play into that?
So we've kind of heard both sides of the story now. We talked to Eric Jones, who was the leader, and we talked about probably how long his next 2 days were. You know, sometimes at a place like that, when you're in Ross's position, going down the backstretch, you're in third, you're in fifth, you're like, I don't have a chance to win. And he said that there. He's like, what's going to give me the best chance to get the best finish? Not necessarily thinking about, you want to win, but you also have to be realistic. Am I in a position that I can make a move to win? And he's like, what's going to be the best finishing position for me is to stay on the bottom. And then I loved his interview. He's like, they just kept getting out of the you know, like, and he drove to the front and was able to get the win.
How many more wins does he get this season?
Well, I mean, if I had that ball, Shannon, I would play the lottery.
I'm asking you, like, how many do you think he could win?
Here's what I liked, is that he talked about Charlotte, he talked about Darlington, he talked about a lot of tracks coming up that he's like, I think that's where we're actually going to run well at. And based on the fact that he ran third at Vegas earlier this year, he ran second at Phoenix, there's not a bad track. He won at a road course and a super speedway. They're basically good about any. The only thing to me that could have that would have been the Achilles heel for Ross was the dirt race. And if his motor doesn't blow up, I think he's going to run the top 5 there.
It's interesting because you said earlier today that at the beginning of the season you probably wouldn't have picked him to win every week. And now you say he can win almost every week that he goes out there. Pretty impressive. Certainly a fresh look for the Trackhouse Racing team and a new perspective in terms of how that team operates. It all starts at the top with Justin Marks. Here's a look inside that organization.
You know, this sport is ready for challengers. It's ready for disruptors. It's ready for people to come in and challenge the status quo and how we do things, have some fun, look good, try to be fast. And I've always been authentic about my mission.
Yes, I have.
I just am a big believer that success on the racetrack, speed on the racetrack is going to come from workforce culture, motivation, cohesion, the people. That's what I bet on personally, was being able to disrupt the landscape in the sport, to just blow it up.
Trackhouse Racing in victory lane again this season.
As far back as 5 or 6 years ago, I would start typing ideas in my computer as to sort of how we could change this model of the sport. And I built this whole presentation about how the logistics of that would work. And it was more thought stream and just creativity. And then I heard about this new car, and immediately my antenna went up.
I never would have thought that they would have came into the sport and had this type of success.
People don't know how good this group is. I can't believe Justin Marks hired me to drive this car.
Don't mess around with any old rambling man.
What race is that?
What we're doing on the racetrack right now is a byproduct of fundamentally what we're doing in the shop and with each other, building an organization that's aimed and geared at winning.
Oh, there's no way that I'm going to even claim any percentage to understand how Justin Marks' brain thinks. It's insane.
I went from trying to just find a charter to acquiring Chip Ganassi Racing. Instead of building a team kind of organically, piece by piece, all of a sudden I had 150 people looking at me going, like, what's next? What does this mean? Those are the moments where you're having to react. And it's in that environment that's truly rooted in teamwork that the team, and I don't mean team by car, I mean team like organization, is the most important thing. I want everybody to be right here, just like 99 on one side, 1 on the other, just however it's going to work out.
Justin Marks said something to us in the beginning of the season in Daytona. He said, hey, I want to approach this team as having 1 gun and 2 bullets.
I've been doing this for 18 years, and this is the closest that 2 teams have ever worked together inside the same building that I've been a part of.
Everyone talks about sharing information, everyone talks about pushing in the same direction, but not a lot of people do it. And I feel that Justin and Trackhouse as a whole, we've been very, very vocal about this and putting into these words into action.
Every single article of clothing has both numbers in it. There is not 99 apparel and 1 apparel. Everything is Trackhouse apparel. The engineers and the crew chiefs all sit in the same room. Ross and Daniel all sit together and have meetings together, work out together. We're all working for and dedicated to doing something that's never been done before, and that's to create a real brand in this sport that resonates with fans, that's exciting and valuable for partners. And at the end of the day, we're storytellers. We're telling a story that anything is possible if you're motivated by and empowered by the right things and in the right way.
I love it. And you've told the story a couple times, Jamie, but after Fontana, when Daniel Suarez had that finish, how he brought everybody in and shook everybody's hand on the way into that shop. I just think his perspective is so fresh and unique and really making a difference.
It is, and when I was over there a few months ago, I asked some of the guys, I'm like, what's been the difference? Why are you running so well? And I think people will be shocked to know that sometimes teams don't know why they're running well. Sometimes things just work out, and it's not just because of hard work, because all teams work hard. 23XI's working hard. Brad Keselowski's organization, they're working hard. Sometimes things just go your way, and sometimes they don't. The one thing that they mentioned to me, though, is that they're focused just on their group and not everyone else. And over the years, all the teams take pictures of cars, and then you're like, oh, we see this shiny piece over here, we're going to go build one. By the time you build it, it's already moved on to the next thing. And so they're like, we're really just focused on our own organization. And I think that's what's made one of the biggest differences.
You think it has?
Yeah, Dartfish got me in trouble for many years trying to compare things. But yeah, obviously, a whole different organization. And, think about Daniel Suarez hasn't won that race yet. We talked about that earlier. And, so close. I think about Coda, he was running so fast and all that. Yeah. But I think as a group, I mean, they just have a different aspect. And my thought is like, how many other teams are going to go, hey, maybe we should try what they're doing because they're just making it happen right now. And I actually talked to Ty Norris the other day at Martinsville and stopped for just a second, and he said, they did the Dakota thing, they won, they went to Richmond, they didn't run quite so good. He said, kind of brought us back down to earth. It's like, we know we still have work to do. So, so at least, he knows that, and he is having a great time, so I think it's just really good for those guys, and they're making it happen.
Don't you have to have the right kind of driver to buy into that philosophy, the right kind of people in place?
And they do. I mean, I feel like, and it seems really genuine, right? When you hear, Suarez comes in and does Race Hub, he's genuinely happy for Ross Chastain, and I've spoken to Ross, and I think he's the same way, and you just don't always get to have that. And I would say that if Ross keeps winning, Daniel won't feel quite so much love towards him, and vice versa, because, hey, we're all competitive.
Ross Chastain, of course, a two-time winner on the season. Another guy who did that is William Byron. He is out there at the racetrack right now. He is right now running 5th out at Dover. Of course, he had a pretty long weekend, right? Because he went out for practice and wrecked the car. I think they talked at the beginning of the race about how they pulled that car off of one of the haulers, and it was kind of their parts and pieces car. Is that true, Willie B? And if so, just tell us how your weekend's been so far.
Yeah, it's been crazy, Shannon. It's honestly been a roller coaster, which is always what Dover is, but I wish I would have made it a little bit easier on my guys to not have to pull out a backup car. It definitely was bare bones and just had parts and pieces on it. So they went to work, worked over 8 hours yesterday, and combination of that and this morning as well. So proud of them, proud of their effort. It's been certainly hard to come from the back. It's one of the toughest places to pass, but we got our way towards the top 20 and then made a good strategy call, obviously, to get us into the top 7. So I'm excited about our race car, excited for Raptor, Chevrolet, and hopefully we can get another win. I know if we can get up close to the front, our team's capable.
So, okay, William, so you didn't get much practice, even like a lap or two, right? So how much did you lean on your guys, your other teammates, to get you prepared, and you started at the back? If you can go on and win this race, or like next weekend, you're just not going to practice, or what?
I wish it was that easy. I think it's definitely put us behind. We don't have our own notebook, so we're relying on everybody else. And, like you guys were talking about earlier, like when you're a step behind in racing, it's hard. And, you're kind of relying on their notes to get you towards a decent setup, which is great. We have great teammates in the 5, the 9, and the 48, and they were obviously really close in practice. So kind of lean on them, make a few little adjustments here and there as the race goes on. We need to work on our restarts a little bit. So a little bit on my end, a little bit on the car, and hopefully we get a little bit better in that area, and we should have a shot to win.
Well, William, Shannon talked about you having a long weekend. I know you've had a pretty long week. I saw you out at the go-kart track this weekend practicing with some of the best karters in all of America. So I kind of got a couple of questions. I want to know, first off, why you go out and do that. And then the second part of that is I see the smaller kids, come up to you and have a conversation. What's that like to be the guy in the Cup Series, a winner, to be able to give back to a smaller community? And just what are the conversations like with the kids?
Yeah, it's really cool. It's cool seeing you guys out there with your son as well. And I feel like it's just it just makes me better. Anytime I can get in something that really challenges me. I've been on all sides of the spectrum lately. I've been in a dirt late model, got into a go-kart. Those are totally different cars and totally different competition levels. They're both really, really good at what they do. So it's just fun for me to go out there and challenge myself against people that are really good at what they do. It's no different than racing the Cup car on Sunday. There's 40 guys out there at the go-kart track that are amazing at those go-karts. So I enjoyed it, and like you said, I enjoy meeting the kids too, because I was that kid, and I was that guy at the racetrack going to Martinsville and trying to meet a driver. I would do anything to meet a driver when I was 5 or 6 years old and kind of hear what he has to say and his opinion on things. So it's awesome to see that support, and I just hope I can kind of give back to that community. Really, I didn't grow up racing go-karts. I kind of skipped that part of things, and they're really competitive, especially in different classes, so it's fun.
Yeah, I wanted to ask you about that late model dirt race that you were in. I'm glad that you brought that up. I think that was before the Bristol dirt race. Listen, I've covered Eldora many, many times when a lot of guys who have never been on dirt or don't have a lot of dirt experience get in those cars and just don't even know what is going on. So what was that like for you?
Yeah, it was a lot of that. I'm like, where's the right front? Like, where's the right rear? Like, I don't even know where the car is on the racetrack. I'm trying to visually kind of understand the bearings of the car. And with this next gen car, you're driving a lot off the front tires. You're not ever loose. And so going back to that dirt late model and being that sideways and figuring out how to make grip that way was different. I definitely need a lot of work on that, but it was fun. I like putting myself in different positions and seeing how I do, and I get to go race a super late model on asphalt, which I've been doing a lot of this year, next weekend at Nashville, so I'm excited about that too.
William, it was recently announced that Junior Motorsports is going to field a 5th car. You, Chase Elliott, and Kyle Larson are going to share that car. Why go back and run the Xfinity Series? The cars are so much different now. Is that something you want to do at tracks that you feel like you need a little more experience at, or is it just because you want to go do a little more racing?
Yeah, it's definitely track focused. I think that the races I'm going to do are places that Texas, for example, I ran really well there last year in the Cup car, but I haven't been there in a low downforce car in a while, and obviously this next gen car has very little downforce. So I'm looking forward to kind of learning some things there with the JRM guys, and really just cool to get an opportunity to go race anything, especially something that's competitive. Obviously JRM's had a great year with Noah and Justin and Sam and all their drivers, so it's fun to go back to that and kind of see what we can do.
Yeah, you talk about track focus, and when you think of Hendrick Motorsports, immediately my brain always goes to Martinsville, which of course you won at this year. But the next track on that list is of course Dover. All the success that Hendrick Motorsports has had at this racetrack, particularly the 48, Jimmy and Chad. What is the sense of pride going into a Martinsville weekend or a Dover weekend for this entire organization?
Yeah, it's big. I mean, unfortunately, some of that mojo doesn't carry over into this new car, but we've got a great notebook regardless. I mean, I'm sure they could take lawnmowers around this thing, and the guys at Hendrick could figure out how to make it work. So, I think it's just having that notebook. Even though it's a new car, you kind of know how to get around these corners. You know what's important. The balance you need. So that's critical. Although it's a new car, like I said, it is still kind of that confidence and momentum from the shop to know that we're going to a place that we've always run well.
William, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. Hopefully it stops raining and we can get this thing in today. Good luck. I know you're running 5th right now out on the racetrack.
Yeah, thank you all. Appreciate it.
All right. I wanted to ask him. Wanted to ask you about that. Go ahead. You have something to say?
I'm just thinking, I think, we talk about as drivers move up, the veterans have to get better because every generation gets better at driving. And the best way to get better at something is to become comfortable at being uncomfortable, right? You've heard that saying. And I think that's why we see so many of these guys, him going to run go-karts against all these guys, him going to run a dirt late model. It's changed so much. There was a time when Rick Hendrick or Chip Ganassi, they're like, no, I hired you to drive a cup car and you're driving a cup car and I don't want you to get hurt in something else. But I think what we've realized, and Kyle Larson, Tony Stewart, those kind of guys have opened our eyes, is that it's okay to let these guys go drive a different type car, get good at something else, because maybe you can apply some of that to what we do here today.
Yeah, and I do think that sometimes that is like a circle, you know what I mean? Because you do it for a while, and then, you know, for me, I was like, I want to run everything I can, and then it's like, all right, I'm tired, I don't want to run. But then you do have the generations that come in, they start doing it, and you go, well, you know what? They're outrunning me, so I better go do some more. So, but obviously, we see it more today, I mean, because there's been guys that go out there and do that. So it's exciting to see. I will have to say, I was a fan at Martinsville. Yeah. I got in. I had.
You were sitting in the stands.
I was totally fan, and I went in there basically to go look at William Byron's car. I know one of his crew guys, and I'm like, I'm gonna go check this thing out. Cool. So it was funny when he said that. I was the opposite. I'm like the kid going to watch him race, because I kept my eye on him. We were rooting for him for the truck race, and so it was fun. So it's really cool to see William, see those kids out there at the go-kart track, but doing all this racing, and you know, really good for Hendrick Motorsports. They wanted to run those Xfinity races. They called and say, can we run some? And it's happening.
Yeah, I just so appreciate when someone like William or Kyle Larson last year came out and ran go-karts, and it's so cool for me. I just can't imagine when I was a kid racing go-karts if Mario Andretti or Dale Earnhardt Sr. Can you imagine? Jeff Gordon, yeah, because he's old enough, he could have been one of those guys. I just can't imagine, you know, being able to not necessarily racing against them, but just see them in a casual setting. And the thing is that when you're a driver and like another kid comes up in a suit, you automatically have a little bond. You have a conversation to start, like how's your day going? And it's a different conversation than what you would have, you know, in an autograph line or something like that.
Yeah, your generation didn't do a whole lot.
Our generation, Shannon.
Yeah,
we're the same age.
Our generation. You guys weren't going and doing all those. Do you wish you had had that opportunity to do that?
Yeah, I mean, I did that a little bit kind of towards the end. I went and ran some kart races, and honestly, like, I liked racing the karts, but I liked meeting the kids as much as anything. It was fun just to it's fun to watch an 8 to an 11-year-old at how skilled they are. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard enough to get your kid to clean up his room, much less tell him how to race a kart in a draft and when to pass and when not to.
Yeah, now you guys are the racing dads out there. You guys were too busy making commercials back in the day to go race. Yeah. You guys made a lot of commercials. Our generation made a lot of commercials. All right, speaking of commercials, we got to take one right now as we're continuing to wait out the rain out there at Dover. We got a lot more to come from our race day studios. Stick around as we wait for that stuff to move out.
Let's get going.
Whoa!
Turned over. Hang on here, man.
Now that is parting the seas right there.
Holy cow!
Now William Byron gets turned.
Well, just when you think you know who is going to victory lane.
Look at this! Whoa! Keeps that surfboard trophy in California. Kyle Busch just ran his fastest lap of the race. Oh! Bowman edges ahead.
The same guy that backs into every win. Oh yeah, boys. How about that? This ought to get pretty wild here. Let's go, boys!
Chase Briscoe becomes the 200th winner in the history of the NASCAR Cup Series.
Oh! Two cars hard in the wall.
Kyle Larson gets sideways.
Wow, that happened fast. Not a wrecking at the start finish line. Yeah, we're done.
William Byron will hang on and win.
Hell yeah, boys!
Moving. He just got wrecked. And Ross Chastain beats and bangs his way to the checkered flag.
Hamlin clears Byron. The streak has been broken.
There he goes for it. Down to the bottom, slides up into him.
Right.
Who's going to save it? Neither one. Kyle Busch steals one.
Saw me. I would have done the same, honestly.
And I feel like Dale Earnhardt Sr. right now. I didn't even do anything.
Here comes a run with the 5. And he's in the wall.
Opens the door up for the one of Ross Chastain.
Oh, my gosh. How about you?
3-1. Yes! Yes, yes, yes!
He's getting good at throwing that watermelon, isn't he? You wouldn't eat that watermelon off the floor.
How high-pitched his voice gets when he throws it.
Ew. Look at this. These are the points as they stand right now. Of course, we have 8 race winners on the 2022 season. You see those guys in red below the line. Those are the guys that are going to have to get above the line before this playoff thing starts. But, yeah, you know, I'm interested in knowing that, right? 8 different winners, but guys like Logano, Blaney, Elliott, Truex, all those guys still have not gone to victory lane, which is incredible to think that we're this far into the season and we haven't seen those guys go to victory lane. So let's play a little game, right? We'll play good, bad, what you guys like on the season.
Like games.
Yeah, but we play them every week.
Yeah,
I thought you'd be used to them by now. All right, so we're not playing a game. Okay. I'm just going to ask you, who's been good to you this season so far?
I think my surprise on the good side would be Chase Briscoe. Started off running third in the Daytona 500, then obviously he was able to win at Phoenix, and they've run well at a lot of tracks, and a little bit surprised. I mean, he's kind of been the leader of the group at Stewart-Haas Racing this year. It's also been a little bit up and down, struggled last week, or got in a wreck last week at Talladega, also at COTA, struggled. So it's been a little bit up and down, but my surprise on maybe the other side of that would be Brad Keselowski. Again, looked like he had a car that could win the Daytona 500, but they've really been like between 11th and 23rd every single race. But what I like about Brad is his attitude, and it doesn't matter if you read it on Twitter or if he does an interview, he's always very positive about the direction of the team, what they need to work on. I think the fact that Buescher set on the pole here shows a bright spot. I thought Brad actually in practice had one of the better cars, especially on the long run. We interviewed him earlier, and he's like, we got a good car, we just have to get track position, which is what every interview we heard said.
Yeah.
But I think he does have a pretty good car, and they will figure it out. They've dug a hole, obviously, with the penalty. They're going to have to win a race to get in the playoffs. But I just think that Brad knows that's a long-term play going over there and not something that was going to happen right away.
Well, we talked about Justin Marks and setting the tone over there at Trackhouse Racing. Brad Keselowski has to do the same over at his team. All right, good for you. Who stands out on the good side?
Well, I'm gonna talk about a whole. I think the organization, RCR-wise. I think, and I talked about him earlier in the show today, and I think both Tyler Reddick, and Austin Dillon. I think what Austin Dillon did at Martinsville was really impressive. He had really the fastest car for a long time there. Still come home third, and I think Tyler Reddick at Bristol. Now, you go forward, earlier in the season, I mean, they both have had speed. Tyler Reddick was so fast in California. It's like, okay, and Austin Dillon, he's still running good. He might not qualify as good as Tyler, but he gets there at the end. So they just had a good year, even though they haven't had that win. But I just like them as far as an organization getting better. They've already equaled what they did last year in just 10 races. So you're going to ask me about the bad, right?
Yeah, bad.
Okay, here we go. Next. We heard from him a while ago, and I'll say it's Joey Logano. I mean, he hasn't won since Bristol Dirt last year, which is many, many races ago. He won the Coliseum, and I watched y'all at the Coliseum from my couch, and I was like, man, this looks like they're having fun, and he's having fun. He won that race, did the crate burnout, and I thought for sure he's going to go out there and run really, really well. Well, guess what? Not been the year he's looking for. So, and then we just listened to the interview of him a while ago, and it's like, he's just out of control. And you got Ryan Blaney running good. So it's like, what is up there? Why are they not running as good? So I think it's kind of bad right now. I mean, they just don't have the speed that they need, and they were slow in qualifying, slow in practice today. But all year long, it's like, okay, what can you do to get that?
You mentioned the word run. Did you see Jamie run around the Coliseum when we were out there?
I saw that. How
60.4 seconds I ran around that bad boy.
Just over a minute.
That's right, with a suit on.
And a mic pack, too.
And a mic pack. I should have talked about it. 60 seconds, Shannon.
So you're going to be in the booth next week for one stage out at Darlington. I've heard. I've never been. Are you
excited about that or not?
Yeah,
you're scared.
I've heard that during rain delay, when you're in the booth, you actually get fed food.
Awesome.
I'll be interested to find out from Larry, who's usually sitting in here with us during rain delays, what goes down in the booth with old Mike and Clint during these rain delays, guys. There's the food.
I requested different food.
Good and funny. All right, so to pick this up, it's not the good, the bad, and the ugly, because the ugly is Mother Nature and what she's doing to this racetrack right now. But I think, for me, to the good, William Byron, first driver to score 2 wins this season. I mean, when he took over the 24, the mantle that must have been on his shoulders, I mean, that's the ride that Jeff Gordon built. Yeah, Cecil Gordon had it before him, but Jeff Gordon made a dynasty out of the 24. And that puts a lot of pressure on a young driver, but he hasn't shown that it's affected him. Yeah. And now here he's the first driver to win 2 races. And, I mean, he's off and running. The 24 is in great shape. On the flip side, as Bobby and Jamie just said, you got 3 of the top drivers in this sport that, except for a couple or one bright flash, are struggling. The 11-18 and the 22. Joey Logano, Kyle Busch, who did get a win, and Denny Hamlin, who did get a win, but not a lot of bright spots on the season for 3 of the biggest stars of our sport. That's puzzling.
Yeah, for me, you know, I just want to go broader than that. This car, how it's delivering, the racetracks, the crowds. You want to talk about a winner this year? I'm telling you, every one of these racetracks has had phenomenal crowds every single weekend. I love the product that we're seeing on the racetrack, and I think the fans do too. That's why they're coming to these tracks, boys. Love to see that first and foremost. You know, if I had to put a grade on anything, the bad, we need some work on some short tracks. I'm a short track guy. I love short tracks. You know, I'm not scared to say, you know, when you go into a new endeavor, I believe that you need, you know, you're going to have things that was the focus, right, that we needed to get better on. And I think those intermediate tracks were definitely that. And I think we're knocking out of the park on those racetracks. That being said, you know, there's going to be growing pains. I think there needs to be some adjustments on the short tracks. But again, if you're going to dive into a race team or a race driver, Ross Chastain and Trackhouse Racing, that is the #1 winner of my season for me so far. And the disappointments, you know, I think are the big-name drivers. You know, your championship drivers that you're just so accustomed over the years to seeing. A Kevin Harvick, dominating driver over the years. You know, guys like him not being in victory lane in so long and having really, truthfully struggling with this race car caught me off guard.
Yeah, coming into this year, if somebody would have said your first multiple winners will be William Byron and Ross Chastain, I'm not sure any of us would bought into that. Ross Chastain had never won a Cup race. William Byron only had 2 wins, 1 a year, and now they have flourished to the front. I would say on the other side, and it's more of confusion than anything, would have to be one of the champions you spoke about, Clint, Chase Elliott. You know, he's the only Hendrick driver that has not found victory lane this year. He's leading the points, but he's not really coming close to taking that checkered flag. It has been 10 months since his last trip to victory lane. You've got to go back to Road America, 4th of July weekend last year, won 2 road courses. He has not won on an oval since November of 2020. It was a big win at Phoenix is what sold the championship. And that's more, it's not really a negative. It's just more confusing how many wins that his teammates have gotten since he last went to victory lane.
Yeah. So who is the next non-winner this season to score?
Tyler Reddick. We're talking.
No, I didn't mean non-ever winner. Non-winner this season to score. Tyler Reddick?
Tyler Reddick.
Okay.
That's still my answer.
All
I'm
right.
telling you, look at the difference. Just one more corner, Larry. I just needed one corner, a half of a corner at Bristol, and the whole Tyler Reddick conversation goes, you know, into the column that I believe the RCR and him personally need to be in that winner's circle. So I think it's coming. I really do.
But I heard Bobby Labonte say it. I like what Richard Childress Racing is doing right now. Let's face it, Austin Dillon last year had 1 top 5 finish. It was in the Daytona 500. Now he's clicking them off much more consistent. I'm not going to rule out Daniel Suarez. He just seems like they've got speed week in and week out. They just have not closed the deal. He led a lot of laps at the Bristol Dirt Race. He led a lot of laps last week at Talladega. Suarez is flirting with it, but I think possibly the next winner, it at least comes off the RCR campus.
Well, Eric Jones just needed one more corner, one more straightaway at Talladega. He would have been in victory lane, and it's one of the most interesting seasons we've had, Shannon, in a long, long time.
It sure is. You guys enjoy the rest of the rain delay. Save some snacks for a little bit later.
You guys need some room. Oh, my gosh, are you sitting close?
Yeah, maybe let Clinton go out and do a rain dance backwards. What'd he say?
He said they don't have a studio.
Oh, well, you know, hey, go out there, do a rain dance backwards, Clint. I know you guys can do it. Hey, we miss you, Larry. We'll see you when you get back to the studio. All right, guys, they were just saying, like, who do they think is the next person who hasn't won this season to win the next race? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of candidates, but I would go with Chase Elliott because, you know, obviously all 3 of his teammates have won. But when I look at his year, he's had cars capable of winning. It just things haven't went their way. There's been some mistakes by the team. And if you go back to even Fontana when he had the scuffle, I'll call it, with Kyle Larson, I think he might have been able to win that race had that circumstance just played out, you know, a little bit differently. So Chase Elliott's been really close. I think he'll be the next guy.
What about you, Bobby? Who do you think?
Well, I'm going to go with Tyler Reddick. I mean, Tyler Reddick was leading that race, a lot of that race before he got in the wall. But, you know, I know he hasn't won yet, where Chase has obviously won a lot of races and a champion. But you know, I think Tyler Reddick is right there on the edge, too. And, you know, I feel like his win's coming, almost came at Bristol. So close, so close, so close. So when he gets that win, I think it'll be open the floodgates for him.
Well, we do have rain in the area right now at Dover, but it was a beautiful weekend. And the way that we kick these Dover weekends off here at NASCAR on Fox is Artie Kempner, our longtime director, for 21 seasons has held the Drive for Autism. It's a golf tournament that raises money for autism awareness. $7 million he has raised. Take a look at how things went down this weekend.
Good morning, I'm Ethan Kempner, and welcome to the 21st Annual Drive for Autism. The Drive for Autism is the foundation for the programs that serve me and more than 200 others. You're all difference makers.
Thank you so much to Artie Kempner for doing what he does for autism, putting this tournament on. It's a great time. It's a bad golf, not only out of me, but my team as well.
Man, it's crazy to think we've been doing this for 21 years. It's so awesome coming to Delaware. Lots of smiles, lots of happiness. I just made a birdie. It makes me happy, but also we're raising money and awareness.
You know why they call this golf? All the other four-letter words are taken.
That's a good one, Mike.
I didn't recognize Mike in that hat.
You did it?
Or that head sock, whatever that thing was.
Maybe it was a little chilly out there.
It must have been cold.
You've competed in this golf tournament, right?
Yeah. I have hacked a ball around the DuPont Country Club a lot. Artie Kempner, though, has done so much for autism. I have a family member that was affected by autism, so obviously I always went up to participate in that. But the programs that go along with that, and I won't get into it, are just amazing. You saw his son Ethan talking, actually introducing everybody, and I watched him grow up from like a kid and then slowly turn out to be a man, and it was pretty cool when he would get up and he would do the opening ceremonies.
Yeah, and you know, Jamie and I were just talking about it too. I think I was there, you might have been there the first year that it happened, and we seen Ethan start off as a young kid at the podium, standing there with the microphone, and then he's growing up and talking to Artie about what he's doing and what position he's, you know, a job and what he's able to do and this and that. And not just the golf part, because golfing is fun. I only played like twice a year, and usually that would be one of them, maybe one to warm up for it because I'm not very good at it. But at the same time, it was always fun to go, and it's with all the drivers, all the support they had. I just always loved going. I hate that I'm not going right now. I haven't been up there in many years, but maybe next time I'll go. But it was always, for Dover, you're like, we're going to go, we're going to play golf. And you just planned it in your schedule to leave a day early to go play golf.
You and I were just talking about this today, about raising money for foundations and how much work it is, and Artie's dedication and commitment to the Drive.
That's because Artie's a talker. That's why Artie can talk your ear off.
Come help me, come help me.
But his commitment to this has been, I mean, just absolutely incredible.
Well, again, his support group, I mean, and for them to raise as much money as they have, and every year that the event got bigger and bigger and bigger, we talked about they went to like two courses. I think it got so big, there were so many players there. But it is a lot of effort on a lot of people's part to be in the foundation area to raise money. And obviously for autism, I mean, again, what we see about what Artie does, it's for the, you know, obviously the month of May, and I mean, everything that he does is really turned to gold on it.
He used to bring, I think, 50 families to the racetrack, and they would sit over where you watch the horse races behind the glass wall. And I remember going over there beforehand. It was pretty cool to see how excited all those kids were and their family members to get to meet the drivers and actually get to see the cars on the track.
That's so awesome. Great job, Artie. We're so proud of you and so proud to tell that story here. During this rain delay, unfortunately, a lot of good things happened at Dover. Good things happened this week with the golf tournament. Not so good right now with the rain coming down over that 1 mile track. But we will continue to be here throughout the rain delay and hope you stick with us. We've logged 78 laps of the 400 scheduled laps out at Dover Motor Speedway, but of course the rain moved in, and we are currently waiting out the rain over that 1 mile track. The Monster Mile race there once a week. While we have a few minutes, we do want to talk about some of the newsier stories that we've been talking about on Race Hub this week, and the silly season is already starting to turn. One of the biggest stories that we've talked about is Kyle Busch and where Kyle Busch could possibly be in 2023. Just listen to the comments that he made before the Talladega race, and then we'll discuss.
Do you have any sort of time frame for when you want your plans to be decided for next year?
Yesterday.
You're getting antsy about it?
I'm not getting antsy about it. If it happens, it happens. If it don't, it don't. Goodbye.
Goodbye is an option?
Ask Joe Gibbs.
All right. So what do we hear?
I so hope he's in his bus watching us right now. Oh, I hope so.
What do you hear? I mean, listen, it could all be done, right? And Kyle is just going up there and chatting and doing, saying what he says. But what do you make out of that?
I don't know. Kyle Busch is so funny. I mean, and I think you and I have talked about this because if you follow Kyle Busch on Instagram, it's so different than the Kyle Busch that you see in media interviews. But I think one thing that's important to keep in mind here is that when you're a driver and you show up to the racetrack, you get into a different mindset.
Yeah.
You literally change personalities because you're focused on what you're there to do. And I think that's sometimes why we see that Kyle being interviewed. But something to keep in mind about contracts are they're a lot easier to make these announcements when they say sponsor so-and-so has signed for 4 years and here's our driver. We don't know the sponsor for the 18 next year. So there's a lot of unknowns, and I'm sure that they want Kyle Busch there. They probably just can't afford to pay him what he wants without having a sponsor, and so that makes it difficult. And I think what makes this even more complicated, and I do hope Kyle is watching this, is that Ty Gibbs is running so well, and obviously he has a connection with Coach Gibbs being his grandfather. So the media is going to start trying to throw him into the mix as well. But I love it. I think it's great that Kyle kind of leads us all on that way.
I asked a really successful businessman one time the best advice he could give me, and he said leverage is the best advice that he could give me. And I don't know if there's anyone in the garage that has more leverage really than Kyle Busch, just because of the fact that he is the most talented driver out there.
Yeah, he really is. And I mean, there's no doubt about it. But at the same time, where's he going to go? I mean, he obviously demands a higher ticket. I mean, he is paid for what he has done, and he deserves that. But what other teams are going to be able to do that? So in my mind, I mean, obviously, if M&M's had already signed a longer-term contract, would they have him there? But would it be offsetting from the next sponsor? Would it be different than that? So I feel like, for Kyle, is it, you're going to have to figure out what the deal is or take a pay cut, or what is it? But I would assume that if they do get a sponsor, they'll probably go back to Kyle. I do feel like that is a marriage that they want to continue on because they have had such a big success. But will they say, okay, if it's a 3-year contract, maybe it's not a longer term contract, maybe they'll just go a little bit less. We see 1 year now, 1 or 2 years, so maybe a little bit different, but we'll see.
You mentioned Ty, and I only bring that up, Ty Gibbs, obviously. I bring that up because we heard earlier today Bob Pockrass say that Martin Truex Jr. is still undecided about next season, so that could be maybe something that, I don't know. I was surprised to hear that. I know Bobby was as well.
Yeah, I was a little I saw that on Twitter first thing when I woke up this morning. I hadn't really heard a lot about that. I think the one unique thing with Martin is that Johnny Morris from Bass Pro Shops, I think they're pretty committed to him. Yeah. Martin's done a great job at keeping all those partners interested, and I think they want to be a part of his program. So it sounded like listening to that and just reading into it, that it was kind of Martin's decision on whether he wanted to continue racing. But as I listened to that, he seemed to like this new car. He didn't really care that it was different. He's like, look, I just want to win. I want to run well. And I would say when you've had the success that he has had recently, that you're going to stick this out and stay in victory lane.
And 3-time winner at Dover, of course. So we could see him go out there and win today at one of his home racetracks, right?
Yeah, one of his 7 home racetracks.
One of his 7 home racetracks. So we are getting word from the racetrack right now that unfortunately, because of the wet stuff that has moved in over Dover, we will be postponing this race until noon tomorrow on FS1. So tomorrow at FS1, join us at noon right here, because that's where we'll be, and we'll have the race, which means that the drivers get to go back to their motorhomes, have a nice meal.
Yeah,
they've probably already been eating, as you've mentioned.
I would have had Oreos, Shannon, lots of them.
Yeah, so noon on Monday, a lot different than 4 o'clock on a Sunday?
Well, we just talked that the track's probably going to be a little bit different with the fact that the Air Titans have been out, cleaned it off.
Yeah.
But it will be a little bit different tomorrow, yeah.
It's supposed to be a little bit more sunshine, a little bit warmer.
Well, we hope there's a little more sunshine than there was.
There's no more rain, I hope for, yeah.
Beaming sunshine.
Yeah, beaming sunshine. We can work on those tans out there at the Dover Speedway. Thanks for hanging out with us, guys. Sorry we couldn't get this race in today, but we're going to do it tomorrow. Noon here on FS1. We'll be here. We hope that you are as well. Stay here on FS1 because Relentless is coming up next.
Let's go get Miles of Monsters next. We love this place. It's a driver's racetrack. Still have some fun. Keep some butt today.
Here we go. Hey, green flag.
Go fast.
Oh, no.
That would hurt. Hard, all the way, all the way.
I think we're having a party.
How about that, baby?
I think we're having a party. Whoa, and everyone's invited. Yeah. Whoa, whoa.
On Saturday, Miles the Monster was hungry and he ate up a bunch of cars. Yesterday, he was thirsty and Mother Nature obliged. We had 66 green flag laps and then the rains came. Welcome to NASCAR Cup Series racing from Dover, presented by Brestree. 66 green laps, followed by 12 more under caution, but the rains were persistent and kept coming, and NASCAR pulled the plug. And here we are, deep into stage 1. We had a competition caution at stage 40. Now we've got to run the rest of the way on a very green racetrack. Clint, what's that mean for you?
Well, I think it's going to be tire wear, and my crew chief, Larry Mack, is going to be in my ear. Take care of this thing. We've already seen tire wear with the 12 car of Ryan Blaney in just a 40-lap run yesterday. So I think these guys are going to have to be mindful. Don't be pulling on that wheel and getting too loose. Take care of those tires and get it to the end of this stage. 8 sets of tires on the ground at the start of this race, and normally you'd think that might be enough, but I guess after the rains came, teams were lobbying NASCAR for more, and they said, no, you've got what you got.
Yeah, and we've still got a lot of racing. We've got over 300 laps of racing, so we've got 7 drivers out there that's on 22-lap tires. They're the 7 that will start this race, restart at the front. I think this is going to be the most important 35-lap run that we have all day. It's going to tell them where this racetrack at. It's going to tell them where the tire wear is on this very green racetrack that has no rubber.
Now, yesterday at the competition caution, Ryan Blaney had tire trouble on the right front. Regan Smith can update us.
Well, Mike, he did. After 40 laps, that right front tire was coming apart on Ryan Blaney's car. About 20 laps on the set that they currently have on the race car. Expect them to pit here in just a moment when the cars roll. They're going to come down, not only change tires, but make a significant adjustment to the right front section of that race car. Something still doesn't feel good in there to Ryan. Whether the track is green or not, they feel like their wear is excessive, and they're going to make an adjustment to try and fix it. Jamie?
Well, Chase Elliott is another one of those 7 drivers that opted to stay out right before the rain came. I talked to his crew chief, Alan Gustafson, and he said, our car is not very good. Our driver is not comfortable getting in the corner. It won't rotate through the middle. But as far as strategy, he said, we are staying put, staying out on the racetrack. We're pretty confident in the tire wear for the next 35 laps here. Mike?
Thanks, Jamie. Track position is key here at Dover on these concrete canyons. Now, pit road is still marked as being closed, the red and yellow light flashing. Ryan Blaney's coming in anyway.
Smart move. They're going to make a major adjustment like Regan Smith. The penalty will be start at the tail end of the field. They're going to be there anyhow. So go ahead and get this additional time to make that adjustment. I think that's a great move.
Yeah,
that Jonathan Hassler made there.
That extra time for sure. Resetting the wheel, making sure that's right. That's something. You don't have the advantage of practice and things like that anymore, not much, and you get back out there, it was wheels off to reset that. Such a big part of where you like that wheel, how much you have it indexed to how this car's handling.
Now, when pit road opens, we'll be watching the 7 cars at the front of the field that did not stop earlier. And we'll also be watching the 3 wave around cars, drivers that when they gave one to go yesterday and we thought we were going to get back to green, took the wave around. They have the option to come to pit road, give up that lap that they gained on the wave around, and make any necessary changes or adjustments.
So what kind of adjustment were they probably making on the 12? There's one of maybe a couple, Mike. They could have been making a camber adjustment, because that certainly can enhance tire wear on either the inside or the outside, or like his teammate Joey Logano yesterday, Paul Wolf opted to come in and make a shock adjustment. Regan?
Well, what they were actually doing was a toe adjustment. They felt like something was off in the toe setting of that race car. So as you saw them go under the hood with those wrenches, they were adjusting that toe, towing it in, I believe.
So pit road is open. However, no takers among the front 7. They will maintain track position. Chase Briscoe has elected to pit. I think I also see Harrison Burton coming in. Excuse me, make that B.J. McLeod and Todd Gilliland.
And these are all drivers that actually pitted under the caution before the rains came, so they're just coming in and making more adjustments. I see Todd Gilliland, 38 car, they are changing tires.
And Ryan Blaney is coming back in for a second stop.
Yeah, given this, this delay, right, and an overnight thought process with your engineers and stuff like that, gives you some time to slow down, think it out, get a better adjustment for today.
Josh Bilicki also stopped. And you still have time to win some of $5,000 today of Clint's cash by playing Fox Bet Super 6. Scan the QR code, download the Super 6 app, and enter your picks about today's race for a free shot at the jackpot.
Darn right you can. It's still there, up for grabs. $5,000. That free app. Go to Fox Bet Super 6. Get your picks in. You know, it doesn't matter if you're at work. Get them picks in. Maybe you buy the first round, huh?
Now, if you entered
Happy
yesterday,
hour.
there's no need to re-enter. You're in.
Can I readjust my picks?
You're not.
I don't think you can.
So we come to the choose.
Starting to see some gambling.
On restarts, what we've seen is the outside is the preferred lane.
There's no question that outside line just rolls better. You know, having to be on the inside reacting, you know, you can't take off until you see that leader take off. So there's a beat there that you're off. And then I think that you spin the tires a little bit more on that inside with less momentum because of that.
Let's have a look at today's Ford Performance Track Facts before we go green. At Dover, Ford has won 27 of the 103 races here. Yes, Richard Petty drove a Ford in 1969. He left Plymouth for 1 year, and he scored the win here. Kevin Harvick, victorious in 2020 on the Monster Mile. That's a Ford Mach 1 Mustang in front of the field. The lights are out, and we are ready to go back to green. Caution began at lap 67. It will end at lap 83. And look at this Monday crowd.
Darn right. Everybody stayed watching some racing on a Monday.
So the Drydene 400 is back under green. Single file through the first 3 spots. The fight is for 4th. And Denny Hamlin on the outside making some noise.
And again, that's one of those drivers that elected to get 4 fresh tires under that caution yesterday. But no surprise when right now, when I look at the top 7, Gibbs, Hendrick Motorsports.
Right now on a green racetrack, looks to me like it's pretty much a fight for the bottom. As you see, everybody's trying to follow suit, and we already talked about it. Trying to take care of these tires too. Need to get down there, get in some of that rubber. Anything you're up there on that gray track on the outside, it's going to be scrubbing a lot of tire off in this short run.
And Clint, I don't think Denny Hamlin has to worry about his tires. I think he can run them just as hard as he wants, knowing it's only going to be a 37-lap run to the end of the stage.
And also, it's no surprise that he's doing the passes up there. He was one of the ones that came in and pitted. He's on fresh tires.
Kyle Busch also in the high groove slips back a bit. And he's under fire from Eric Almirola.
Oh, got to spin into the wall. I think it's Brad. Nope,
Austin Cindric, and another one between 3 and 4. Locking up the brakes to avoid what was ahead. Todd Gilliland crashes and spins down to the track apron.
That turn 3 has given Todd Gilliland fits all weekend long. Just like in practice, one spun and then here comes another one. It's almost as if you first think, man, there must be something on the racetrack. Practice, it was a reaction. William Byron spun out right behind him.
Yeah, we saw Tyler Reddick become the second guy in practice that did that.
Pits are closed here.
See the damage on the right rear?
Third caution of the race.
Yeah, he was already way high up out of the groove, but look how dirty the racetrack is up there. Saw him starting to slide.
Now we're going to ride along with Ryan Blaney.
Somebody shoot in front of this 2-way. In and up top.
I can tell you how Gilliland spun out off the front bumper of the 12 car. Unfortunately, just checked up. Ryan couldn't get checked up in time and got into the back of him and spun him out.
Pit road will be open this time, Larry.
Yeah, we only ran 3 green laps. I just feel like if you're one of those drivers up front, your bed is kind of made. You don't give it up now because, again, we're going to go back racing. There's going to be less than 30 laps to the end of this stage.
Worked out well for the drivers who took the wave around on the last caution. And looks like Cole Custer will get the free pass on this caution flag. We'll step away for just a moment. Racing on Monday at Dover, Delaware. Now Dover Motor Speedway, under the Speedway Motorsports umbrella. I guess they had a lot of Let's check with Jamie.
Austin Cindric, as you guys saw, he said, I just killed the right front, so he brought it down. He said the steering is off to the right. They just looked at it and said it's towed in 2 inches on the right front. They're going to attempt to fix this and get him back out on the track.
They're having to make the same adjustment that Ryan Blaney, his teammate, made, but they're doing it for a particular reason because of hitting the wall.
Yeah, you always hear a toe adjustment, you're thinking of an impact like you hear with Austin Cindric. Never just an ill-handling race car and pouring a tire. That was the first for me.
Larson and Elliott on older tires. Hamlin with those new tires. Here we go.
Tell you what, that's a good jump for Chase Elliott on the inside, door to door.
A lot better than the last restart.
Absolutely. Going to the lead, going to take it. That's how you do it, boys. Rewind, look at this.
Chris Buescher, our pole sitter, battling Ross Chastain for 8th.
Clear, unit 31.
Love those in car audio where you can hear that thing, throttling and pedaling it through the corners to keep the car underneath of him. All 3 of those guys, Chastain, Harvick, and now Haley, all pedaling into the corner. Tells me they're probably a little bit loose right now.
Yeah, Haley in the 31, they went with 2 tires on that pit stop yesterday. Kevin Harvick in that 4. They were flirting with a top 10, but they elected to pit and get 4 tires.
Kyle Busch loses that spot to Ross Chastain. Kyle has never lost a cup race that ended on his birthday, which is today.
Wow.
He's 2 for 2.
That's a Super 6 pick if I've ever heard one.
Riding with Ross Chastain, we just observed you never have to worry, is he giving you 100%, especially on the restart. He'll get all he can and get it in a hurry.
100%. Starting to see some rubber put down on this racetrack already. Just a handful of laps.
Ryan Preece up 6 spots since the restart as he battles Daniel Suarez for 17th.
Ryan Preece making his
got on the apron
of 2 starts this year in the Cup Series in his 15 car.
Saw him dip down to get his left sides on the apron. Really upset that car. Easy to do.
2nd place. Those newer tires of Hamlin going to work, but Larson on the outside.
Saw them 2 at dinner together last night, probably arguing over who the bill right now. That's what you're seeing side by side.
AJ Allmendinger got up to the wall. Did he get into it?
Yes, he did. You saw the flames come out of his pipes. Got pushed pretty high by Eric Jones, too. He knew it. He was in trouble, lifted out of the gas. Wasn't enough.
20 laps to go in stage 1. Denny Hamlin up to 2nd place, Jamie.
And he has had a rocket all weekend long. Denny Hamlin, we talked to him yesterday when the rain came. It's the happiest he has been with the race car since Vegas. Very optimistic about today. And his crew chief, Chris Gabehart, told me this is going to be a different style of race today with the sun ready to come out. It's going to be warmer. It's humid. Whoever keeps up with the track the best will win this race, and they're confident.
You're right, Jamie. The clouds are starting to break up here over the speedway. Still a lot of overcast off to the west. We're going to take you back side by side with Chase Elliott leading at lap 101.
Toyota, let's go places.
At USAA, we've been called too exclusive because we were created for officers. But as we've evolved with the military, we've grown to serve all who've honorably served, no matter their rank or when they were in. A Marine just out of boot camp, or a petty officer from 73, and even his kids and their kids. USAA is made for all who honorably served and their eligible family members. Are we still exclusive? Absolutely. And that's exactly why you should join.
Get ready for 2 huge back-to-back nights of USFL action. First, Friday on FS1, Jeff Fisher's Michigan Panthers battle the Philadelphia Stars.
How about this?
Then, Saturday on Fox, standout QB J.Mar Smith leads the Birmingham Stallions against the Tampa Bay Bandits. Wow! Real football for real fans. The USFL, Friday and Saturday on FS1 and Fox.
Well, you saw Denny Hamlin got right to the bumper of Chase Elliott, but is unable to get up and alongside. What's going to make this a difficult pass?
Yeah, catching him one thing, passing him's another, and that's what he's having trouble doing. He's trying to get to his outside, but it looks like he's not able to enter high. He probably a little bit loose. He enters low and is trying to get the pass down on the exit. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's going to have to figure out how to enter high, get the car rotated, and pass him. Or wait for what you see right there coming, a lapper. Try to get it done and use a lapper as a pick.
Going around B.J. McLeod. Austin Cindric's team made repairs, sent him back on the racetrack, but the clock had expired on NASCAR's damaged vehicle policy, and he's been ordered to the garage.
You have 6 minutes to get back up to minimum speed. They never got that.
Christopher Bell, one of the 7 drivers that stayed out and did not pit under that rain caution. Now, one of those was Ryan Blaney, who did pit twice. So 6 of the 7 stayed out, and they're all running 12th or better on worn tires.
He's back. Cooled his tire and finally got to the inside. Now he's going to make a pass, but I'm telling you, he'll have to shut it off. If the 9 can stay on his door on the exit, he'll still have trouble. And there it is.
These two finished 1-2 here in 2018. Elliott was the winner.
When you run the bottom like that, if you don't get him cleared by right there, you're in trouble. He's clear up now. But if he can hang on your door, you need that real estate to move up the track. And if it's not there, that car's on your outside. You got to lift out of the gas, and you'll stay side by side. Frustrating.
And for 4th place, with 8 laps to go in stage 1, here was the battle.
Yeah, Kyle Larson in the 5. He's going to end up losing 2 spots here to Chastain and Truex.
The old twofer. Chastain caught him door to door, and look at the inside. Look at this. Look at the run he had.
Ross Chastain, now in 4th place, is the highest driver in the field who came and got tires.
And I think that's what you saw, too, tires, right? Gave him an opportunity to enter high, get that thing rotated, made that straightaway as long as possible. In other words, got to the throttle way before they did and made a pass 3 wide.
Says can't stop us now. Is that the name of Pitbull's tour, or is that Ross Chastain's new motto, or both?
I think it's Jackhouse's new model for sure.
Well, let's check out our subway right combination. The one team, Ross Chastain, his crew chief Phil Surgeon. Their 2nd season together, the first at Trackhouse Racing. The first 10 races, 2 wins, 6 top 5s. Prior to this year, neither Ross or Phil had ever won a cup race or made the playoffs. Now they've accomplished both. Ross has 125 Cup Series starts, but it made his very first start here in the spring of 17. Maybe the subway right combination to get win number 3 of the 2022 season.
Pretty incredible what that team has done in such a short time of becoming a 2-car team. 4 to go in stage 1. We resumed racing at lap 84 this afternoon. Denny'd only led 49 laps this season. Going into yesterday, he's now led 60 laps in this race over the 2 days. Hamlin by 2.5. Elliott with almost a second on Christopher Bell. And Alex Bowman, last year's winner here, poised to get the last points paying spot when this stage ends in another 2 laps.
I mean, it's going to be too little too late, but the fastest car on the track, we just talked about it. Ross Chastain in that 1 car back there in 4th, about 3.5, 3 3/4 seconds behind leader Denny Hamlin.
Brad Keselowski wants one of those stage points. Keselowski now to 10th. Final lap, stage 1. Denny Hamlin, 2nd stage win this season and the 4th of his career at Dover. As Joe Gibbs Racing and Hendrick Motorsports take 7 of the top 10 spots, led by Hamlin. The Advance My Track Challenge is back. Visit AdvanceMyTrack.com. Vote for your favorite NASCAR Advance Auto Parts Weekly Series track. Each vote enters you for a chance to win weekly prizes. End of stage 1, and for 5 of the 6 drivers who stayed out and did not take that set of tires earlier, they all ended up earning stage points, and even Eric Almirola, who was 15th, picked up 5 spots from where he would have been at the time of that caution. Pit road open, Regan Smith.
Mike Kyle Larson in the 5 car, very tight as that run went on, especially as the rubber went onto the racetrack. Look for them to make a significant adjustment to try and stay ahead of the track. And Ross Chastain in the 1 car needs more front turn. Can't afford to have the back unhooked anymore, though. Jamie?
Christopher Bell in the 20 was a little free in practice. They tightened him up, and now it's getting free again as they continue to run. The 9, Chase Elliott, fired off good. Overall, though, feels a lot like it did yesterday. 4 tire stop here. Denny Hamlin's team just blistering pit stops lately. A 4 tire stop there. The car's good, was freeing up as they went.
Here's your Ram race off pit road. Oh, whoa.
Got a tire racing Denny Hamlin. There's a penalty.
Not sure whose. But that's a getaway.
Never a good sign when you look over and a tire's passing you on pit road.
Well, that was a tire that was intended on going on, and there you see the 11 car. Knew it was a brand new tire that had a sticker on it.
Jack Mann. Well, I can promise you this. I was going to dial him up for a stage win. I am not dialing him up now. Never a good sign when your tire passes you. Too bad. Costly mistake.
And Larry, that's pretty much the most major of penalties you can have on pit road.
Pretty much 4 weeks for crew chief and tire changer and tire carrier.
Let's review what happened on Denny Hamlin's stop to the left front.
Yeah, watch that Jack guy right there. Obviously the changer's changing the tire. You see the left front come off. Watch the Jack guy hang the tire back here on the back, hangs the tire, glances up. It's his call. When he drops that car, it's Denny's cue to take off and blow out of the pits. He didn't really see that left front tire changer, whether or not that wheel was on or not. Drop the Jack, Denny takes off, no lug nut on it.
The wheel is on, the lug nut is not, and behind him is Joey Logano's pit, and Jamie Little told us that the nut came out of the socket and ended up in the 22 pit.
So lug nut came out of his gun, and he did not know it until it was too late, obviously. So it's what it is. Had a good first stage, got a great car, plenty of time to get it back. P29 here, 30 on the lead lap.
Yes.
Jamie.
Well, you just heard it there, just trying to stay optimistic. They know how fast this race car is, and now they got a lot of things to think about. Penalties coming in the next couple of weeks.
Well, based on average 4-tire stop times this year, number 11 crew still leads the league.
Well, go back to last year's car. You had 5 lug nuts. The 5 lug nuts would come off. You had 5 new ones that were glued to the wheel that went on. And we know there were times when they didn't get all of them tight. We only have 1 lug nut, 1 center wheel lock per wheel, and you reuse the same wheel lock, the same lug nut. There's a magnet and kind of a grommet inside that socket that holds it, but sometimes it comes out. That's exactly what happened with that 11 car. Well, let's go to our Ford Performance cutaway car to show the single lug wheel lock. Again, if you go back to last year, we had a steel wheel. This year it's aluminum, and the biggest difference is the fact that we have, of course, you've got a lower profile tire, you've got a 3-inch bigger rim, but the biggest difference is certainly the number of lug nuts. You had 5 per wheel last year, you only have 1 this year, and you're reusing the same wheel lock, the same lug nut.
And that's why obviously you have them coming completely off. I mean, that lug nut just simply wasn't there. He knew it, he saw it, tried to you know, signal Denny not to go, but it was too late. Things happen fast. That shows you how fast those pit stops are, especially on an 11. Nobody does it faster than them boys.
So Hamlin will restart 29th. Ross Chastain, coming off a win with Christopher Bell on the inside, will be the front row. Truex and Elliott, Buescher and Byron, Kyle Busch and Larson, Keselowski and Bowman are the top 10 as they approach the Geico restart zone to begin stage 2. Truex to second. And Buescher, crossover move. Watch that blue car gunning for third. Ty Dillon got the free pass. He's back on the lead lap. And pole sitter Chris Buescher, watch the 17 here.
It's a good move.
Kyle Busch to the outside of Bell now for 5th place. And trouble for Bell. Off pace into the corner.
Which side do you know? Left side, I think. You think it's the left rear.
They're flat.
Just do 4, guys. Just do 4.
Right before that caution, we had all 4 Gibbs cars up inside the top 6 or 7. Now 2 having issues, Bell and Hamlin.
I don't know if he had a flat. Did you think it was a loose wheel?
He was feeling something, and we are hearing it a loose wheel.
Speed is important on pit stops. Accuracy more so.
Now that's the other side of a loose wheel, that or the conversation we were just having with the 11, that's the other side that just doesn't happen very often. To get away with a loose wheel, usually 90% of the time this year, that's been a tire off the vehicle and a 4-week suspension.
So we begin stage 2 with Chase Elliott here in 4th place. Jamie.
Well, Mike, we've talked a lot about tire wear. This came off the right front of Chase Elliott's car after that stop, and you see the cording on the inside, and he told the team he felt like the camber was off. Something was off, and all they did was make a wedge adjustment, so we'll keep an eye on the right front for the next round.
That'll get better. You knew on a green racetrack after a rain delay like that, this track is hard on tires anyway. But as we keep burning rubber into this track lap after lap, that wear will get better.
Denny Hamlin up 5 spots from the restart.
But that camber makes me nervous, Mike. This is a 1-mile racetrack. You spend about 3/4 of the time in the corners with that right front loaded. And that camber, they put more negative. They lean it toward the inside on the right front to get the full footprint of the tire on the racetrack when it's in the corner. Makes me a little bit nervous.
Sure, even the straightaways here are banked 9 degrees. So. Ross Chastain has led the last 12 laps.
Sun all the way out, you know, staying on that for a second about the camber, about the tire wear. Sun being down on this racetrack is going to be heating up. It's going to get slicker. It's going to wear tires more.
Ross Chastain, we talked about he and his crew chief Phil Surgeon. His crew had an 11.4 pit stop that got him the lead.
When things are going your way, they just keep you. That's where there's momentum there for that one team. All right, we're 16 laps into stage 2 with Ross Chastain leading Martin Truex by about half a second. 143 laps complete at Dover. Ross Chastain leading. Here's how the Coca-Cola family of drivers are faring, with Suarez in 13th. Denny Hamlin on the way back to the front in 22nd. Joey Logano, all the Penske cars have had issues today. He is 25th. Austin Dillon 28th. And the sun has broken through, and the whole track is in bright sunlight now.
And Mike, this has not changed at this 1-mile racetrack. This is the most fickle track we go to as far as how weather affects the surface. And Clint said it earlier, these crew chiefs, they have to stay on top of that. Yeah, there's a lot of unknowns about this next-gen car here, but it's still the same 1-mile concrete surface, and you have to rely on your past experience.
You literally have to tell yourself that in the car, Larry. When you're out there, and 9 times out of 10 this time of year up here in this area, you're just going to have some cloud cover, right? I can't tell you how many times I've been making laps around this place and everything's fine. You're like, what the heck just happened, man? I just got loose all of a sudden. Dawns on you. Yep. We're in cloud cover.
Chris Buescher having a career day. Earned his first pole ever in the Cup Series this weekend. Led early the first 18 laps of the race. And now here's Chase Elliott. Now we saw that tire. Right front tire, and Kyle Larson's been told his tire looks just the same as Chase. But why is that cording, Clint, occurring way over on the shoulder of the tire and not up on the tread?
Well, first things first, it's camber. Camber speed, camber's turn in a race car. You need camber in those things. These things like camber, but it's on the brink of disaster. You too much, that tire will cord like we're seeing and give yourself, you know, a chance at maybe blowing out a tire or something like that, not making the end of this deal. But the short sidewall on these tires, I think, has a more flat tire patch on it. And when you run camber with these cars like that, with that shorter sidewall, there's not as much flex, and it leans harder on the shoulder.
Birthday boy Kyle Busch in 5th place, Jamie.
Well, Mike, as you know, when we report on tire wear or excessive tire wear, everybody takes note. Kyle Busch's radio moments after we reported the 9 issue.
Not really left front up, just falls more on the right front than what the 924 do behind us. And that's kind of where it seems like it starts grinding through the right front. So I don't know if you see that in pictures or not, but that's just, I'm nitpicking, I know, but simple. Yeah, I know why. Okay, as long as it makes sense to you, I'm just going off 5-ball.
And that's actually spotter Tony Hirschman giving Ben Bayshore some information that he's seeing from the spotter stand.
Spotter can do so much more than just to clear inside or outside and what's around you. A good spotter today's day and age sees everything on pit road, everywhere, gets that information back to the crew chief as soon as possible.
William Byron 6th in a backup car. got no practice, no qualifying. Came out here, worked his way to the front by staying out under caution when most everybody pitted, but he has stayed right there in the top half dozen. Brad Keselowski, he and Chris Buescher having a great day for RFK. 3rd and 8th right now.
They need a good day. I mean, Brad Keselowski had a great run going last week at Talladega, but mistakes. Speeding on pit road early during a green flag stop. He overcame that. He got the free pass, but then late in the race, speeding again under green, you're not going to overcome that.
Absolutely. Starting to see some speed out of RFK, getting things sorted out. Race cars, you see Chris Buescher on the pole this weekend, prime example, but now you got to clean up the mistakes. You're so spot on, Larry.
Kevin Harvick was happy when we talked to him in pre-race yesterday. Multiple winner here at Dover. Has hung around the top 10 pretty much all day. 9th place right now.
Likes this place. I remember in the first few years of my career racing alongside him in the RCR days, didn't like the place. And then years later at SHR, found some speed here, found success winning here a few times. And lo and behold, the next few competition meetings, my man was liking the place.
Ricky Stenhouse rounding out the top 10. He and his car owner Tad Geschichter visited a sustainable farm sampling Frobert. What's Frobert? And sorbet. Frobert, I guess is that frozen yogurt and sherbet combined? I'm not sure. Sounds like it is. Let's go with it.
Sounds great.
Caution, 5-car Larson around backwards on the front straightaway.
Get fired back up here. Did we hit hard? No, we didn't hit hard, but we blew tires.
He was 7th, and that's the 5th caution flag.
Right rear's down. Did he blow a right rear? Was that the cause of it? Man, what a save. Barely into the wall with the right rear. Both right side tires are down. Don't do the damage to this. Slow down a little bit.
And Clint, that was only 27 laps. 27 laps on those tires.
See what happened. Yeah, he's already sideways. Sliding through the corner. Is the right rear down? I don't think so. I think he just got loose and lost it. I think the tires blew as he was sliding with the wheels locked up. Great save. You don't see that very often in this racetrack, the self-cleaning with the banking on the corners.
Right here, you get sideways, and that track just narrows right up, and it's hard not to hit anything.
Pretty early in the corner. Usually because of the speed and you coming up out of that corner, you spin. He was way early in the corner, almost in the middle of the corner when that thing started to get sideways and get out from underneath of him. See the tires blow out right there, sliding right front first and the right rear. We'll get that thing fixed up, get him an adjustment back in the game. Uh-oh.
That's
what I was afraid of.
Larry, still 94 laps to go in this stage.
I mean, that's doable on fuel, Mike. I just don't know if it's doable on tires. And these teams are to the point where they only have 5 to 6 sets of stickers to go, and we got well over 200 laps to go in this race. But I think you've got to come get tires.
Check that out, Larry. That's the first time I've seen that. Actually had a device built to get this car up so the jack man could get underneath of it. You always see guys trying to lift the car up because they can't get the jack under it. Cars are very low to the ground. That's pretty cool.
Teams figure it out.
Yeah.
They always do.
Well, it's an adaptation of the quick jack that's used in road racing to lift the rear of the car. That's well
Sounds good. I'm in. It worked. I can promise you that.
Yeah, honestly, in the perfect world, we would have stayed green there for a little bit, and these teams could go to about lap 185 or 89, come and get 4 tires to make it to the end. But this caution really doesn't come at a great time for anybody.
That's exactly what I was going to ask you. What do you do now?
I think you've got to come, Clint. I mean, we're seeing
if you're the 11 car and you're already down a set of tires to get your competition, what do you do?
Well, if you blow a tire, then you don't. It doesn't matter how many sets of tires you got left.
Well, I don't want to blow it later either, though.
No.
Make sure you clean these mistakes up. Seeing lug nut problems on pit road. Is this a product of Monday?
Little hangover?
Something.
No, I was asking you.
Seeing some mistakes.
Hey, we're in the Palmetto State this weekend. They have palm trees there, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Darlington, throwback weekend. Coming up.
I mean, honestly, guys, this is one of those situations. I don't want to get too far out in front of our skis. if they've got them, I wish NASCAR would release at least one set of tires, an additional set of tires to these race teams.
Well, it's definitely got these teams scratching their head, and it backs up against the wall. You keep having cautions like you just saw, an untimely caution. This thing heats up in a big way. You're going to have to save a set. Some of them are going to have to make a set up.
Now, you used to be able to kind of trade tires between teams. Let's say a team that's laps down or a team that's fallen out of the race, but those days are over.
Those days, every team on pit road had the option to have 9 sets of tires for the race, including your qualifiers. So 8 sets of stickers, 1 set of scuffs, and you have to start the race on one of those. But yeah, you cannot go buy additional tires.
And pit road remains closed.
Yeah, I'm seeing basically every team on pit road with tires ready for a pit stop. I think you've got to worry about how many tires you've got left later. You've got to come get them right now.
Yeah, you got to get to later first, right?
That's it.
We'll worry about that later.
.91 laps to go in the stage, 241 to go in the race. Watch the car control by Kyle Larson as he locks it up, scrubs off speed, down goes one tire. Here comes the wall, so I'm going to gas it and stay away from that. That was Jimmy Johnson-like right there. Let's go back to 2006.
The best save I've ever seen in my life. I'll never forget this the day I die. Spins, we hear everybody's down on pit road during qualifying. Seams coming at you, spinning once, spinning twice, spinning 3 times. Look how he's throttling it back up. Wait a minute, throttle back up. Unbelievable save.
He made Jeff Gordon approved of it, that's for sure.
Well, he was paying for half the damage too.
Awesome save.
It was.
Pit road's open, and here they all come. Regan.
Mike, your leader, Ross Chastain, giving very good detailed information about his race car. It's tight, but after about 20 laps, the rear starts to slide. He said he can manage that slide. Wants a little bit of help with the Titan. William Byron, snug in traffic, but too loose in clean air. Tough thing to fix there. Jamie?
Chase Elliott was told what happened to his teammate, and he said, well, I can go faster, but I'll shred the tires. They said, don't do that. Just continue doing what you're doing. It'll be 4 tires here for him. This 17 as well, land a little loose. Wants to get it tightened back up, so he's happy with it. And Martin Truex Jr. now, they're all saying they can make it to the end of this stage after the stop. Happy with the last changes for the 19.
Boy, that's going to be hard to race to a pace. And wow, Truex just about swept the nose off the number 9 coming off pit road. You want to see it again? Because that was the all-time save at Dover. Jimmy Johnson in qualifying.
It ain't just Dover, buddy. Anywhere, any racetrack, any situation I've ever seen.
And the crowd went wild. Getting ready to restart here in Dover. Chris Buescher with a pit stop issue. You see a tire bounce and start to get away, but they caught it and saved him a penalty, but he dropped from 3rd to 7th on that stop. Daniel Suarez came in and made a 2nd stop. There's that bouncer. Couldn't quite catch it.
Missed it.
Good one.
Good save.
Good save. So Ross Chastain, Martin Truex, Chevy Toyota on the front row, Haley and Elliott, Keselowski, Kyle Busch, Buescher, Byron, Harvick, Stenhouse, the top 10. Harrison Burton, the free pass, gives us 29 cars on the lead lap as we go back to green.
Mike, for the 2nd time, Trent Owens, the crew chief for Justin Haley, that 31 right side tires only, gained a lot of track position on that stop.
Well, earlier we saw cars that stayed out and did not take any tires prevail and do very well. So this 2-tire stop by Haley's crew could prove to be a good call.
And Mike, you asked me during break, would you have stayed out right there? It's not like we were closing in on the end of the stage. We've got almost 90 laps to go before the stage end. You had to come right there.
Harvick moving on Buescher for 7.
Tires looking any better? Ours have been fine, but we haven't run very long. You know, all of them have been pretty short.
That's experience talking right there. That's nothing more than that. What's them tires look like?
That was his way of saying, can I run it harder?
Exactly.
You've never told a driver, look, everything looks fine. Just keep digging, have you?
That's it.
Don't be worrying about them tires.
14th for Denny Hamlin with this pass on A.J. Allmendinger. Kurt Busch looking on, and Tyler Reddick moving up.
I mean, I know the further up front he goes, the harder it gets, but Denny Hamlin's going to be in good shape. He's got a fast enough race car, and we still got over half the race to go.
There's Brad Keselowski in 4th, right behind Truex, having one of his better runs of the season.
I don't know what that toe did to the 12 car, but him back up in the top 12 after that adjustment, big time rebound for Ryan Blaney.
Teammate Austin Cindric is in the garage after a crash and unable to make repairs in time, while Joey Logano has been at the tail end of the lead lap most all day. Regan?
Mike, we talk about the big adjustments that Ryan Blaney and that race team made. So far, that race car is a lot better for him right now. Just a little bit of a four-wheel slide. I did take a look at the tires that came off that car. They look much better. No cording anymore.
Martin Truex to 2nd around Haley, who we remind you took just 2 tires, but is still in a great position. They gained a lot of spots.
You know, back to Regan's report, obviously the adjustment, I think the adjustment plus rubber going on the racetrack both have made a difference in that 12 car.
Corey LaJoie battling Cole Custer, who got the free pass 2 cautions ago. That's back at 23rd spot.
And just behind them, you see the 5 car trying to get back up through the field. Hasn't been able to make much ground up. I don't know if he's still fighting an ill-handling race car. Kind of the same boat for the 20, the 20 of Bell as well.
And Kyle Larson is 1 lap down.
And his lap times are not very impressive. He ran like a 24-13. Our leaders right now are running mid-23s.
Dragging that car with those 2 flat tires, you think it may have hurt something under the underbelly?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It could hurt suspension. It could hurt something like the rear diffuser or anything back there.
How about that hood flap? Does that hurt it much?
It doesn't help it, you know, that's for sure. That's definitely an aero disadvantage.
This fight is for the free pass position.
Well, you know they're going to be fighting hard. Very important, especially if you have some car problems, some aero problems already. You need to fight hard to try to stay on that lead lap. You go a lap down, might not be able to get it back.
They go past Austin Dillon, who is on the lead lap. Now, one of Clint's questions has to do with the 11 of Denny Hamlin, who is currently in 13th. Which driver will have the most laps led at the end of stage 2? Hamlin's led 67 so far. There are still 75 to go in the stage.
I think this one's going to hurt some fans this year. You know, having the right answer on that one, picking that right choice, going to be interesting.
And Ross Chastain is not one of the choices.
I think I would have made the wrong choice there is what I'm trying to say.
Yep, he is, Chastain is most likely to, as he's led 48 laps so far.
Had a random fan this week ask me about Chastain and Trackhouse Racing. Can they compete for a championship at the end of this year? My answer's starting to change, boys. I'm telling you, they're answering the call on every single racetrack. You have to be able to be diverse all the way through the field. Road courses, they've been fast. Short tracks, they've been fast. Intermediate tracks, they've been fast. Here's Dover, kind of its own style of concrete racetrack. Back fast again.
That orange dot keeps getting bigger and bigger in that rearview mirror. That one car, Martin Truex Jr.
Nonetheless, that conversation of being a championship contender, I think, is heating up. They are proving they are here to stay.
B.J. McLeod just came slowly down pit road and took his number 78 to the garage, joining Austin Cindric as the two cars out of the race. William Byron, I'll tell you, for a backup car, he is wheeling it.
Pretty stout.
And Alex Bowman back up into the top 10, last year's winner when Hendrick Motorsports swept the top 4 spots.
With this new car moving to a backup car, let's talk about that for a second. You literally don't even have to have this thing on scales anymore. Those things are set up. You can set that car up with those 4 shocks and springs being coilovers, bolt them on, go to the racetrack, all off of a simulation program.
It's all scienced out before you leave the race.
That's right.
Race shot.
No more testing, limited practice, and great potential cost savings to these teams.
Just hope that computer don't have a virus this weekend.
181 complete. Ross Chastain leading Martin Truex by half a second in the Drydene 400. .187 laps complete. Martin Truex drifted back a half a second behind Ross Chastain and then made a charge and got side by side. Spinner back straight away. Kurt Busch
down against the wall.
6th caution of the race at lap 189.
To the inside wall.
Kurt was 15th. And let's have a look at what happened in turn 2. Oops.
Got some help off of Allmendinger. Got him loose, got up into the wall. Heavy
but I think
damage.
Kurt was in trouble before Allmendinger actually got into him.
Well, he had to lift. Those cars racing in front of him got probably aero tight, lifted a little bit. Allmendinger got in the back of him, spun him out.
All right, we'll use our Monster Energy cam and ride along.
Got tight in the wake of both of those cars door to door.
Inside.
All right, let's take this all the way back to start finish.
Yeah, you see him get tight there, had to lift out of the gas. Unfortunately, tried to hold his line. I'm not going to pin that on Allmendinger. His fault. He was trying to hold his line, protect his position, and unfortunately got turned around. Tell you one thing I did see with his orange visor as he hit the wall, he closed his eyes. And I always wondered if I did the same thing. I thought I did, but you never get to see that video at in-car. I don't blame him. I wouldn't have wanted to see that either.
Well, I didn't want to see that caution right there because this is getting to be quite the pickle on these sets of tires. We ran 25 laps right then.
It's a great point.
Yeah. We still got a half a race to go.
Watch Kurt's eyes here, Clint.
Right here. That inside wall, so many times, you know, like Larson spinning on the front stretch, sometimes you see guys get away with it, but that outside, or excuse me, on the back straightaway, for whatever reason, you lose it back there, it's like a magnet into the inside wall.
So Kyle Larson did win the battle with Christopher Bell for the free pass. Larson will be back on the lead lap. Chastain the leader, Truex Kyle Busch, and Justin Haley did a great job on those 2 fresh tires.
Yeah, that was a big gain. Honestly, I'm going to stay out right here. I just don't, but here they all come. I mean, they're all coming. Well, we got a few staying out. We got Haley that stayed out.
Actually,
Alex Bowman stayed out.
Because of that 2-tire call, right? I think he was forced to maybe do that.
Well, Ross Chastain in the 1 car, no decision to make there. They wanted to pit, trying to get more turn in that race car still. He said it wasn't any better this run than the previous run. Jamie?
And Chase Elliott, they're going to make another adjustment to help the wear on the right front. They're going to add some air there, pump it up a little bit. The 19 of Martin Truex Jr. and happy with the car. He said he just can't make the pass up front. He said he can't go high. There's no grip up there yet. And Kyle Busch asked about the tire situations that I feel like we're short. As you saw right there, no tires for Kyle Busch.
So looks like 8 drivers stay out here at the front of the pack after Kurt Busch gets into the outside and inside wall. USFL continues Friday, Philadelphia against Michigan, 10 Eastern on FS1. Then Saturday at 7 Eastern on Fox, the Tampa Bay Bandits take on the undefeated Birmingham Stallions. Skip Holtz's squad moved to 3-0 this weekend. They're the only unbeaten team in the league. Larry Mack, you might well know it would be Birmingham.
And they're playing at home. That's where it's supposed to be, undefeated.
Now, part-time folks, a lot of them couldn't come on Monday to help out here, so look at this morning's ticket taker, Marcus Smith, the CEO of Speedway Motorsports, new owners of the track. He flew a squad of people up from their home base in Charlotte to Mike Tatoyan was checking passes here, the track president, at the VIP elevator, and everybody pitches in on a Monday.
How awesome is that? Good on you, Marcus Smith.
Justin Haley outside Alex Bowman, A.J. Allmendinger behind on the outside, and then Tyler Reddick. 4 wide, turn 2, my goodness.
Kyle Busch at 18, he's trying to make some hay with those 4 fresh tires. Get it while you can here.
He sure is. Making more moves in 3 and 4.
Chase Elliott's picked up 4 spots already. Car in the wall, turn 1. Limping along, yellow car to the outside. And caution waves. Joey Logano has had a tough day. Let's go back to that 4 wide battle in turn number 2. Boy, restarts here are exciting.
Yeah, right away jumps to the outside 3.
And remember, he was the first driver on 4 fresh tires.
Yeah.
And watch for Joey Logano.
Oh,
whoa. He had a lot of help.
Lane change on the 43 caused that. Pretty hard contact as well.
Kurt Busch had a great view of that one. And that will put Christopher Bell back on the lead lap. He will get the free pass on this, the 7th caution of the race.
Mike and Clint, those drivers that stayed out on those 25, 26 lap tires, these cautions are their best friend. running at 35, 40 miles per hour, logging some laps, it's a good thing for them.
Now still 53 laps to go here in stage 2. Jamie.
And Joey Logano, yes, he's had his hands full all weekend long. They took huge swings yesterday, and you could tell this morning he just wasn't sure what they would have. He was mired back there in the traffic. You saw he had help. Now, they were on their 1 scuff set that they are required to run or have in the pits. So now they'll have to put another set of sticker tires on this go-around.
See the damage to the right rear and the right rear wheel well here.
Probably checking that toe link. Getting a plan to maybe replace it.
Justin Haley carrying our Drive for Autism cameras this weekend. The Indiana driver moves up full-time. The Cup in 2022. He's won in all 3 of NASCAR's National Series. Todd Braun, former car owner here, close relative. And he's the 2016, what was the K&N East Series champion.
You're starting to see, and I know it's early to start talking about this, but the playoff picture. Thought about it when I saw Kurt Busch in the wall. Looked over, you know, he was right outside of the playoffs in 18th place. Now he's mired back, obviously, and you look at Justin Haley entering into that picture in the conversation, just what, 20-some points out. So a good run here today. Some good calls on strategy, getting this track position, 2-tire calls. It's going to get you into that playoff picture in a hurry.
Haley 18th in the standings as of this moment, needing about 20 points to break into the top 16.
That's how you do it, Mike.
Yep.
Lead laps, win stages, run them down.
You know, guys, Justin Haley, he was for the most part running the full Cup schedule last year. He could not run this race. He had to be replaced by Josh Berry because he was out because of COVID protocol.
Now Christopher Bell back on pit road working the right rear. Hub making sure they get a good fit of that wheel up against the hub before sending home the center lock nut to retain it.
Yeah, when they had that loose wheel, you've got all those drive pins that's on the hub, and you've got the drive pin holes, and it could have boogered some of those holes up, and that's maybe what they're working on.
A lot of talk about tires, including in Chase Elliott's camp.
How many sets of tires you got left? All tires included would need about 40. You know, 44 set, 44 laps a set, including the scuff. There's a few in worse shape than us.
It's a valid question, Chase.
Well, Kyle Busch has made 5 stops for 4 tires, started the race on 1. That means they've got 3 sets left for that 18 car.
And 201 laps to go, 200 this time, halfway in this 400-mile race. It'll be Justin Haley outside A.J. Allmendinger on the green. Bowman and Reddick, Wallace and Kyle Busch, Suarez, Byron Elliott, Chastain, your top 10. Here we go. Larson 3 wide, and he is making time on the outside.
He sure did. 3 wide, 2 rows. Past 2 rows, whole complete rows, 4 cars in 1 corner. Pretty cool. Trying the outside of Keselowski now off of 4. Pretty bold move there.
Contact. Chris Buescher getting into it there outside turn 2.
Blaney moved. 42 of Dillon. Didn't like that.
Buescher made contact with Ty Dillon, and then Ty had difficulty getting through 3 and 4 after that. Fourth place. So Larry, what do you do when you run out of tires?
Yeah, I mean, what Alan Gustafson showed Chase Elliott, they've almost factored it into how many laps they need to run per set, 40 to 45 laps. But Jamie, how about Tyler Reddick in that 8?
Yeah, they got themselves that much needed track position. They stayed out that last time around. He's 4th right now, but he has a damaged car. He wrecked twice in practice and hit the wall earlier in this race. That toe is off a
And one thing, this is probably the first weekend I've noticed this. The guy, you know, talking about the diffuser in the rear of these cars, you can't get up like you used to and just take the air off of them and make them loose. Those things stay stuck to the ground as you approach that car. I just watched Truex try it on Chastain, and I've seen several others. For whatever reason, this new Cup car with that diffuser on the back of it, it doesn't mind if a car's right on their tail or not. Still have the grip. Saw it time and time again watching that Xfinity race with you, Larry, on Saturday. Those boys were able to get to the rear bumper. Didn't have to hit them, but they could take the air off of their car and make them loose and make a pass, get underneath of them.
Alex Bowman closing on the leader as Kyle Busch goes after Tyler Reddick, takes fourth, and now he wants third from Allmendinger.
Kyle Busch, about 30 lap pressure tires, 25 to 30 lap pressure tires in all these drivers he's racing around right now.
You hear Allmendinger, though, that's a great run for Kaulig Racing. Both of those cars running up front and having some speed.
Chase Elliott grabs a spot on Reddick. Elliott up to fourth. And further back, ninth place.
We are actually seeing about a third groove now, way off the bottom of the racetrack, about a groove off the top.
Chase Elliott's taken fourth.
Watching Justin Haley and that two-tire stop prevail here, leading these laps. Is your mind starting to change? If I need some track position, Chastain, Truex are back there mired in this traffic, can't make very many passes, having trouble. Are we going to take some two tires later?
Yeah, the left sides are not giving a problem, and I think track position is key for sure.
Alex Bowman for the lead. Justin Haley's led more laps today than in his whole Cup career combined. Bowman to the front, last year's winner. Both those drivers just ran their fastest lap of the race during this run about 8 laps ago. Martin Truex to the top on Ross Chastain.
They've been going at it for about 5 or 6 laps now, side by side, going back and forth.
And Kyle Busch is coming all the way to the front.
Sure has.
The entire top 10, 3 Toyotas, 7 Chevrolets. The best Ford right now, Harvick in 13th. As Denny Hamlin is 1 spot away from the top 10 now. Watch how Kyle Busch took the lead, powering off that corner.
Yeah, you could see Justin Haley's front end wasn't, pointed right. He was waiting on the throttle, Kyle Busch's was, and he was back to the throttle wide open, got Haley in one corner, went down to the next end, and got Bowman.
These are the first laps Busch has led today, as Hamlin motors on past Bubba Wallace and into the top 10. That's a pretty amazing stat right there. When it's Kyle's birthday, he wins. Now, this race didn't start on May 2nd, but it's going to end there. And Kyle trying to go 3 for 3, lighting the candles and cashing the big check.
The other 2 drivers to do it, Matt Kenseth and Cale Yarborough, won Cup races on their birthday.
That's such a Kyle Busch thing to do. Didn't rely on anybody else to give him a birthday present, just gave himself one.
13th place. Ricky Stenhouse passing Kevin Harvick, who is still the highest Ford, but is 14th now. Martin Truex 3 wide back straightaway with Tyler Reddick and Kurt Busch.
I have to believe Tyler Reddick is pretty happy with this run. We talked to him down on the pre-race stage yesterday before our pre-race show, and he says, I have no idea. We are lost. So obviously the adjustments they've made on this car, they've got to be pretty pleased to be inside the top 10.
8th right now, 4.5 back of the lead. Sixth place now as Martin Truex continues his march back to the front.
I'm telling you, Truex, the 18 of Kyle Busch, these Gibbs boys come to play today, Monday. They're ready.
Well, anytime Martin Truex Jr. comes to Dover, he comes to play. 3 wins. His last 5 races here, 4 top 2 finishes.
Here are your Toyota top performers. Kyle Busch, the leader. He's led 9 laps now. Truex in 5th, Hamlin in 9th, Bubba Wallace 11th, and Christopher Bell 23rd. Denny Hamlin passes Ross Chastain, moves up to 8th place. Larry, those Toyotas are marching forward like they've got 20 sets of tires.
And you know, Mike, I said earlier this week, I felt like the month of May, we raced 5 times, including the All-Star race. It's going to tell us where all of these organizations and the manufacturers truly stack up at all these different types of tracks.
Teammates racing for 2nd, those Hendrick Camaros. Chase Elliott up to 2nd. 2 seconds back of the lead. 28 laps to go in stage 2 as we take you Fox side by side.
I love how we embrace the men and women of the military that are with us today and how we honor and respect those ones that have passed.
Gentlemen, start your engines.
This is a big event. This is a crown jewel. It has tradition and history that surrounds it, and you feel that electricity.
I know we're racing tonight, but we're racing for them, for what they've done for us.
The Coca-Cola 600, Memorial Day weekend.
When you step into a new day, determined, committed, willing to take on whatever's asked of you, that new day is yours to own, yours to shape, and yours to be proud of. Ram, J.D. Power's #1 brand in new vehicle quality.
During Ram Truck Month, get 0% financing for 72 months on 2022 Ram 1500 Bighorn and Laramie Crew Cab models.
And I walk out, and my car is dented.
Well, Geico does offer 24/7 claim service with personalised attention from an assigned team.
24/7? That's a lot of attention.
They're not actually with you 24/7. They're just available whenever you need them.
Oh, okay, good. Because I took an online quiz, and it turns out I'm an introvert.
Oh, I actually think I'm an introvert, too.
Oh, no, it's incredibly rare.
I don't think that's right.
Sorry.
Okay.
Geico. Your claims team is here for you 24/7.
You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless... Is that a real song?
I think she liked it.
Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Piggy Bag.
Get ready for 2 huge back-to-back nights of USFL action. First, Friday on FS1. Jeff Fisher's Michigan Panthers battle the Philadelphia Stars.
How about this?
Then, Saturday on Fox. Standout QB J.Mar Smith leads the Birmingham Stallions against the Tampa Bay Bandits. Wow! Real football for real fans. The USFL, Friday and Saturday on FS1 and Fox.
172 laps to go in Dover. 22 to go in stage 2. Boy, Joey Logano has had a tough day of it as leader Kyle Busch steams on by. Logano going 2 laps down after getting up and into the wall off of Eric Jones.
Just a tough weekend for Team Penske. Austin Cindric already out of the race. Ryan Blaney, some adjustments. He's made it back to the top 15, sitting in 15th right now in the 12th car. You're riding with him here.
Tyler Reddick sitting now in 15th place.
Yeah, get ready. I think I corded my right front. We're ready.
I saw it shoot way high in 3 and 4, the lap right before we heard that radio communication. As soon as that thing starts to unravel, much like you saw in the 12 car of Blaney, you can actually not only feel it, you can hear it.
He had dropped 10 spots since the last restart and has now given up 4 more.
And I know what they'd love to do. They'd love to try to make it these next 19 laps. It's not going to go 19
That's
laps.
exactly what he's trying to do, is nurse it along to get to the end of this thing, and I agree. I think he's off the pace a lot now. He's going to be pitting. I'd say it's starting to come apart.
Brian Priest there having a strong day for Rick Ware Racing. Running just 2 Cup races this year, kind of a smorgasbord of a schedule with some Xfinity and some Cup races and
just
truck
like
races too.
Starting to come apart. You can see it all over the door, unraveling, just like what we saw with the 12.
Yep. Well, good call by Reddick.
Yeah.
Good call on pitch.
So you don't want to make that call. I don't want to bring it down. I know I'm going to go laps down. It's just an unfortunate situation. You have to do the right thing.
I can guarantee you crew chiefs are looking at that scoreboard. How many laps do we have to go? Because they just saw that happen with that 8 car in that right front.
16 to go. Remember, Justin Haley took those 2 tires and restarted first. He is now 16th. He is backed off the pace quite a bit. His lap times right now about 0.6 of a second slower than the leaders. Jamie?
And Alex Bowman, the 48, running fifth right now. He last pitted on lap 160. I just watched his entire crew look up at that board and see the right front coming apart on the 8. Definitely concerned, definitely hopeful they'll make it to the end. But meanwhile, that 48 getting much better. Exit is much better for him. He's just taking care of it.
There's another
one.
There's another one at Ty Dillon.
And that's another of the drivers that stayed out under that caution back at lap 189.
You called it, Larry. We knew after seeing what Blaney, we knew that it was going to be an issue, that the teams were going to have trouble getting these things down. Then the cautions start coming out, forcing you to stay out, pushing these tires longer and harder. Now, one at home would might say, all right, well, why is that thing coming apart? Trust me, folks, I would much rather have a tire do that than blow out and be in the wall.
Yeah. So the drivers who stayed out already, we've seen trouble with Haley, Bowman, and Reddick, and Ty Dillon. There's also Allmendinger, who stayed out then. Bubba Wallace, Austin Dillon, and Daniel Suarez also stayed out at that caution.
I guarantee you the radio's lit up. Old Larry Mack on the box telling me, hey, boy, nurse that thing along. Do not lean on that right front.
The other
take care of it.
The other driver who might be concerned is William Byron. He took only 2 tires on that caution.
But the good news, 2 right side tires. But those drivers that's not pitted since lap 160 roughly, Mike, now they're getting to into the neighborhood of almost 70 laps on those tires. Green flag laps.
Well, they got to make it 10 more to get to the end of the stage. A.J. Allmendinger was last in the pits, as you mentioned, 78 laps ago.
I am absolutely out of fire. Engine management, hang on here.
Just about out of tire.
Can you hold your breath for 9 more laps?
I can.
Well, you're on the pit box, sure.
You can't with that tire coming apart inside of it, I can promise you that.
On the front, just hang on, caution's out, caution's out.
Denny Hamlin and Cody Ware.
Man, day went from bad to worse for Denny Hamlin.
Hamlin was the 4th place car. Cody Ware 3 laps down.
Get it rolling right there. It ripped
and Cody Ware spun coming off turn number 4 and just collected Hamlin. Look at the damage to the right side on the 11th.
Oh, 51 loses it, overcorrected, got in a wall right in front of the 11 of Denny Hamlin.
Oh, well, that's that 9 degrees of banking. You knew that 51 car is going to go from the top to the bottom.
Just barely clipped Denny in the rear.
Hamlin's day started out with trouble when the center lock nut fell out of the socket on his first pit stop on the left front. And he had rebounded very nicely up to 4th place. But it looks like a can opener's been after that number 11.
You know, that's the damage I see, though. And Bear Bond, that'll take care of that right there. Still going to have a lot of work to do in a short time to get back up there.
And that's what you saw in the hand of that crew member. Mistakes seem to just be time and time again with the 11. You know, even when they have a fast car, pit road speeding penalty, you know, everything has plagued the 11 car this season. Thank gosh for their win they have in Richmond.
Now Hamlin is still on the lead lap. His spotter Chris Lambert told him to go low, thought he could get through there before Cody Ware's spinning car got down to the bottom of the racetrack. 9-degree banking on the straightaways, 24 in the corners. Everything goes to the inside wall eventually.
Yeah, I know we're closing in on the end of this stage. We basically got 26 drivers on the lead lap. I think you come here because I don't think you're going to be able to hold off fresh tires, even with Kyle Busch that's got that many laps. And then, of course, you would stay out at the end of the stage. We may see a split decision, but I think you'll see most of them coming.
So you want to come now?
Absolutely.
He wants to get those tires off that car is what he wants to do.
I want to be able to breathe.
Regan?
Mike, it was a quick decision for the 1 car to pit here. They said we want to get the tires now. Continues to lack rear grip with that car as the day goes on and the sun stays out. Gets worse and worse in terms of the rear grip right now for Ross Chastain. Jamie?
And the 9 of Chase Elliott, they were feeling pretty good there. Felt like he was really reeling in Kyle Busch. They're pitting for their tires once again. The 48, Alex Bowman just got 2 loose. He had those old tires. Happy to get some fresh sticker tires here. Kyle Busch wants a little more right rear grip, a 4th tire change here. And the 19, his teammate, followed suit. It'll be 4 tires, no adjustments for DuraMAX.
Thanks, Jamie. Now the remaining Penske cars stayed out. Ryan Blaney and the Wood Brothers car with Harrison Burton. Truex gains a spot. Elliott drops 1. Stenhouse, Jones, and Buescher +2. Kyle Busch in front of a cluster of cars.
There's a lug nut on the racetrack. You see the lug nut rolling off? Maybe it was just got one replaced, but there's definitely was a lug nut rolled off. How do you fix that, Larry?
Well, again, lots of Bear Bond. You can't put any steel panels or anything. You have to use tape or Bear Bond. Definitely a center wheel lock, a center lug nut laying there on the track.
Sunday on FS1, it's Throwback Week at the track Too Tough to Tame, where they've been racing since 1949. Memory Lane has no speed limit in the Goodyear 400 at Darlington. 2 o'clock Eastern Time on FS1 on the Fox Sports app. Our coverage begins. And it'll be an all Hall of Fame booth, except for Clint and me, of course. The King, Richard Petty in stage 1. Bobby Labonte be with us for stage 2. And $1 Million Bill. Bill Elliott won the Winston Million at Darlington years back, and he'll be with us on stage 3.
Man, even the King's cartoon hero shot looks better than mine. Like, How do you look any cooler than the King?
Now, that was his driver's suit. It was kind of a denim look. It had bell-bottom flares at the bottom. I mean, he was styling.
Yeah, he was. He always is.
That's right.
You know when he walks in the room, it's such a cool feeling. Can't wait to get there and have all three of those perspective of that race, that historic race in Darlington. It's going to be cool to be able to have those guys with us.
Eric Jones, 9th place right now, was in that skirmish with Joey Logano earlier. And there is Denny Hamlin, I would guess, awaiting further repair next time around. Didn't want to lose a lap. He is still on the lead lap.
Well, and if he meets minimum speed when we go back racing, he'll be off the DVP clock and all will be good.
Damaged vehicle policy, 5 men over the wall, 6 minutes to make repairs and get back up to minimum speed. They're still working on Cody Ware's car, who triggered that by spinning off turn number 4. And where did that center lock nut come from? Or where will it go? Oops.
Ooh. I think it was it Haley it went under? I don't see it come out either.
Or did it hit Cole Custer's car? We'll double check.
This is a tough repair.
Yeah.
Larry, those guys are, you can see that those body panels are literally just gone, and Bear Bond is the only thing you can do. You're gonna have to maybe come back in again.
Well, we're going to go back racing with 3 to go. Let's set the stage up there. You got Ryan Blaney and Harrison Burton. They're on 40-something lap tires up there. Even with just 3 to go, I don't have a good feeling about that.
Going to try to make it for 3 laps to the end of stage 2. The stage 2 winner has won 3 of the last 5 Dover races.
Look for Kyle Busch to be 3 wide, getting into 1 and 2 here. It's going to happen fast. There he goes.
Same thing he did earlier on a restart.
Two to go in stage 2.
Very close quarters off of 4 with Chase Elliott. Had to get out of the gas.
3 cars want the lead. Blaney trying to hang on against Kyle Busch and Martin Truex.
Hanging tough on them old tires. I'm here to tell you.
I'm impressed.
Really loose. Getting into 3.
So it won't be Truex who will win stage 2. 1 to go.
I think he does it. I was worried. I said if he could get through 1 and 2, I was thinking he'd be fine. I think he wins the stage.
Blaney hanging tough, trying to hug that white line on the bottom.
Well, then Kyle got loose.
Got loose. No run here.
No run. Ryan Blaney gets his 4th stage win of the year, most of all drivers.
As soon as he got loose, I don't know what it did to the air behind him. It's like it, you know, disrupted the air behind him because Kyle Busch got loose right in his wake.
Team Penske's Ryan Blaney leads them all to the green and white checkered flag for stage 2. They came, they got rained on, they came back for Monday. Nice Monday crowd on hand here at Dover Motor Speedway. 145 laps to go to see who wins the Drydene 400. Kyle Busch, the leader. Alex Bowman, Martin Truex, Ricky Stenhouse, Ross Chastain. There is the running order. 28 cars on the lead lap, including Tyler Reddick, who just got the free pass. Larry, what's the tire situation, especially for our leaders here?
Yeah, we've got some that have 3 sets. Kyle Busch, Jamie Little was just telling me he has 2 sets of stickers and 1 set of scuffs. And again, we've got basically 140 plus laps to go. So that means you really need to go about 60 to 70 laps per run. But you have to figure your strategy with not having cautions. I think the chance of not having cautions is pretty slim.
Interesting top 10 for the restart. Kyle Busch, Alex Bowman, Truex, Stenhouse now 4th. Chastain, Eric Jones, pole sitter Chris Buescher, point leader Chase Elliott, Eric Almirola, and Kevin Harvick. 3 Fords, 2 Toyotas, 5 Chevrolets in the top 10 as we get ready to restart. It'll be 143 laps to go as they hit the Geico restart zone. Fourth place. Chastain slides up on Martin Truex and back down. They have spent a lot of time in close company today, these two.
You know, Mike, earlier as we were getting those cautions, we had a lot of different strategies. For the most part, everybody's on equal tires right now. 4 fresh tires, essentially.
Kyle Larson's crawling himself back up into the top 10. I was thinking some of that damage was going to prevent him from getting back into this thing, but I'm telling you, starting a couple more adjustments, fix some more damage on these cautions. Next thing you know, you're back in the game.
And Clint, it's not like he's down a bunch of set of tires, because a couple of those stops, they did not change tires, so it's not like he's at a huge disadvantage.
Turn 2. Blaney got into the back of Cole Custer and almost sent him to Smyrna.
Well, Custer got in there a little hot and had to chase it up the hill right in front of Blaney. Blaney didn't like it.
Through in line, just one inside. Still one inside. Just a 99 down there. Inside. They're high.
Well, you know, Clint, the first bump is I'm here. The second bump is move over.
Yeah, I don't think Cole Custer, he didn't mean to do that, but it just, the situation got worse for him. Finally, Blaney had enough and moved him out of the way. There's a crossover, a lot of crossovers, and people are getting runs off that high line in turn 2, getting a good crossover and making a pass on the bottom, getting established where in the position you want to be for 3 and 4.
Daniel Suarez coming back on Blaney on the outside, and they're double wide just in front of these two as well. Reddick and Briscoe. This all happening at 22nd. Let's get back up front. Kyle Busch leading Alex Bowman by just about half a second, Jamie.
And Alex Bowman, defending race winner here at Dover. After that last stop, he came on the radio and said, I've got a vibration. It's small, but it's in the seat and it's in the car. They watched the video back. His crew chief, Greg Ives, came off the box, looked at the video and said, we're pretty confident. Wheels are tight, but we'll keep an eye on it.
Usually those vibrations don't get better, but it can. If that tire's a little bit out of balance or something like that, you don't have that very often anymore with these, but if that is a scenario, it might just hold that vibration all the time. But if it's a loose lug nut or something like that, it's more than likely going to get worse.
Christopher Bell up for 14.
Continues to fight his way back. These guys, they've had issues earlier in the race, and they just keep clawing and keep digging.
Comers and goers. 28 cars on the lead lap. 3 cars out of the race. Cody Ware, B.J. McLeod, and Austin Cindric. The free pass right now is Ty Dillon, 2 laps down, as is Joey Logano and Todd Gilliland.
This battle right here, it's on between these two. Whoever beats who out of pit road and gets a good restart, when that happens, I'm telling you, those guys, that's going to be your winner. traffic will have a deal. How about Ricky Stenhouse getting up there running third? Great run for him. They need a good run.
JTG Doherty now a single car team this year for Stenhouse.
Looking good.
I know we've got a long way to go in the regular season, but the hole they dug, they've almost already put themselves into a must-win situation if they want to make the playoffs.
100%. We were all over that last week. I mean, you know, looking at a track like Talladega, that wild card race where we've seen so many, you know, wins come from that never won before or whatever scenario, he was certainly high on my list as somebody that needed to win desperately bad. Still does, obviously.
Ross Chastain looking back at Martin Truex in 5th.
More than anything, though, when you're struggling and you just keep working harder and harder and can't get yourself dug out of the hole, a good run, just establishing yourself as a solid weekend, you know, it just helps everybody across the board. Confidence is everything, and a good run certainly helps that.
Not sure we've seen exactly how good Kevin Harvick. I think he's monitoring this tire situation, and he's going to maybe start rearing his head here in a little bit. Don't know if he can go up there and take the lead, but I think he's got a good top 10 car.
7th place here with the lap car of Kurt Busch, and it's Kyle Larson who threads the needle. Larson's up 6 spots since the restart.
Just behind them, the 9 of Chase Elliott. Last run was one of the fastest cars. Guys back here in traffic having trouble to get up through the field to pass, making the passes. You get that car out front in clean air, though, that thing flies.
Regan?
Well, Mike, we've seen the up and down day for Kyle Larson, including that spin on the front stretch. I can tell you, of my guys in pit road, he is actually in the best shape tire-wise right now. The 5 car sitting with 3 stickers sets of tire. Nobody else has that.
Keep that in mind as we get through these final 126 laps.
He's going to need some cautions to start happening pretty soon. You need long enough runs that people are forced to have a decision on their hands, use up those tires, and then you finally have one at the end. You're going to need some laps to be able to capitalize on that.
Corey LaJoie at 16th and carrying the race title sponsor on his car. Having a good run. Michael McDowell right behind him. Those two got together in the final corner at Talladega last week, and it was McDowell who came up from below the yellow line and sent LaJoie spinning into the inside wall.
Yeah, Michael's had a couple of consecutive top 10 finishes at the Bristol Dirt Race and Talladega last week. In fact, he was the highest finishing Ford driver last week at Talladega.
Does not surprise me about Michael McDowell on a super speedway. Very good. Obviously Daytona 500 winner.
But that memory is so fresh, he may not want to get too close to LaJoie today. Daniel Suarez 24th, 16 seconds back of the lead. That's Chase Briscoe just ahead. Battle for position. There your leaders go by with 122 to go. Kyle Busch out front of Alex Bowman by 0.7 of a second. We'll take you Fox side by side.
Hitting the road without T-Mobile makes as much sense as taking a family road trip in a covered wagon.
Are we gonna have coverage on this trip?
Oh, we'll be covered. T-Mobile 5G covers more highway miles in America, leaving Verizon in the dust. Head out on the highway with the most 5G coverage in America.
Where am I supposed to plug this in?
More 5G bars in more places. Another reason T-Mobile is the leader in 5G.
For Toyota, racing isn't all about the numbers. Like 162 Cup wins.
Or 3 Cup Series championships.
How about those 3 Daytona 500s?
It's about the thousands of bumps and bruises.
It's the millions of fans and the endless rain of confetti.
I love you guys! It's the countless I love yous.
Our success is in a generation of memories. Here's to the next.
eBay Motors has parts for new cars, new parts for old cars, and new parts for cars about as old as I am. eBay Motors has over 122 million parts. That's insane. Get all the right parts at the right prices. Let's ride.
It's still the Eat Fresh Refresh, which means Subway's up in their bread game. We're talking artisan Italian bread, baked fresh daily. The only thing fresher than that bread is the guy reading this. Subway keeps refreshing and refreshing and refreshing and
Saturday, it's time for a doubleheader on FS1. Show me my pony, top spot, I want it. First, it's time for Baez to lead the Tigers against Bregman and the Astros. This is my Then, it's time for Arenado and the Cardinals to take on Crawford and the Giants. Cause this is my It all starts Saturday at 4 Eastern on FS1.
Welcome to the All-Star State, where Texas meets NASCAR for 3 days of racing.
This is the All-Star race.
I love it. Get your tickets now at TexasMotorspeedway.com.
115 laps to go in Dover. Kyle Busch leading. Let's take a look at today's Credit One Bank ones to watch.
Well, you know where I'm going, Mike. That's right. The birthday boy never lost on a birthday. It's going to happen. 3 for 3. Kyle Busch is my man. Winning, leading laps already. Going to win the race.
Well, Clint, last week it was a big win for Ross Chastain at Talladega. This week, led laps early, lost his track position, but slowly gaining that back now. In third position, Ross Chastain is who I'm watching at the end.
Well, Regan, we know Kyle Larson has a very eventful day so far, but remember, top 3 finishes his last 3 races here. After that issue early, he's already back in the top 10. Kyle Larson is always one to watch.
I'd say the 48 of Alex Bowman. He's the defending race winner, won here a year ago, has more top 5s here than any other track. He's stalking Kyle Busch, hoping to upset that birthday party later on.
Today's race is brought to you by the letter M. M is for Martin. And M is for Monday. And 2 of Martin's 3 wins at Dover have come on races that finished on the M Day Monday. Martin winning. Does that start with M? It does if you turn it upside down. And those are your Credit One Bank ones to watch. I'm reminded moron also starts with M. Okay.
Inside bottom 5 over.
There's Austin Dillon back on the lead lap until just now when Kyle Busch went by, putting him 1 down. 110 laps to go. This is the time of this race when drivers start getting up and into what we call the Harry Gant groove, way up there, expanding this racetrack and widening it out as much as possible. Don't think we're quite going to see that today. Says they're about 1 groove off the wall. The drivers working on handling and diamonding the racetrack.
Well, and hey, let's look back. We saw those tires starting to have trouble right around 60 laps on their tires. Knowing that you're going to need this might sort it out and run long here. Try to get this thing to the end.
Yeah.
And it's those tires, right?
Yeah, we went back racing with 143 laps to go. If you split that, you need to try to run about 70 or 71 laps. So somewhere between 320 and 325 is when we're looking at making that stop. Whoa. If we don't get a call.
You said 71. I just told you my tires were coming apart at lap 60. How am I going to do that?
You're going to have to back it off just a little bit.
I was afraid he was going to say that.
Ty Dillon about to go 3 down, and Harrison Burton goes a lap down after getting the free pass back at lap 157. The rookie now 1 lap down, and Ty, who was 2 down, now going 3. Ryan Blaney trying to work his way back through after that late pit stop. He has gained 5 since the restart. He's at 20th.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing they gained by doing what they did, which is huge, was that one playoff point for winning that stage, because he went from leading all the way back well outside the top 20 when he had to pit.
Eric Almirola trying to hold off Christopher Bell. This is for 10th. And that pass leaves Chris Buescher as the only Ford in the top 10 in 8th place.
Just been steady Eddie for Almirola all season long. You know, that haven't really been up front and leading laps, but have been solid right there on the backside of a top 10, if not a top 10, about every time you look over your shoulder at the end of the race.
Last trip to Dover for Eric. He said this will be the final year of his NASCAR Cup career. And now that Dover's down to 1 race per year, this is it. Kyle Larson's probably passed more cars than anyone today. To the back, to the front, to the back, to the front again. There's a look at his day after that spin. Put us under caution back at lap 157.
Digging back out of that hole. You can see the hole that the spin out put in the day for the 5 car. Slowly but surely digging back out of it.
Here's another look at it.
It was a long, lazy spin. Took a long time for it to happen, but did a great job just barely kissing a wall on the inside, saving that thing, nursing it back around. Had some damage actually because of those tires down, and that's what you see on the right front. The team did a great job fixing those repairs. You see the hole in the hood from the flap that got knocked out of it, but it doesn't seem to be hurting him whatsoever.
He's up to 7th. One of the very few things that Kyle Larson has never done in the Cup Series is spin and go on to win.
You know, Clint, you talk about that hole. That's where that hood flap goes. It can be open like that. You can't tape it up. If you either have to be open or the flap has to be there and be workable, because that's part of the package. When a car spins out, it deploys. It helps keep the car on the ground. It either be open or it has to be operable.
So now on our scoring pylon, you see how long it's been since they have been to pit road. Of the top 20, only Ryan Blaney was in appreciably later than anybody else because he stopped at the stage break. Everyone else stopped at the prior caution.
And you heard Larry say about 60 laps in, you started to see tire trouble. 57 laps, I'm getting nervous, boys.
And again, just to iterate, I think what the crew chiefs are looking at is how many more laps to run to be able to even this thing out to the end of the race should we stay green. And that's going to come somewhere about 18 to 23, 24 laps from now.
Yeah, you don't want it to happen. You don't want the caution to come right now. That's making that next round, the next run even longer on that set of tires.
This is the longest green flag run of the race. Ross Chastain had faded a little bit into the clutches of Martin Truex, but now Chastain is back on the pedal and he's picked up about 4/10. There's the gap back to Martin. That is 3rd to 4th place.
You know, we showed him a while ago, Christopher Bell in that 20 car. He's actually turning some of the fastest laps we have right now.
That leads us into the Xfinity fastest last lap of the race, and there is Christopher Bell leading the league. We see a number of drivers that look like they have eased it a bit, as race leader Kyle Busch about to put a lap here on Brad Keselowski, who's running about 4/10 of a second slower than the leader, perhaps by design.
Yeah, and Brad, actually, he is probably, of all of the drivers, a lot of them that's out there maybe just inside the top 20, he's the worst shape as far as his tires.
Well, you saw it right there, a big time wiggle in the middle of the corner. definitely wanting to get in and get some new tires on that machine.
Martin is there on Ross Chastain. This is for third.
Gets a run. We'll go ahead and take it to the outside.
He's there.
These two have been hooked together, though. I think 2/3 of this race.
Yeah, Truex has had to pass him every single time. He is tired of seeing that one car, I promise.
Good day for Chastain, though. He's spent over 140 laps of this race in the top 5.
That's the thing about Ross Chastain. Yeah, he's got the 2 wins, 6 top 5s. Just doesn't seem to have a weak racetrack. He runs good at all types of tracks.
And for that very reason, why I said earlier, I think he's a candidate for a strong possibility in a run at that championship at the end of the year.
You know, in the last few years, he spent a lot of weekends racing in all 3 of NASCAR's National Series, logging a lot of laps on all these tracks. And well, this year it's all paid off.
Yeah, you finally get him into a good hot rod, and he's utilizing all that experience of using all those different series.
Tyler Reddick trying not to be in their way. He is 1 lap down.
Whoa, he kissed the wall a little bit.
With this body, not a problem.
No, I love it.
And Kurt Busch, whose car has had some damage earlier, makes a pit stop. Kyle Busch, the leader, by a 1.5 seconds, side by side.
What's it like having Xfinity Internet?
It's beyond gig speed fast. So gaming with your niece has never felt more intense. Hey, what does this button do?
No, don't!
We're talking supersonic Wi-Fi, 3 times the bandwidth, and the power to connect hundreds of devices at once.
That's powerful.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
You just did. Unbeatable internet from Xfinity.
Made to do anything so you can do anything.
Whoa.
I love wheels. Glossy wheels. 2-piece wheels. Exotic wheels. Steering wheels. Mini wheels. Big wheels. Bigger wheels. Massive wheels.
No matter what wheel I'm feeling, eBay Motors has the right parts at the right prices.
Let's ride.
You know Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need? Like how I customized this scarf. Check out this backpack I made for Marco. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty. You really can't get much for $5 these days, unless...
Is that a real song?
I think she liked it. Your choice of sandwich plus all this for just $5 is worth celebrating. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's Piggy Bag.
It's cold and it's smooth and it's waiting for you. Come on, head for the mountains of Busch Light Beer.
For great views, go to Kansas. For unforgettable views, go to Kansas Speedway. Get your tickets today at kansasspeedway.com.
85 laps to go in Dover, and Ryan Blaney, who pitted at the end of Stage 2 after getting the Stage 2 win from Kyle Busch, is going to go a lap down here.
We had one other green flag stop. Ryan Preece had a little bit of a right front issue. He pitted about 4 laps to go. What these guys need, they need about 8 more laps, and then they will be evening it out, splitting this stage in half pretty much to the end.
Can the tires make it? Can they hold on?
I think the tire wear is definitely getting better. I think the rubber that's on this racetrack right now definitely much better than it was earlier in the day.
Chase Briscoe goes 1 lap down to Kyle Busch, and that'll leave us just 19 cars on the lead lap.
That 48 car, though, of Alex Bowman, he will not go away. You see it right there, back there in second, just lurking.
You're exactly right, and he was able to capitalize on Briscoe and Ryan Blaney racing for that lap down position, having trouble, giving to the leader Kyle Busch trouble. He caught him in a big way. And I think it's because of where he's running on the racetrack. Bowman was able to figure out that outside a little bit better and helps him in traffic. The other one is this guy right here. Throw him the peace sign.
Monday Martin is 0.2 of a second faster than the two leaders right now.
Yes, he is. What you called earlier there, that orange ball, it's getting bigger.
Yes, it is. Jamie.
Mark Truex Jr., a three-time winner here. Talked to his crew chief, James Small, and he said, we have just been off on speed overall this year. He said, if we get a top 5 today, it's great. Obviously, a win will be even better, and he has had a great run. This is one of the best runs I've seen from start to this point all season long. Truex right now just saying it's riding a little bit rough on the right sides.
AJ Allmendinger hits pit road. That race car right now is just, the front is turning better, but the rear is out of the track for him. A good run for AJ. It'll be a quick stop here.
Ryan Blaney is in after going a lap down.
Yeah, I think this is going to start an outbreak. We're seeing more drivers hit pit road, but I think you're right there now. Eric Almirola and 10 cars in.
Remind that driver, no mistakes. Hit your marks. So hard to get on pit road here. Everybody, we've covered that for so many times. But whatever you do, do not get caught speeding on pit road.
Regan.
William Byron on pit road right now. Felt like something was wrong in the middle part of that run with the back of the race car. Did make it all the way to the end, though.
The leaders are in.
Alex Bowman
tire on the racetrack in the back stretch.
All he could. I think it's off the 16 car.
And caution waves for the 10th time. Lap 324.
I didn't mean to get excited there. Sorry, guys, but I saw that tire right in the middle of the racetrack. Cars were scrambling. And actually, what I saw first is the spotters are standing right next to us, and all of them were pointing over there to other spotters that the tire was on a racetrack.
Jamie.
You saw Kyle Busch just came in there, and the 48 followed suit. Barely made that entry to pit road, but Kyle Busch just losing rear grip, so he'll be happy to get these tires. And you see it there, the remnants of the 16 wheel fall off.
Right front on AJ Allmendinger's car. And that's the second one of the day. Martin Truex earlier with a left, or excuse me, Denny Hamlin earlier with a left front. And hoping nobody catches that and launches it. And fortunately, no one did. Austin Dillon might have come closest.
Again, I want to take you back to, it was so cool to see those spotters standing right next to us start signaling to other spotters that that tire was on a racetrack. That's something that I've never seen before. You always hear your spotter in your ear, but to see firsthand, they actually got my attention before that tire on the racetrack.
What got my attention, we need to let score and reset. It may have ended up being a perfect storm for Kyle Busch and Alex Bowman. We're going to see after it resets here.
.75 laps to go. Kyle Busch had just given up the lead to come to pit road with Alex Bowman. And while they were coming down to their pit stalls, the caution came out for Allmendinger's errant wheel and tire out in turn 2.
Yeah, what Kyle Busch and Alex Bowman's going to have to do, they are a lap down with about 1 lap on their tires. They'll obviously take the wave around when all these leaders pit.
Now, at the time of the caution, Chase Briscoe was the first car 1 lap down, so he will get the free pass. Pit road is open. Here come the lead lap cars. Regan.
Mike Chastain still struggling with the turn in that race car as they have been all day long. The problem is he loses the rear grip too quick during the runs. Battling with the 47 a while ago at the start of that run. He slid it once, said it got worse every lap after that. Jamie?
And Chase Elliott, the 9, doing what he typically does, just gets better as it goes on. They were happy with the pace of the 9 there, a tear-off in 4 tires. The 47, what a run he has had today. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just a little bit free, and like everybody's saying, the right rear has just gone. Happy to get these sticker tires on. And the 19 of Martin Truex Jr. was riding a little bit rough on the right side because of tire wear. No adjustments for the 19.
Duram race off pit road. Chastain, Truex, Elliott. Christopher Bell, and then Ricky Stenhouse drops a couple of spots here. Congratulations to the 209 players that still have a chance at Clint's $5,000. One question to go that deals with the finish of the race, which is coming 72 laps from now. This caution flag, while leader Kyle Busch and Alex Bowman were on pit road, has really jumbled things up. We're just hearing Denny Hamlin just got nabbed for speeding, and topsy-turvy. How many laps are you going to go? How hard are you going to race to get 70 laps on these tires?
We proved we could go 70 laps right then. The caution was not for a tire issue. It was for a tire and a wheel issue. So I'm feeling pretty good that we can run this thing to the end. But I don't think we're finished with cautions right now. But putting Alex Bowman and Kyle Busch at the rear of this field, that's going to be interesting.
Yeah, my pick, right? The birthday boy, Kyle Busch. He is going to have to make some hay out there on the racetrack. Austin, you are exactly right. Really shook this race up with this caution. Ross Chastain back in a point position, but Truex, I'm telling you, Truex has been fast all day long. Keep your eye on him.
Martin will restart second, and A.J. Allmendinger exits his car in the garage. They had lifted the hood, a lot of smoke from under the hood, maybe unrelated to losing the wheel and tire on the right front, but he is done for the day, joining Cody Ware, B.J. McLeod, and Austin Cindric in the garage. They will restart with 70 laps to go.
By my past experience, if you fight a pit box, the pit box will win every time. So he had better thoughts.
Now among the contenders, 17 lead lap cars, including Briscoe, who's the free pass. Kyle Busch will restart 16th. Alex Bowman will restart 17th. They were on pit road when the caution flag flew. And these restarts have been wild. Everybody trying to get everything in the first 2 laps under green. Notably Kyle Larson, who starting outside of row 3, we've seen him make some bold moves out and around the high side, but this time he's going to start inside of row 3. Green flag.
After the 9 with the run, he cleared the 19 lane lower right here.
Brandon McReynolds, Ross Chastain's spotter.
Ross has been so good on these restarts. He has been absolute money, whether he's up there leading or back in the pack.
Yeah, his short run speed is just tremendous. And the jumps that he's been getting on that outside. You saw it right there firsthand on the in-car. He's just been really on point on his starts for sure.
Eric Jones 6th under fire from Kyle Larson, the series champ. Kyle Busch coming from the back at 17th. Now Alex Bowman got a better restart. He's at 15th.
3 with the 22 in the mid.
Yeah, they're having to fight even drivers that are 1 or more laps down, because when you take the wave around, you start at the tail end of the field.
48's got some debris on the nose of his car. It's a pretty big piece as well. He's going to try to... This looks like a piece of foam out of...
Car in the wall, turn 3. At spinning, Goes Daniel Suarez. He was not the car that hit the wall, however. And we'll re-rack him and try again. That's the 11th caution flag at lap 335. Suarez spun to avoid someone ahead of him who got up and into the wall in turn 3.
I don't think he's down, but I messed him up, obviously.
Oh, that was Corey LaJoie.
Caution coming here, caution.
He's pretty tight on his door.
They were racing for 12th place. LaJoie and Suarez.
Well, LaJoie, it all started off at 2. LaJoie was side by side. I couldn't really see who he was there door to door off of 2, and it gave Suarez that big run getting off into 3. And when he went to lift out of the gas, just got into the 7 car. Not a lot of damage, but
a miracle another car didn't get into him. He was sliding down that banking.
you hear how he picked the gas back up sideways. That kept that car from sliding up and getting into the wall. Good heads-up driving.
Pit road's going to be pretty lonely, but we only ran about 4 laps, and looks like maybe Corey LaJoie will be coming to pit road, but a lot of teams sitting down there with only 1 set of tires. There's several that they do have 2, and we still, we're going to have about 60 laps to go.
Cole Custer gets the free pass on this, the 11th caution of the race. Kyle Busch had gained 5 spots, fought his way back up to 15th spot. Alex Bowman up to 13th spot. After all that, Denny Hamlin early on, first pit stop, the center lock wheel nut had fallen out of the gun and rolled away. They couldn't keep him from leaving pit road, and he lost that wheel. Kyle Larson spun without contact. That's a hard thing to do here at Dover. Without contact with the wall, that is. A.J. Allmendinger and Kurt Busch get together. It's been a really rough day for Joey Logano here, going around off Eric Jones up and into the wall, but Logano had not been very competitive. Denny Hamlin trying to avoid a spinning Cody Ware. Instead gets the right side really roughed up, and Ryan Blaney is the stage 2 winner after Hamlin had scored in stage 1. And just now, the 11th caution of the day, Daniel Suarez and Corey LaJoie. In the last 27 races at Dover, only 2 of them have had more cautions than we've had in this race so far.
And the writing was on the wall at the first lap in practice Saturday. Had cars already backwards getting into 3. This track has proven to be a monster for these guys this weekend. That track, this Monster Mile is just a beast. It's a beast on everything. I was really curious, Larry, about this race car. Can the components handle this challenging, demanding racetrack? They have basically been doing that, but I'm wondering why these wheels are having trouble on pit road. I mean, we kind of had that put to bed, and all of a sudden, boom, we've had 2 or 3 today.
Well, let's go back to Denny Hamlin's stop, and he lost it. It was a pit stop under 10 seconds. So, and again, the jackman dropped the car, and that's Denny's sign to go. Now, I'm sure what adds insult to A.J. Allmendinger, the stop he lost the wheel was over 13 seconds and still did not get one of the lug nuts on there.
So Hamlin trying to recover from 1 lap down, and he is 5 spots away from the free pass position when we restart. There's the rubber that's been laid down. Ross Chastain is on a roll. 2 wins, running a lot of laps up front and in the top 5 and being a contender week after week. And currently the leader. But Chase Elliott came in here as one of the pre-race favorites. The only Hendrick driver who has yet to visit victory lane this season. Can he grab one here? Or will Martin Truex, who's won twice here on Mondays, or Ricky Stenhouse come out of row 2 to get this one? They'll restart with 61 to go.
Yeah, Chase Elliott's not won on an oval since Phoenix, November of 2020.
Absolutely. After practice, I said, watch that 9-ball, boys. I'm telling you, that's a heat. But Stenhouse and Eric Jones right behind him running up front today. Good to see. Great start for Chase Elliott on the bottom that time, holding strong. Might get to the point right here, he can take the lead. It's going to be a hard-fought battle. It's hard to come off the corners. You need that track, you need that real estate to move up, and when the one of Chastain's out there, you have to lift out of the gas.
Chastain keeps trying to get that run off the corner, but Chase Elliott's car, it's wrapping the bottom. The car is turning and gets good drive off the corner.
Chastain holding strong on that outside. Great race.
Side by side for third as well.
They know how important that clean air is. You get out front, you just might win this race. And Chastain's holding him down that back straightaway, isn't he?
Backstretch spin. Single car. Tyler Reddick. Slid down to the inside without contacting anyone, but he got a piece.
Try to get it rolling here if you can. Bring it straight to him. Let him get a look at it.
Got a piece of the wall there with the nose. 12th caution of the day, lap 343. Spun up off turn 2, and then got that wall midway down the back straightaway. Look right underneath the crossover bridge. Hard to tell if there was any contact. Brad Keselowski was several feet behind him and the first to take evasive action there.
Tyler has had a very up and down and very eventful couple of 3 days here at Dover for sure.
That right front wasn't turning. That's a problem. Getting into his pit stall will be another one.
Clint, you asked me, are we pitting right here? And if you're up near the front, even though we only have 18 drivers on the lead lap, absolutely not. We only have about 6 to 7 green flag laps on the tires.
Brad Keselowski will get the free pass as Reddick limps it in. Here's some Ross Chastain audio.
I don't think it's really our car balance. There's just no air. It's like shoving air into the left side door. Shoves me up like a boat wake.
These cars do some funky things when it comes to aero. I think especially at a high bank 1 mile racetrack like this.
It takes me back to that side-by-side racing though that we saw. I was very curious. I looked at the board when the caution come out and it was Elliott that was in the lead. They gave it back to Chastain because of the timing line. That's an important piece to having this restart and being on the outside.
Now Tyler Reddick and Brad Keselowski were racing for the free pass position. Because Reddick is the caution, there is no free pass on this yellow flag. Ross the boss out front with 56 to go in Dover. .55 laps to go, and then it's over in Dover. Ross Chastain in a Chevrolet, your leader. Martin Truex, the first Toyota, in third. Pole sitter Chris Buescher is the first Ford. He's in 8th place. We'll restart with 18 lead lap cars. Again, no free pass because the car who brought out the caution, Tyler Reddick, was in the free pass position. Ricky Stenhouse hanging tough there in the second row.
Eric Jones and Christopher Bell. Christopher Bell, you want to talk about, we showed that heart rate, if you will, of where the 5 car has been all through this. I'm telling you, that 20 of Christopher Bell has been all over in the lineup of this race today.
Well, I see a couple of drivers that are in that picture right there. Alex Bowman, Kyle Busch got burnt by that caution. They have worked their way back inside the top 10, top 11.
That's right. Bowman 9th and Busch in 11th.
I hate to say this, though, and I don't want to be Debbie Downer. I know it's our birthday party and he's my pick, but that was a costly caution for him. I don't know that he's going to get back in to leading this unless maybe some track strategy. You think somebody will maybe take some 2 tires?
Well, we're going to have to run a little bit, I think, before anybody up front even thinks about pitting. We only have 6 laps on these tires.
We'll get to thinking about it. I'm going back racing.
That's what we'll do right now with 53 to go.
Perfect.
Another good jump for the 9 of Chase Elliott. Can he get clear?
Yes.
Yes, he does. And Stenhouse in tow.
Ricky Stenhouse trying to bring Jody and Tad Geschecter and Brad Doherty back to victory lane for the first time in 276 races.
That is a great job by Chase Elliott. Very hard to do on the bottom of that racetrack. Timing that and being ready for that restart. Great job.
Stenhouse still going after second place here.
It doesn't get any closer than that without a wreck, and it takes me back to this car and the aero side of it. You don't see side force issues with this car. Those guys being that close to one another. How about Ricky Stenhouse taking second place? But you just don't see those cars get loose side by side like they used to with the old car.
While they were racing, though, Chase Elliott, he's pulled out to a nice little, almost a second lead in that 9 car.
Kyle Busch up 1 spot from the restart from 11th to 10th. Bowman, last year's winner, still holding 8th.
Chastain really losing the handling on his race car. Looks tight. Those cycles on the tires probably built that pressure up, cooled down. Looks like he's fighting a tight condition.
Well, I do know this. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. in that 47 car, he just ran his fastest lap of this race, 351 laps into it.
It's go time, baby. And the win would be huge for him and his team.
Suarez has picked up 1 spot since the restart. Cole Custer 2. Eric Almirola in the free pass position. First car 1 lap down.
And I don't want to discount how hard they're going to have to run these cars now, because now it's go time. But they're going to have, if this went caution free, they will end up with roughly about 60 laps on this set of tires.
You're right. Pay window's open. I can feel it. I can taste it. I'm going.
And that should be doable, right, Larry?
Based on that last run, yes. I just think the track has taken enough rubber now. It certainly has helped the tire wear.
Fastest car on the track that lap, Stenhouse in second, 23.52. Not quite a 10th quicker than Chase Elliott. Kyle Busch has led the most laps, 103, the most he's led in a race since he led 159 at Bristol in September of 2020. Ross Chastain's been out front for 81, Denny Hamlin 67.
Love the fact, though, we've had 18 lead changes among 10 drivers, which is very unusual at Dover.
Elliott fastest that last lap with a 48, 23:48.
Certainly is. You heard me say on that last restart, you get that thing out front, it is a rocket ship. And it certainly is, driving away from the field.
First Ford in the race is Buescher in 9th. You're riding with Harvick in 13th. He is the leading Stewart Haas Ford. 2 spots up on Cole Custer. 3 on Briscoe. 6 on Almirola. Martin Truex, highest running of the Joe Gibbs Toyotas, in 4th. Christopher Bell in 5th. Kyle Busch in 10th.
Yeah, Clint pointed out to me, it's almost like Kyle Busch now that he's back there in traffic. He's just kind of locked down and can't go anywhere.
Yeah, he's unfortunately hasn't been moving at all. I want to change my pick. I knew I should have stuck with that 9 car. I told you after practice, Larry. He's a bad machine this weekend. Bad mamma jammin', it's his turn.
There's the Hendrick group that swept this race last year, finishing 1 through 4, led by Alex Bowman. And of the super teams, it has been a tough day for Team Penske. With Ryan Blaney 2 laps down, Joey Logano -3, and Austin Cindric out very early in this race.
You have to search long and hard to find Joey Logano in a race 3 laps down.
In fact, of the Penske group, including the Wood brothers, Harrison Burton, the rookie, is the highest placed of those in 25th.
You know, just looking at Chase Elliott in that 9 car, Clint, I talked to Alan Gustafson a few weeks ago about what's going on. You know, it's not like they're running terrible. They're the points leader coming into this race. He said it's just like we can't find what Chase has been looking for in this car. We've really had to work hard. And it sounds like right now, or looks like right now, at least for Dover, they've locked in on what he's looking for.
A lot of times what you're looking for is just a win. And it changes everything. Changes your attitude, your confidence, and your decision making, all of those things. They get a win here today, that'll fix a lot of stuff with that team.
Just riding smooth right now, Jamie.
And to follow up with what Larry was saying, I talked to Alan and he told me Chase is a cerebral driver. He doesn't just jump in and go. He has to think everything out. And that's why we see him coming on stronger at the end of a race from the beginning of the race. And I'm thinking that overnight he had a chance to really process today's race because they did not expect to run that great today.
His dad, Bill Elliott, will join us at Darlington for Stage 3 next week.
It's going to be awesome to have Awesome Bill in that booth with us. But I wasn't that kind of driver, Larry. I was a jump in and go type of guy. I needed you to make my car fast for me, and I needed to tell you it was loose or tight, and I needed to stay out of everything else.
I never worked with you, but no doubt in my mind you came out of the hauler qualifying.
You worked with me. We set quick time at Bowman Gray.
We did, yeah. Half a second faster than your old boss, Tony Stewart.
I hope you heard that.
Justin Haley 12th. Trying to hold off Kevin Harvick here. Bubba Wallace just ahead. This is all for position. .35 to go. Chase Elliott, champion of our sport 2 seasons ago, and the current point leader. But as Larry pointed out, it's the longest streak of his career without a win, whereas his teammates have all been to victory lane.
That's
more
the
than
one
once.
that gets under your skin. That's the one that bugs you the most, is when your teammates are having the success in the same kind of equipment you are. Boy, there's nothing more frustrating. But it never gets under him. Like, he never shows that. Every single time in pre-race, Larry, I'll ask him, man, I picked you this weekend after practice. I think you're the heat. Nah, we'll just have to see.
All he'll say is it's a long season. Our time will come.
Saw Bubba Wallace go by Kevin Harvick. This is a battle for 11th. This could be Bubba Wallace's best day since finishing second in the Daytona 500 back in February. This is where the crew chief starts going through all the what if. What if the caution comes out with 20 to go? What if it comes out with 10 to go? I'm kind of like you, Clint. If we get much deeper, if I am going to pit based on what we saw with Justin Haley in that 31 car, I'm thinking about 2 right side tires only. But I think if we get down to close to 10 to go, track position's king no matter what tires you're on.
Well, we saw that with the 12 car. Blaney staying out on old tires held him off.
Chase Briscoe's done a nice job of rebounding from being a lap down earlier. Let's get back up front with Jamie.
How about Ricky Stenhouse Jr., the biggest surprise there in the top 5, and it's not a fluke or a strategy call. They've been running top 10 all day long, and Mike, if you look at the stats, he hasn't even finished in the top 20 since Fontana. Really nice shot in the arm for this team.
They will all be eating Frobert this afternoon. Great run for Stenhouse. Now here's Kyle Busch battling Chris Buescher and taking over the 9th spot from the pole sitter. He is running a little less than 1/10 of a second faster than leader Chase Elliott, but long way to go. 7.3 seconds behind and 29 laps to get there. Nice rebound for Chase Briscoe, who got the competition caution free pass, and then another one back at lap 324 when Allmendinger lost his wheel. Made some adjustments, and they've done well. Eric Jones been in the top 10 all day as he moves aside for an on-rushing Alex Bowman.
You're right, rushing. That 48 car is flying right now. Past both cars, Larson and Eric Jones, like they were standing still. 48's headed to the front.
Yeah, he's running 6 right now, a little over 5.5 seconds behind. I think with 27 laps to go, he's going to need the aid of a caution if he wants to get up there and truly battle for the win.
14th place, Suarez and Wallace. Keep trading that position back and forth. And Cole Custer with them. Kyle Larson passes Eric Jones. That's for 7th place. A lot of changes here, except at the top. The front 4 holding station. Elliott, Stenhouse, Chastain, and Truex. Kind of expected Truex to make a march toward the front here, as he had done after each of the last couple of restarts. But there's Martin running. He's a 10th faster than Elliott right now, in 4th place, 2.5 seconds back.
You know, I want to go back to Jamie's report on Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and the 47 crew, Brian Patty. They've made 7 trips to pit road. They've all been for 4 tires, and they've just been solid, right in the 10 and 11 second bracket. No mistakes.
I just can't help but to think, you know, as long as this run is, these tires are going to be an issue.
Alex Bowman fastest that lap. The only driver under 24 seconds. Bowman in 6th. 23 to go.
And by issue, I don't mean an issue. I meant the guy that manages them the best, nurses these things along, getting them to the end. That's an art. You're going to have to take care of that thing. Don't lean on that wheel. We've seen so many right fronts have trouble.
Best battle on the racetrack is right here. Bubba Wallace, Daniel Suarez, Cole Custer fighting hard for 14th.
It's actually a pretty good rebound for Daniel Suarez in that 99 car, considering the spin not that many laps ago.
You see Denny Hamlin in the picture, but he is 1 lap down. Michael McDowell joining the battle up on the high side. And Brad Keselowski also 1 lap down. Ricky Stenhouse is going to leave here having run as many laps in the top 5 today as he did in the first 10 races of the season.
Yeah, Dover has proven to be all over the place for these teams. Some of them have really hit it, like Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Brian Patty, and man, others, Penske boys. What a struggle. Tyler Reddick caught him off guard, didn't it?
Now Stenhouse picked up a 1/10 of a second on Elliott the last lap and 4/10 on this lap. He's coming.
Yeah, Chase is really having to work some lap traffic right now. That's really hurting his lap times.
Absolutely, and now the one car in Truex is right behind Stenhouse. Stenhouse is going to have to do pretty work getting through these lap cars. Be quick with them. Don't get stalled out. They'll be on you if you are.
Guess who's running together now? Ross Chastain and Martin Truex Jr.
Did they ever separate?
I don't think so. Battle for third.
And it's Truex once again running him down and having to make a pass.
The first time Martin Truex won here, he was driving a car number 1 for DEI. And there's Stenhouse right around the top. Around Harrison Burton.
I mean, there they are, second, third, and fourth, right there together with 18 laps to go.
Which is probably just what Chase Elliott wants to hear. But they're back battling each other 2 seconds back.
Stenhouse Jr. did a great job getting through those 4 or 5 lap cars. Now got another one out of his way. That battle is certainly heating up.
Boy, Daniel Suarez and Bubba Wallace have been driving their hearts out here for these last 30 laps. Still for 14th and 15th and 16th with Cole Custer.
And about a half a straightaway ahead of our leader, Chase Elliott. I mean, it looks like about half the field that's up there in front of him.
It's quite a big group. .15 to go, and Elliott's lead, which had shrunk to 1.2 seconds, has now increased to 2.1.
I see Stenhouse, you know, you're riding along with him in second place, moving around a little bit. He kind of got off the bottom, finding a little bit of grip, looking for a little bit of grip in the middle of the racetrack. See Chastain running high. He's feeling things out as well. Now he's back to the bottom.
Yeah, I think they're all starting to move around now because they know, to Mike's point, 14 laps to go.
Well, and those tires are slap wore out again. The other part of that, you know, moving around, trying to find that grip, thinking about what's ahead. Those lappers that you talked about, so many lap cars, you get into a pack of lappers and you can't, you know, move around, you're going to be in trouble.
Coming up next on FS1 after the race here in Dover, it's Speak for Yourself. 12 laps to go. Chase Elliott holding pretty steady at 2.1 seconds plus over Ricky Stenhouse, who's opened up a little gap on Chastain and Truex, who remain bumper to bumper.
I was going to say, open that gap up because these two are battling once again. Truex trying to get to the outside of Chastain. Chastain's making that car as wide as possible. Probably doing a little mirror driving now. Money's on the line. See how late he was at the throttle where Truex got to the gas before him? Tight in the middle.
Contract year for Truex. Some speculation this might be his final trip to the Monster Mile. Not sure what will happen next season with Martin and that number 19.
Yeah, I know Martin has not found victory lane this year, but this group is definitely starting to come to life. Good top 5 at Talladega last week, which is unusual for Martin to get that at Talladega, and a good run here so far.
In 8 of our 10 races this year, we would not have yet had the final pass for the lead. Most all time for NASCAR in the first 10 races of any season.
She has been unpredictable. Who would ever believe we'd be 10 races in, or our 2 multiple winners would be William Byron and Ross Chastain.
And look at all the drivers who were within 1 corner of victory and had to go away. Chastain now with a little gap on Truex, drifting back in front of teammate Christopher Bell.
I am just glued to this racetrack, trying to watch these cars, watch for anybody slipping around, losing the handle on their race car.
Somebody way climbed the hill in turn 4, got it back. Tyler Reddick.
It was Reddick
with a damaged car. Gathered it back up. Wants to complete these final 7 laps without incident. Boy, Ryan Blaney won a stage, then got 2 laps down and could never rebound in that number 12.
Boy, Chase Elliott, our leader, in a hornet's nest right now with drivers trying to fight to stay on the lead lap. Just fighting him overall here as we'll be coming to 5 to go.
Spotter Eddie DeHaant's got to guide him through here.
Tight. Five more.
Third place is going to be the race. Chastain and Truex. Just 2 car lengths apart.
An opportunity ahead. Those lappers, you got to use that as the pick for Truex. It's almost as if he's lagged back a little bit, cooling his tires off, going to try to time one of these lappers and make it pounce on him.
Oh, Kyle Busch trying for 7th place here. Not going to get the W, but he has worked hard to bring that car back up toward the top 5.
Yeah, just that ill-timed caution for Kyle Busch as well as Alex Bowman.
Bowman 6th, Kyle 8th right now. Bubba Wallace 16th, goes a lap down. It's Cole Custer 15th, the last car on the lead lap. Notice how calm Eddie DeHaan is on the radio. Doesn't say much. Just the facts, man. Just the facts.
That whole program's that way, from Chase Elliott all the way down.
Alan Gustafson, the crew chief, as well.
White flag at the line. White flag at the line.
Just get this thing back to the line as fast as possible.
1 lap to go. Sponsored by Credit One Bank. For Chase Elliott to become the 4th and final Hendrick driver to visit victory lane this season.
Was fastest in practice. Once that 9 car got in the lead, proved to be the fastest in the race as well.
Kyle Busch led the most laps today, 103. But Chase Elliott and his Hendrick Motorsports Camaro going to lead the last one.
Yeah, boys. Caution's out. Checker flag.
Caution checker Martin Truex. Comes to grief on the last lap.
Him and Chastain. I want to see a replay on this, but I'm telling you, went for it.
The white flag had already waved. Elliott came to the line, gets the win, but here's what happens for 3rd.
Chastain got up. I've never seen Chastain moves up, shuts the door on him. He got loose, and man, once it got sideways, it just never could get back underneath of him. He's going to be frustrated with that.
Yes, he will be. We just had talked about what a great run he had going.
And unofficially, Martin Truex is 12th. It's the 14th career win for second-generation star and series champ Chase Elliott. He won at Road America last year, 26 races ago. It's his first oval track win in 46 starts. And his first win of the season, where he becomes the 9th different driver to win in 11 races this year.
Sure did. That puts all 4 of them in victory lane this year.
And in the playoffs.
Yeah, without a doubt, the organization, everybody's chasing.
He came in here as the point standing leader, which would automatically qualify him for the playoffs. But it is the first time any NASCAR team has ever won with 4 different drivers in just the first 11 races of a season.
Great drive, buddy.
We've seen with him and this 9 team, when they get that first win, they can become very, very dangerous.
Yes, sir.
Jamie Littles with our winner.
All the fans standing on the fence, so excited. Their favorite driver, Chase Elliott, gets it done today. Chase, I talked to Alan Gustafson this morning. He said, we're not very good. We weren't very good yesterday. What did you two together do to this car to be so dominant the second half of this race and finally get back to victory lane?
Yeah, just had some good circumstances finally. Just really appreciate Alan and our entire team for just sticking with it. You know, we've had some tough races over the last, I don't know, 4 or 5 months, and just great to get Napa back to victory lane, great to get Hendrick Motorsports back to victory lane. Just so proud. This one means a lot in a lot of different ways, but just appreciate all the effort. Watch out, we're rolling. But thanks to all the fans for coming out. You're always awesome. Hope to see this big crowd here next year, but just a huge thanks to everybody involved. It's been a fun day, and we're certainly going to enjoy it. Like I told them after the race, those guys, they've been deserving of one for a while, so glad we can get across the line first, and we'll enjoy it for a few days and go to work next week.
There's that Chase Elliott smile we haven't seen in a while. He goes back to victory lane for the first time this season.
Elliott the winner, Ricky Stenhouse with a great second-place finish, and you saw on the left of the screen Ross Chastain and Martin Truex agreeing to disagree, Regan.
Mike, it was a great day for Ricky Stenhouse Jr., a second-place finish. This team needed something good to happen, and it definitely happened today.
Yeah, it did, man. You know, it's been a rough start to the season. Our short track program's been off, and then all of our other good races that we've had good runs going, something's always happened. So really good to put this all together. We had a brand new partner, the Frozen Farmer. They're from 40 minutes down the road. The whole family's here. So it was a really great day for us. I felt like, you know, we had a car capable of winning, obviously getting off pit road, you know, at different times. My pit guru did a great job keeping us up front all day, and this feels good. Hopefully we can carry this momentum, you know, on, you know, the big tracks. The tracks we got coming forward are really good tracks for us. So that was a lot of fun, a lot of battling. You know, it's tough to pass, but it was fun running through lap traffic, and I really wish we had like a 70-lap run to end there. But all in all, our Kroger team's doing a great job, and looking forward to carry that momentum on.
Thanks, Ricky. Nice job.
Thanks, Regan. Chase Elliott will go off to celebrate, and Kyle Busch ends up with a 7th-place finish on his birthday. Has to wonder what might have been, because that ill-timed caution for him when he was on pit road may well have cost him the victory.
Well, yeah, I would say Kyle Busch and Alex Bowman, they seem to have the two best cars, and we got to that point where we felt like everybody has to make a pit stop here because of the tire wear, but unfortunately they make their stop, they're on pit road, the caution comes out.
Clint, Ross Chastain, Martin Truex came right down to the last lap after being together all day.
All day long they battled. Truex constantly was having to go through the one of Ross Chastain, passing him virtually every single run, and then ended up wrecked in the back wall at the end of the race. I promise you that cat is frustrated.
Jamie?
What a day again for Ross Chastain, ends up bringing it home third, but you could not shake the 19. What did you guys say to each other there?
We were talking about where we're going to go fishing next week. No, super proud of this effort. I mean, I thought we were a 5th place car, and a couple guys had misfortune with the caution coming out, and that cycled us to the lead. And pit crew was incredible today. They were just picking up spots every stop and got us the lead. And I'm racing with champions, and I got beat.
Mike?
Quite a day here in Dover. Darlington next week, and Race Hub tonight on FS1 at 6 p.m. Next Cup race, Darlington, race day, 2 p.m. Eastern time. And then the throwback weekend. Tonight at FS1, NASCAR Race Hub. Hendrick Motorsports last year went 1 through 4 in Dover. They didn't today, but they got Chase Elliott the W, and now all 4 of Rick's drivers have won 11 races into the season. We'll see you in Darlington, folks.